Chapter 2160. Although he didn't know the origin of the dwarf, Lin Fei wouldn't underestimate him. He was suppressed here and even dared to pretend to be the Heavenly Dao and support the Heavenly Dao's agent. He really had no taboo. Lin Fei wouldn't easily take risks against such a person. If it wasn't for the little devil's help, Lin Fei believed that he would have suffered a great loss. System scanning in progress. This place had an ancient aura. Standing here felt like 10,000 years had passed in an instant. It was a very special existence. Lin Fei felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. He didn't like this place either. Master, there's something good on the left. Lin Fei didn't want to deal with the dwarf now. It was better to put some distance between them to avoid being tricked. Bones. Lin Fei's figure flashed and came to a corner of the palace. There was a stone pool in the corner. Blood-colored blood was constantly rolling in the pool, emitting endless evil energy. This is similar to the altar from before. Lin Fei said to himself. What are you doing? The gnome on the other side cried out. He obviously didn't expect that the other party didn't come to ask him, but went somewhere else. He had no place to put the words in his heart. Lin Fei once again chose to ignore it. I'll talk after you cool down. This is a treasure, a very powerful treasure. According to the information I gathered, this should be a part of an altar, said the little devil. Lin Fei's heart moved and he took out the treasure from before. It was that altar. So it's the upper and lower parts. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and understood. This altar and the blood-colored stone pool were originally one complete item, but he didn't know why they became two parts. Master, if you combine them according to my method, it will be a powerful treasure. The benefits are definitely beyond your imagination. Alright, tell me. The dwarf's eyes flickered. He wants to combine them? Lin Fei followed the little devil's instructions and activated the altar. The altar released endless black fog. The blood in the blood pool rolled and turned into a roaring blood beast. It opened its mouth and swallowed the altar. Black mist rose from the altar, trying to resist the blood pond. However, it wasn't as strong as the blood pond. It was torn down little by little, falling into the blood pond. Lin Fei watched quietly. The combination of the altar and the blood pond. It didn't take long. Who the hell are you? You actually know about the blood sacrificial altar. The dwarf said to Lin Fei's back. It's just a blood sacrificial altar. Although it has a powerful background, it's not something rare in our eyes. Not only can I assemble it, but I can also refine it. Lin Fei said faintly and continued to pretend. Is there a way to refine the blood sacrificial altar? When the upper and lower parts were put together, Lin Fei realized that this treasure's origin was not small. Coupled with the little fiend's words, Lin Fei knew that this treasure was not simple. He also understood the importance of the blood sacrificial altar. Lin Fei was even more curious about this dwarf. Just who was it that had suppressed the dwarf here and even used a top-notch treasure? One could imagine how powerful the dwarf was before he was suppressed. Yes, as long as you spend some destiny points, I can help you control it. Then help me control it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to learn some secrets from the dwarf. As for using a secret technique to forcefully search his memory, he couldn't guarantee success. When a person was suppressed, and when he couldn't be killed, there was no need to say more about how powerful he was. The dwarf's eyes kept flickering. Humph, you're quite arrogant. The blood sacrificial altar was the treasure of the unparalleled expert back then. Once the blood sacrificial altar is activated, it's terrifying. Even if that unparalleled expert fell, it's not something someone like you can control. No one knew better than him how terrifying the blood sacrificial altar was. Back then, he had also spent a lot of effort on it. To get the blood sacrificial altar here. Unfortunately, he couldn't assemble it. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. Just wait and see. The entire process didn't take long. The destiny points continued to be consumed. Lin Fei also became very calm. Although he didn't know the origin of the dwarf, getting a treasure first was a good harvest. Moreover, it might be a top-notch treasure. Master, it's done. There was a subtle connection between Lin Fei and the blood sacrificial altar. Watch carefully. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The blood sacrificial altar flew out and expanded with the wind. Endless blood-colored hurricanes whizzed out along with the blood sacrificial altar, constantly cutting the void, causing the void to collapse. In a moment, the blood sacrificial altar turned into the size of a city. Lin Fei leaped up and stood at the center of the blood sacrificial altar. With this, he completely controlled the blood sacrificial altar. What a terrifying blood sacrificial altar! Lin Fei only needed a thought to control the blood sacrificial altar. How is it? Not bad, right? The little devil said proudly. Although those restrictions are terrifying, too much time has passed. In front of me, the invincible little devil, all the restrictions are useless. Lin Fei was also shocked by the power of the blood sacrificial altar. As long as he controlled the blood sacrificial altar, he could block any attack. It was truly unrestrained. Any divine ability would become extremely weak in front of the blood sacrificial altar. Did you see it clearly? Controlling the blood sacrificial altar isn't that difficult. With a thought, the blood sacrificial altar traversed the void and arrived above the dwarf. Lin Fei was like an emperor as he spoke from above. I didn't expect that you could really control the blood sacrificial altar left behind by that unparalleled expert. A trace of disbelief flashed in the dwarf's eyes. No one knew better than him that the blood sacrificial altar contained terrifying divine restrictions. Each of the divine restrictions was extremely frightening. The most frightening divine restrictions contained in the blood sacrificial altar weren't just one or two, but a total of 1,000,000. The power of ordinary restrictions was ordinary. Even if there were 1,000,000 ordinary restrictions, the power would only be SOSO. However, it was different with divine restrictions. 1,000,000 of them was enough to make people tremble in fear. As soon as the blood sacrificial altar appeared above the dwarf, boundless blood-colored energy shrouded the dwarf. All the blood and qi in the dwarf's body flowed out continuously and finally converged into the blood sacrificial altar. What are you doing? This was one of the functions of the blood sacrificial altar. Activating the blood sacrificial altar required an endless amount of blood. Any living being that was enveloped by the blood sacrificial altar would have their blood sucked dry by the blood sacrificial altar. Nothing. I just want to let you know that I'm not trying to scare you. If I say that I can control the blood sacrificial altar, then I can control it. At the same time, I'll let you experience the power of the blood sacrificial altar. The dwarf was enraged. The iron chains behind him rattled again. Endless black fog surged out to resist the tearing power of the blood sacrificial altar. You're shameless. You're a top-notch expert. It's just a blood sacrificial altar. It's not like you can't resist it. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He was also shocked by the power of the blood sacrificial altar. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of the dwarf's body and flowed into the blood sacrificial altar. As the fresh blood flowed into the blood sacrificial altar, the scarlet color of the blood sacrificial altar became thicker. At the same time, blood-colored demons appeared around the blood sacrificial altar and pounced on the dwarf below. Chapter 2161. Ah! Once the blood sacrificial altar unfolded, the blood demons kept tearing at the midget's flesh. More and more demons gathered around the blood sacrificial altar. It was a terrifying sight. Lin Fei was using the midget as a test subject. It must be said that this midget was very powerful. Even though he was shackled, his strength was still tyrannical. His flesh kept growing, and his aura never weakened. This blood sacrificial altar is more terrifying than I imagined. The tearing force is at such a level. No wonder it became a treasure in the hands of an unparalleled expert. Lin Fei had been observing with his divine sense. The blood demons were formed purely from the power of blood. Every one of them was very terrifying. According to the level of power, almost every one of them had a power of 50 billion. This was because the blood sacrificial altar had suffered too much damage and was unable to display its original power. What's the point of torturing me like this? The blood sacrificial altar is not bad, but it's not the blood sacrificial altar of the unparalleled expert. Even if you use it for 100 years, you won't be able to kill me. Lin Fei did not think that it would be easy to kill this midget. This kind of person who was suppressed, but not killed, would always have his own terrifying aspects. Since I can't kill you, don't you think it's interesting to refine the blood sacrificial altar? Lin Fei laughed. If you're bored, we can have a chat. The midget knew that this black-robed kid was very difficult to deal with, using himself to refine the blood sacrificial altar. Only he could think of that. Where did this shameless bastard come from? Sure. The midget also wanted to know the background of this black-robed kid. Such a person had ruined his plans time and time again. Even the Heaven's Will agent that he had nurtured was killed, and he even seized the God Emperor Mountain space. The midget even personally sent a clone, which ended up being left in the God Emperor Mountain space. At that time, the midget did not put DT on in his eyes. That was just his first miscalculation. The second time, he would definitely not miscalculate. But regrettably, the second time, he miscalculated again. If I knew that you were from that era, I definitely wouldn't have made such a mistake. The dwarf looked at Lin Fei and felt a tinge of regret. He had given Lin Fei a chance to recover. What a pity. You won't have the chance. Lin Fei smiled and said, there's only one chance. You also know that people like us only have one chance. It's gone if you miss it. You're right. There won't be another chance if we miss it. The dwarf did not continue. I'm quite curious. Who on earth has such a deep grudge against you in this godforsaken place that they have imprisoned you here? Lin Fei smiled. However, I'm much luckier than you. At least I don't need to be confined in a certain place. After being suppressed for such a long time, there was one thing that the dwarf couldn't let go of. He was instantly enraged. Actually, I don't know who that person is. The dwarf bitterly smiled. Back then, I was also an all-powerful figure of this era. Later on, when I woke up one day, I found myself in this place. That damned fellow. If I were to find out, sooner or later I would torture and kill him 100 times, making him wish he was dead. This was a great humiliation for the dwarves. It must have been done by those old bastards. They have nothing to do all day and only think about scheming this and that, using the heavens as a chessboard. The dwarf could not help but roar. Old bastards? Scheming? Lin Fei seemed to understand something. Don't think that you're living comfortably now. Maybe you're also scheming. Back then, the sealed world was not the sealed world. How glorious was that? Later on it became like this. If I were you, I would find a place to live in seclusion. Find a place as soon as possible and live in seclusion, watching the ups and downs of the world. This is the best way to protect yourself. Master, don't listen to him. This guy doesn't have any good intentions. The little devil reminded. Don't worry, I won't take it seriously. Even if that old bastard is scheming something, as long as he provokes me, I will turn this world upside down. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. A faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. I still prefer to be free and unfettered. As for living in seclusion, forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. Those guys who want to scheme against me, I will send them to heaven one by one. The dwarf really didn't have any good intentions. Regardless of Tion's background, now that he was here, he saw hope. If it was possible, he might have a chance to leave this place. He was sick of staying here. You can't do it. The dwarf shook his head. I'll only know after I try. Lin Fei smiled. So, I plan to borrow something from you. Boom. The blood sacrificial altar pressed down and crashed into the dwarf's body. The entire altar shook violently. Below the dwarf, there was a sparkling and translucent crystal with a mighty heavenly might. It released a boundless pressure and shook the blood sacrificial altar. The blood demon roared, revealing a trace of fear. You should be controlling this heart of heavenly Tao to represent the heavenly Tao. Now, this thing belongs to me. Lin Fei was not idly chatting with the dwarf. Lin Fei was very concerned about such a treasure. How did you know that the heart of heavenly Tao is here? The dwarf was not satisfied. No matter where the treasures in this space are hidden, I can find them. Lin Fei dashed towards the blood sacrificial altar again and again, hitting the dwarf's body. The terrifying power of the blood sacrificial altar was even higher than Lin Fei's combat power. Every time it hit the dwarf's body, Cracks would be left on the dwarf's body. It was like a work of art that could shatter at any time. The heart of heavenly Tao continuously released heavenly might. Unfortunately, the heavenly might at this moment wasn't that strong. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei had asked the little devil to search for treasures. The blood sacrificial altar was one of them. The other was the heart of heavenly Tao, which was hidden under the altar. At that time, Lin Fei didn't know how to force the heart of heavenly Tao out. That was why he chose to chat with the dwarf, giving the little devil time to analyze. Fortunately, the little devil didn't disappoint Lin Fei. He calculated the direction of the attack. At the same time, he confirmed the connection between the heart of heavenly Tao and the dwarf. Deaton, don't even think of snatching the heart of heavenly Tao from my hands. The dwarf's expression was sinister. Since you want to die, even if my strength isn't as good as before, killing you is still not a difficult task. Heart of heavenly Tao, fuse. The heart of heavenly Tao spun, releasing endless heaven's mandate energy to heal the injuries on his body. Lin Fei activated the blood sacrificial altar and used the power of blood to attack again. At the same time, 18 doppelgangers flew out. With Lin Fei's current strength, releasing 18 doppelgangers could destroy whoever he wanted in the sealed world. The dwarf's pressure multiplied. The pressure from the 18 doppelgangers caused the heart of heavenly Tao to spin even faster. If you don't hand it over today, then I'll take it myself. Chapter 2162. The heart of heavenly Tao is mine. How could Lin Fei miss out on such a good item? He would take advantage of the situation to take his life. Lin Fei's thoughts were just that simple. The blood sacrificial altar was activated and struck the dwarf again and again. At the same time, the 18 clones struck out with all sorts of attacks. The palace was filled with a terrifying and threatening aura. Heavenly Tao, imprisonment. The dwarf wasn't simple either. Although he couldn't move, his hands could still move. He struck out seals and the power of the heart of heavenly Tao was activated. A majestic pressure came over. Lin Fei's movements slowed down. It was as if the surrounding space was frozen. Unlimited power, break. Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning. The destiny points on the system transformed into unlimited power and struck in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The attack had no range and the imprisonment power loosened. Good chance. After it loosened a little, Lin Fei activated the blood sacrificial altar. At the same time, he swung his saber at the dwarf's body. The dwarf's body released a mysterious light, blocking part of the attack. The heart of heavenly Tao that was controlled by the dwarf became unstable. Lin Fei didn't think that the dwarf had completely grasped the power of heavenly Tao. At most, he had grasped a part of it. This was his chance, a very good chance. Cut off the connection. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. At the moment of instability, a perfect slash landed in the middle. With the system constantly monitoring, Lin Fei cut off the connection between the dwarf and the dwarf. The pressure on Lin Fei lessened by a lot. Everything between the heart of heavenly Tao and the dwarf was cut off. The dwarf's expression changed. He reached out to grab the heart of heavenly Tao. He didn't have time to think about how the other party could find the connection. With the dwarf's grab, the 18 clones were no longer under pressure. They attacked again and delayed the dwarf. At the same time, the blood sacrificial altar kept striking. Each strike was earth-shattering. Lin Fei's figure flashed. He came in front of the heart of heavenly Tao and slashed at the dwarf's palm. You have no chance. Without the restriction, he was not afraid of speed. This was the source of Lin Fei's confidence. Lin Fei grabbed the heart of the heavenly Tao with one hand. All of a sudden, the heart of heavenly Tao erupted with infinite power, and a portion of it shot toward his palm. Invincible defense, grab him. When the ray of light collided with the palm, Lin Fei's body shook. Zhang Xian managed to block the attack. With another wave of his hand, boundless destiny energy wrapped around the heavens will heart, sealing off all paths of escape. Come here. The heart of the heavenly Tao flew towards Lin Fei's palm. How dare you? The midget roared angrily. Vicious light erupted from his body. He opened his mouth and spat out an 8-rank lotus throne. This was something he obtained from a dangerous place, and it possessed tremendous power. As soon as the 8th grade Lotus platform appeared, it spun rapidly. It produced a huge tearing force. Lin Fei had an inexplicable cold feeling, as if the blood in his body was about to leave his control. What a powerful Lotus platform! Lin Fei quickly regained his composure. The blood sacrificial altar crashed into the 8th grade Lotus throne. The huge impact caused the surrounding space to collapse and the astral winds to howl. Crush, crush, crush. Lin Fei had to send the 8th grade Lotus throne flying. At the same time, Lin Fei swallowed 7 or 8 heavenly essence pills to replenish his depleted energy. His battle prowess was at its peak. He was extremely ferocious. His energy isn't depleted at all. The midget thought to himself. Although he couldn't control the entire heaven's will, he could still control a part of it. Now that someone could also reach this step, it was undoubtedly a shocking thing. The midget also controlled the 8th grade Lotus throne to crash forward. Every time they collided, a huge whirlpool would form around them. Anything that fell into the whirlpool would be torn into pieces. Lin Fei pushed the blood sacrificial altar to the limit. The 18 clones also kept attacking the 8th grade Lotus throne. The balance began to tilt towards Lin Fei's side. The heart of the heavenly Tao continued to approach Lin Fei. Come here! Lin Fei roared. Billowing destiny energy surged, and he grabbed the heart of the heavenly Tao in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei instantly turned into a bloody man. The heart of the heavenly Tao's power shook. His bones began to shatter. If it wasn't for the invincible defense, he would have been completely killed just now. Destiny energy, suppress it for me. Lin Fei used all his strength to suppress the heart of the heavenly Tao and returned to the blood sacrificial altar. He controlled the blood sacrificial altar again and slammed forward. The palace was on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei relied on the blood sacrificial altar to leave the palace. Although the 8th grade Lotus throne released a terrifying attack, Lin Fei still managed to escape. Done! Lin Fei used space teleportation in the next second. The original space seemed to have solidified, and Lin Fei's speed was getting slower and slower. Leave behind the heart of the heavenly Tao. The 8th grade Lotus throne chased after him. The midget's voice came from the Lotus throne, but the midget's figure was nowhere to be seen. A mere 8th grade Lotus throne wants to stop me. Lin Fei used the blood sacrificial altar to slam into the void. Loud rumbling sounds were heard as the space continued to collapse. The astral wind blew unscrupulously, and Lin Fei forcibly smashed open a path. Explode! The 8th grade Lotus throne was getting closer and closer. The God Emperors and ultimate gods that Lin Fei released in the space self-destructed one by one. The force of the self-destruction impacted the 8th grade Lotus throne, slowing down the midget's speed. The sealed world was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. That midget had a powerful background. He even had a terrifying treasure like the 8th grade Lotus throne. If he hadn't gotten the blood sacrificial altar by luck, he wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Open! With one last slam, Lin Fei rushed out and returned to the sealed world. The 8th grade Lotus throne didn't catch up. For some reason, Lin Fei used space teleportation several times and returned to the invincible palace. Using the God Emperor throne, he entered the space of Mount God Emperor. A suppressed midget strength is too terrifying, especially the last 8th grade Lotus throne. Lin Fei sighed. Too powerful. If it wasn't for the heavenly primordial thousand spirits and heavenly primordial spirit fish he obtained from Mount God Emperor, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the midget's attack. Lin Fei released the blood sacrificial altar. The blood sacrificial altar wasn't as powerful as before. It had consumed too much power of blood. Lin Fei secretly tried to use his destiny's energy to activate it, but he didn't gain much. Lin Fei temporarily put it aside and looked at the heart of the heavenly Tao. At this time, the heart of the heavenly Tao was being suppressed by Lin Fei. It kept releasing energy in an attempt to shatter the palm. Lin Fei firmly suppressed the heart of the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the heart of the heavenly Tao wasn't as powerful as he imagined. This was the only thing worth celebrating. If it was too powerful, he might not be able to suppress it. Is there a way to refine it? If he didn't refine it as soon as possible, Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Who knew how long he could suppress it? He didn't want to waste all his energy on the heart of the heavenly Tao. I'll study it right away, Little Devil said. Half a day later, Little Devil had a way to refine it. According to the analysis, the heart of the heavenly Tao isn't the real heavenly Tao. It's a treasure refined by an unparalleled expert. It has the ability to imitate the existence of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 2163. Are you sure? Lin Fei was also dumbfounded. The heart of heavenly Tao was the most eye-catching thing at first glance. It undoubtedly represented the existence of the heavenly Tao. Now that it was said that it was not true, how could he not be shocked? Very sure. The little devil said, Master, you seem to have a preconceived idea. The heavenly Tao is a supreme existence. How can it have a representative? If it really exists, wouldn't it be a mess? Is the heavenly Tao something humans can control? Lin Fei's heart felt like it was struck by a huge bell. He was stunned. Heavenly Tao. From the beginning, Lin Fei had a preconceived idea that the existence of the heavenly Tao would also have a representative. Could it be that I'm really mistaken? Lin Fei kept asking himself. This was obviously not a trivial matter. The little devil's words were like a blow to his head. The heavenly Tao is a just existence. How can it be so easy to have a consciousness? If it has a will, I'm afraid everyone will be enslaved by the heavenly Tao. The little devil said again. All the information about the heavenly Tao appeared in Lin Fei's mind. He gradually frowned. It seems that the heavenly Tao really has a preconceived idea. Think about it carefully and you will understand. Although the heavenly Tao has always existed and is very far away from us, it is impossible for the heart of heavenly Tao to exist. After a long time, Lin Fei sighed softly. I've really been deceived. The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more it made no sense. If the heart of the heavenly Tao isn't a product of the heavenly Tao, then what is it? Lin Fei asked. However, I can clearly sense the aura of the heavenly Tao from the heart of the heavenly Tao. Wrong. Although you feel the aura of the heavenly Tao, there is a supreme information missing. Supreme and supreme. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Although he had gone against the heavenly Tao several times, he always felt that something was missing. At that time, he did not think about it. Once the little devil said it, it became clear. If I'm not wrong, the heart of the heavenly Tao in Master's hand should be a supreme treasure. That dwarf kid is suppressed in the sealed world. Perhaps it has something to do with the heart of the heavenly Tao. Now that it has fallen into Master's hands, Master can completely refine it. The little demon giggled. Lin Fei could indeed sense how extraordinary the heart of the heavenly Tao was. This was definitely one of the top treasures. Tell me the method. The little devil didn't say anything. Instead, he said something else. In fact, you can also choose another method. Just now, I analyzed the heart of the heavenly way and the blood sacrificial altar, and I came to a shocking conclusion. The two treasures can be combined or fused together, which will bring about a huge change. I just don't know if Master dares to take the risk. It can be fused again? Turn it into a new treasure? Lin Fei was a little tempted. Sticking to the rules? Lin Fei was not like those people. He had the invincible system. Even if he did not have any top-grade treasures, he would not be able to defeat them. In the future, it was just a matter of time before he became a top-grade expert. Then let's give it a try. Lin Fei said without hesitation. Lin Fei took out the heaven essence 10,000 spirits again and consumed 8 of them, turning them into a terrifying number. Heaven and earth smelt, fuse completely. Be it the heart of the heavenly Tao or the blood sacrificial altar, they were both treasures of unparalleled experts. If he could fuse them, he would definitely be able to create a new treasure. This was something that Lin Fei wished for. He did not know what tricks that midget had up his sleeves. Lin Fei felt that if he smelted the heart of the heavenly Tao, the midget would definitely be dumbfounded. A huge cauldron appeared. The scorching aura seemed like it was going to melt everything in the world. The moment the heart of the heavenly Tao left, it was suppressed. It broke through the void and wanted to leave. How could the little demon let the heart of the heavenly Tao leave? She used up a huge amount of destiny points and pulled the heart of the heavenly Tao into the furnace. The blood sacrificial altar also left and was suppressed. The scorching heat burned the heart of the heavenly Tao and the blood sacrificial altar. As time passed, the two top-grade treasures started to melt. Who wants to melt the heart of the heavenly Tao? After a portion of the heart of the heavenly Tao melted, a blurry shadow drilled out of it. The shadow was exactly the same as the midget in the palace. "It's me." Lin Fei laughed. He soared into the sky and appeared above the midget. Pressing down with his palm, a majestic force came rolling down. "It's you again, Thun." The blurry shadow revealed a look of anger. A blurry grade 8 lotus platform appeared and blocked Lin Fei's palm attack. "Just a mere divine sense. Go to hell." Lin Fei had long known that the heart of the heavenly Tao would produce a divine sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to escape his control. "Master, leave this divine sense to me," the little demon said in disdain. "Artifact spirit?" Just as the sound of his voice faded, boundless flames attacked, surrounding the midget's divine sense and burning it. "What kind of flame is this? It can actually burn my divine sense." The midget in the flames roared. His voice was filled with fear. Lin Fei really didn't expect this flame to be so terrifying. It tortured the midget's divine sense to the point where it hovered between life and death. It was simply inconceivable. "Tion, you are so daring to refine that person's item. The day you die isn't far away. When they awaken, you will fall into an endless abyss." The midget's divine sense was burned into nothingness by the flame. "Awaken?" Lin Fei seemed to have heard some secrets. "It seems like that midget has many secrets." Lin Fei quickly tossed it to the back of his mind. The heaven and earth smelt continued to refine the heart of the heavenly Tao and the blood sacrificial altar. To think that the treasure of the unparalleled powerful being from earlier on would undergo such an earth-shattering transformation within the heaven and earth smelt. Even Lin Fei could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The only thing that made him unhappy was that his destiny points were constantly being consumed. Why didn't this thing appear in the past? Lin Fei asked the little demon. "Master, you didn't ask." Lin Fei was convinced. Was this even a reason? As his destiny points continued to be consumed, Lin Fei had no choice but to swallow more heaven essence spirit to maintain the heaven and earth smelt. After a day and night, just as Lin Fei's heart was bleeding, the heaven and earth smelt finally stopped. It's done? In order to refine a top-grade treasure, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. If not for the heaven essence spirit, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. In addition to the ones he had consumed previously, he was left with about half of them, about 40 to 50. It's done. Master will definitely like it. The heaven and earth smelt disappeared, and a huge seal floated in midair. The seal was completely red, and the aura it gave off was even more terrifying than before. "Master, immediately refine this heavenly blood seal, and you will experience the power of this seal." The little demon passed the refining technique to Lin Fei. Chapter 2164. The Blood Heaven Seal was a fusion of two supreme treasures. Lin Fei had high expectations for it. It wasn't easy for him to snatch it from the hands of the dwarf. In reality, Lin Fei suspected that this treasure belonged to an unparalleled expert and was not in the hands of the dwarf. Done. It didn't take long for a blood-colored Blood Heaven Seal to land in Lin Fei's hand. Heavenly Tao Protection. After completely grasping it, Lin Fei grasped the usage of the Blood Heaven Seal. With a shout, the Heavenly Tao surrounded him. At the same time, heavenly dragons hovered around him, displaying their divine might. There were a total of 9 heavenly dragons, which was the limit. "Go!" Lin Fei pointed with his finger. They rushed over and broke through the void. Terrifying marks were left behind. This is the first level of the Blood Heaven Seal. Using Heaven's Mandate energy, one can summon the Heavenly Tao protection of 9 dragons. Together with Master's previous invincible defense, the double defense is boundless. The little devil was very proud. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. Endless Devour. After opening the first level, Lin Fei opened the second level. The Blood Heaven seal expanded with the wind. The terrifying devouring power devoured all living things, making one's hair stand on end. This second level actually inherited the blood sacrificial altars effect. The little devil said, if there are too many enemies, one can use the second level, Endless Devour. As long as there is enough blood power, one can continuously convert it into heaven's mandate points. With such terrifying devouring power, Lin Fei didn't doubt that as long as an expert went up, he would definitely be sucked into a human skin. Regarding this, Lin Fei didn't dislike it. Instead, it was a great help to him. The third level, World Returned to 1. This was the Blood Heaven Seal's strongest move. Lin Fei didn't plan to test it for now. The consumption was too great. Just refining it again consumed a large amount of Heaven's origin spirit. He didn't have the mood to continue using it. Lin Fei loved the Blood Heaven Seal so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the consumption was too great. My heavenly Tao heart. In another place, the dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood and lost control of the heart of the heavenly Tao. The midget knew in his heart that Di Tian had erased all traces of the heart of the heavenly Tao. This was not good news for the gnome. In order to leave this place, the dwarf had been making arrangements all this time, slowly grasping a portion of the heavenly Tao, imitating the might of the heavenly Tao and making people believe it to be real. In the end, Di Tian was the one who had ruined their plans. This Di Tian is too mysterious. Now that I've lost the heart of the heavenly Tao, wanting to escape is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All of this is because of that bastard Di Tian. Resentment flashed in the midget's eyes. No one would not resent such a thing. Even if he grasps the heart of the heavenly law, he can forget about killing me. The dwarf summoned an 8th grade lotus throne. I'm afraid that leaving this damned cage will take an indefinite amount of time. I can only take a risk. The dwarf's gaze fell on the 8th grade lotus platform. Lin Fei rested for 5 days. After a series of battles, Lin Fei had no choice but to take a break. In the meantime, Lin Fei familiarized himself with the Blood Heaven Seal and used it very smoothly. Especially now, with just a thought, he could summon the 9 dragons to protect his body, and at the same time, bring about the might of the heavens. The true might of the heavens. These few days, Lin Fei did not idle around. He flipped through the secret manuals of the sealed world, looking for clues. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not find anything. Lin Fei did not forget what happened that day. However, there was too little information and he could not find any clues at all. If I want to know the unknown secrets, I can only find that dwarf. Lin Fei put down a secret manual and came out. He sighed softly. Now, I should increase my strength first. After getting rid of the heavenly Tao, he got rid of his worries. As long as that guy was not killed, Lin Fei would still feel uneasy. If he wanted to kill the dwarf, he had to be many times stronger than he was now. That was what Lin Fei thought. Boom boom boom. Mountain God Emperor Space, another heavenly primordial dragon cave. Lin Fei barged in. 9 dragons' protection and invincible defense were activated. As soon as the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, it suppressed the Heaven Essence Dragon and crushed it on the spot. Endless Devour. This was a Heaven Essence Dragon with an output of 80 billion energy. It was not very powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Now that the double defense was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon's attacks were like tickles. At the same time, Lin Fei also noticed something strange. The 9 dragons' protection had a certain suppressive effect. As soon as the second layer was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon's huge body was almost devoured. After seeing this, Furball sucked in a breath of cold air. There were quite a number of Heaven Essence Dragons in the Mountain God Emperor space. Lin Fei started off as a weakling, and with almost no effort at all, he wiped out the Heavenly Origin Dragon. This time, his strength did not increase as quickly. Lin Fei did not care too much about it. The prerequisite was that he could improve quickly. It was normal for him to improve slowly in the later stages. Even so, Lin Fei's strength was not slow to increase, reaching around 270 billion. This was two extremes compared to when he had more than 10 billion. Suppress. In another cave, there was a sky origin giant dragon with a power of about 150 billion. If it was in the past, a single dragon breath would be enough to kill a person, leaving not even a corpse behind. Lin Fei's 9 dragons' protection blocked part of the power. Coupled with his invincible defense, he was almost unaffected. As soon as the Endless Devour was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon was in trouble. The more it struggled, the more powerful the Blood Heaven Seal would be. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Endless Devour was even more useful than Lin Fei had imagined. Once it was activated, it was a kind of forceful seizure. Coupled with the Heavenly Tao's suppression, it suppressed part of the Heaven Essence Dragon's strength. Little Devil was proud of himself. This was his masterpiece. Lin Fei almost added, "I didn't even use my destiny points. I almost lost half of my fortune." The benefits were obvious as well. Accumulate and accumulate. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. He had to kill that midget. It would be best if he could search his memory. Wow, it actually reached 230 billion. On this day, Lin Fei barged into a cave. There was also a Heaven Essence Dragon here, and it was invincible. As a last resort, Lin Fei used the 3rd level of world unification to smash the Heaven Essence Dragon into pieces. However, it also consumed a lot of destiny points. Even though Lin Fei was used to such a huge consumption, he couldn't help but gasp. The difference was too big. Even Lin Fei couldn't afford this kind of consumption. The effect was great. It was a true one-hit kill. Lin Fei's strength also increased to 290 billion. It was only a matter of time before it reached 300 billion. At the same time, the number of heavenly origin spirit stones he had was not a small number. He had over 800 of them. As for the heavenly origin spirit fish, Lin Fei did not consume them. Midget, I'm coming. Chapter 2165. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Returning to Closer's world, Lin Fei's consciousness covered the entire Closer's world, all the way to the end. Awesome! At this moment, Lin Fei had a feeling that the world was his to rule. The entire Closer's world was under his control. This was the true meaning of controlling everything. If someone were to speak ill of Lin Fei would be able to sense it immediately, and he would be able to slap that person to death. Master, if you activate the blood mark sky, you can transform into the heavenly Tao and control this world. At that time, you will be the ruler. The little devil's voice sounded. That works too. Lin Fei did not forget the scene of the heavenly Tao materializing the vertical eye on that day. He clearly remembered it. At that time, Lin Fei felt as small as an ant in front of the vertical eye. That kind of aura was very uncomfortable. Lin Fei activated the blood mark sky. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone. A subtle feeling lingered in Lin Fei's heart. Immediately, something moved him. Is this the heavenly Tao, the ruler of the world? Lin Fei's vision changed, and he felt as if he had transformed into the heavenly Tao. That feeling was very strange, and it was the most wonderful feeling in history. The entire Closer's world was under Lin Fei's control. This is the chaotic void. This is the forbidden land of the divine realm. Lin Fei did not need to move much. With a thought, the vision in front of him kept changing, and his body kept changing. Lin Fei laughed. The entire sealed world was suddenly engulfed in a violent gale. Following that, a thunderstorm struck. It was so ferocious that many people were frightened. Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. I didn't expect that controlling the heavenly Tao would feel like this, but the consumption is relatively large. Lin Fei kept the blood mark sky. He was even more curious about the heart of heavenly Tao. Lin Fei completely believed that it was refined by an unparalleled expert that could simulate the heavenly Tao. No one saw through the clues just now. I'm back. He entered again. Lin Fei still felt the ancient aura, but there was no change. This is really a strange place. Lin Fei had an inexplicable feeling that this was a special place. The illusion from last time did not exist this time. Lin Fei saw the palace from before. He arrived at the palace in a flash and saw the dwarf who was chained up again. The dwarf sat cross-legged, the 8th-grade lotus throne above his head slowly rotating. Lin Fei could easily feel traces of energy being absorbed into the 8th-grade lotus throne. Suppress. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven seal. With a loud rumble, he smashed onto the lotus platform of the 8 ranks. The lotus platform of the 8 ranks shook violently, and the dwarf who was sitting cross-legged spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually still dare to come? The dwarf's eyes were like lightning, shooting out 2 sharp lights as he slashed out with his blade and sword. Why can't I come? This place is mine now. Your words don't count. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The Blood Heaven seal landed on his head, and the 9 dragons of heaven protected him. Before he could get close, the 9 dragons roared and tore him into pieces. Look, you can't do it anymore. Lin Fei shook his head. The dwarf's eyes widened. Why you actually refined the heart of heaven's way and the blood altar together? Who are you? No one knew the origin of these 2 treasures better than him. Back then, they were supreme treasures in the hands of unparalleled experts. Any one of them had invincible power. But now, the 2 supreme treasures were fused together? The dwarf did not believe that his eyes were not wrong. That was the fusion of the heart of heaven's way and the blood altar. Such an aura would not be forgotten even after 100 years. So, I'm stronger than you, Lin Fei said with a smile. Now, you can tell me your name, right? This time, Lin Fei was completely confident that he could suppress the other party. I didn't expect that I would be wrong. You've now become a variable. You're extremely daring to combine 2 treasures together. Sooner or later, it'll be too late for regrets. The dwarf said coldly. Lin Fei shook his head. I've calculated for you. You will be in trouble soon. The Blood Heaven seal appeared above the dwarf. Endless devour. The Blood Heaven seal spun crazily. The dwarf's expression changed. Streams of power flowed from the dwarf's body into the Blood Heaven seal until they formed a pillar of power. When the dwarf activated the 8 lotus platform, Lin Fei slashed horizontally and landed heavily on the 8 lotus platform. This treasure was also impressive. It was not damaged at all and only shifted its position. Time slow. Space power. Lin Fei struck out 2 streams of power consecutively. At this time, he activated it again with close to 300 billion power. These 2 powers displayed unimaginable power. The dwarf's movement slowed down. The 8 lotus platform also slowed down. The Blood Heaven seal unleashed endless devouring, crazily absorbing the dwarf's energy. The dwarf's aura also began to change greatly and gradually became weak. My fortune-telling is not bad, right? Lin Fei slashed left and right, slashing the dwarf's body. The color of the Blood Heaven seal became more and more obvious, and the devouring power it produced was also increasing. The dwarf's entire body became shriveled, and his eye sockets were sunken, looking very terrifying. The dwarf barely managed to protect the 8 lotus platform, but it could not stop the power in his body from surging out and entering the Blood Heaven seal. Don't worry. Lin Fei had already learned from the little demon that this kind of suppressed guy had endless power. Although his combat strength was suppressed, it was not possible to make the other party submit in such a short time. Therefore, Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven seal to suppress him, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. In fact, the dwarf did have an idea. However, the other party's every move was being analyzed. It was basically impossible to play tricks. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the Blood Heaven seal was absorbing the dwarf's energy at all times. It was fine if it was just 1 day, but it was continuously absorbing the dwarf's energy. At first, the dwarf could still hold on, but as time passed, he felt uneasy. Back then, he could not be killed and was suppressed because he had his own trump card. Because of his physique, as long as there was a trace of energy, he could not be killed. As long as he was in the void, he could absorb energy at all times. This time, he had met his match. Lin Fei could control the invincible system, and he would not reject any destiny energy. This time, the dwarf was in trouble. The Blood Heaven seal had been absorbing the dwarf's energy for 10 days. The dwarf's expression became uglier and uglier, and his heart was in turmoil. Who is he? My physique is invincible. How can his body store such terrifying destiny energy? The dwarf couldn't figure it out. The dwarf had never seen such a physique. Dean, you win. The dwarf seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 2166. Boom, boom. In a huge palace, a terrifying aura swept out. At the same time, a monstrous vortex appeared on a lotus platform. If one observed carefully, traces of energy were constantly being plundered and poured into the treasure above. Stop sucking. I surrender. I surrender. Under the 8th-grade lotus platform, there was an existence that looked like a dried corpse, begging for mercy. This person was none other than the dwarf. Since the last time Lin Fei came to take care of the dwarf, a short period of time had passed. During this month, Lin Fei did not stop activating the Blood Heaven seal. Every day he pushed it to the limit. The energy plundered from the dwarf was used to activate the Blood Heaven seal. This time, the dwarf was unlucky. During this period he resisted several times, but in the end he was defeated. After tossing and turning for a month, the dwarf was no longer high-spirited and domineering. What was left was a sense of vicissitudes and powerlessness, as if he had aged by tens of thousands of years. In the beginning, the dwarf planned to fake surrender and then give the opponent a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the dwarf was unlucky. Lin Fei did not take it seriously at all. He activated the Blood Heaven seal and frantically plundered the dwarf's energy. A month was not long, but to the dwarf, it was like a year. How can I trust you? Lin Fei stood on the Blood Heaven seal and said unhurriedly. In fact, at this time, the dwarf had little energy left in his body. At most, he could burst out an attack or a secret technique attack. Lin Fei would not take the risk. He had to drain everything. Look at me, can I still resist? The dwarf smiled bitterly. Who knows? Lin Fei shook his head and continued to activate the Blood Heaven seal, sneering coldly in his heart. Another 3 days passed. Only a layer of skin was left on the dwarf's shriveled corpse. It was almost impossible to tell what it originally looked like. If not for the fact that he still had a breath left, most people would think that the dwarf was already dead, or even dead for a long time. Stop sucking, go on. I'm going to die. The dwarf's expression became even uglier. He did not want to die here today. For more than a month, the dwarf had tried to shake off the treasures on it several times to escape the terrifying power of the blood sacrifice altar. The idea was good. He failed every time. The midget couldn't imagine what kind of trump card Tion was relying on to activate this powerful treasure. From the beginning until now, its energy had never been depleted. This was simply unbelievable. If the dwarf knew that the energy of the treasure came from his body, he probably wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. It was too tragic. Master, it's about time. The imp had been monitoring the energy in the dwarf's body. If it was someone else, they would probably be dumbfounded. No one knew how long the gnome could last. Now, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was hard not to know the energy of the gnome. 3 days ago, the dwarf still had the chance to struggle and resist, but now the energy in his body was almost completely depleted. Lin Fei was relieved. In the words of the imp, the gnome was no longer a threat to him. Seal! 2 rays of light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he simultaneously moved his hands. He made a series of strange seals, and a huge seal character was inserted into the dwarf's body. The dwarf could no longer struggle. The energy in his body had been exhausted. He could only watch as the other party's seal landed on his hands. You win! The dwarf smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. This thing is not bad. Lin Fei waved his hand and grabbed. The 8th-grade lotus platform landed in his palm, and the connection between them was severed. The dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood. Seal. Lin Fei wasn't idle either. He once again sealed the 8th-grade lotus platform. Lin Fei was now very relieved. Even if the dwarf had some treasure, he would lose the 8th-grade lotus platform. He had plenty of opportunities to torture the other party to death. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? Lin Fei smiled. Is there a need to suffer like this? The dwarf tried to break the seal, but the seal was very mysterious. Being knowledgeable, the dwarf was also at a loss at this moment. He had truly never seen such a seal before. It was impossible for Lin Fei to have such a seal. This was specially made by the little devil over the past month. Because of this. For this, Lin Fei had spent quite a bit of destiny points. There was no helping it. Facing this kind of unparalleled expert, Lin Fei had to be careful. Once the seal entered the dwarf's body, the imp could monitor his every move in real time. At the same time, it meant that his every move was in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei kept the blood sky seal and smiled. Actually, I have to thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a good treasure. The dwarf regretted Tion coming here the most. At the same time, there was that stupid sky dragon. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to nurture a heavenly Dao agent in an attempt to control the sealed world. Unfortunately, he met Tion in the end and suffered a crushing defeat. Even now, he had no capital. Tion was simply his nemesis. You are more powerful than any prodigy I have ever seen. Blood sacrifice altar and heavenly Dao heart. You actually refined such a grade of treasure. Even I would find it hard to resist the power of plunder. These were the dwarf's heartfelt words. At the start, Lin Fei was not so smooth in activating the blood sky seal. But in a month's time, with an abnormal existence like the dwarf and the endless devouring of the second level of the blood sky seal, Lin Fei had mastered it to perfection. Once the second level was activated, the terrifying power of plunder would be able to plunder all life forms. Lin Fei had no doubt that if he took it out, it would definitely be a terrifying killing weapon. No matter how many came, he would be killed. If the dwarf wanted to escape, Lin Fei would be powerless. But the dwarf was imprisoned here, and the chains behind him were not just for show. It was an imprisonment. Lin Fei had picked up a big bargain. For example, the blood sky seal stored a large amount of energy. I wonder what level of treasure this treasure is in your eyes. Lin Fei used Heaven's Will energy to condense a throne and faced the dwarf. At the same time, Lin Fei took out a bottle of celestial brew. Are you interested in a cup? Good wine. The dwarf took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. He said in an intoxicated manner, just the fragrance alone makes one want to drink a cup. Lin Fei was actually resting. A month's time had a huge impact. Lin Fei was more or less tired. The celestial brew was brewed later, so he brought it with him. Drinking a mouthful could raise his spirit. Lin Fei poured a cup for the dwarf. The cup landed in front of the dwarf, and the dwarf took a deep breath. The celestial brew entered his mouth, and he enjoyed it very much. I haven't tasted celestial brew of this grade in a long time. The dwarf slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with memories. It's good, let's drink a few more cups. Chapter 2167. Actually, you are not a person from that era. After drinking a few cups of immortal brew, the dwarf became talkative. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "From the very beginning, I knew you were not a person from that era." Lin Fei was no longer in danger. Naturally, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. How can you tell? The dwarf laughed. I had a name in that era. People called me a war criminal. Although the dwarf said it very softly, Lin Fei subconsciously shivered. These two words were filled with intense killing intent. This feeling came in a very strange way. Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. To be suppressed in a sealed world, he was not a simple person. If they could kill him, no one would be unwilling to suppress him. There was no need to do so. I am also curious. It is rare for you to grow to such a level in a sealed world. I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of that unparalleled expert. The dwarf was very serious. In my impression, other than the reincarnation of an unparalleled expert, you are the first person to cultivate to this realm in just a few hundred years. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. He thought to himself, I have an invincible system. Otherwise, I am nothing. This world was more dangerous than he imagined. You can treat me as a proud son of heaven, and a very powerful one at that. Lin Fei laughed. I have a few questions in my heart. I wonder if you can answer them for me. Lin Fei believed that the dwarf would say it. No problem. The dwarf did not refuse. I lost to you, so you are qualified to know my name. You are one of the few who know my name. My name is Wu Mingzhan. What a domineering name. With a preconceived impression, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity for such a good name. I know what you are thinking. If I say that this appearance is not my original appearance, would you believe me? Lin Fei was a little surprised. Then, he said seriously, I believe you. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Wu Mingzhan said, if you had not defeated me, I would have forgotten my own name. I've almost forgotten my own name. It's been too long. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. I'd like to know what's going on with the sealed world and the secrets of the mountain god emperor. Lin Fei was not a wishy-washy person. He wanted to know the answer to all of these questions. Seal the world. This is a good place. If we really want to talk about the sealed world, it can be traced back to before the world of the 33 sacred heavens, Wu Mingzhan said with a tinge of sadness. You should know about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The current world of the 33 sacred heavens was only formed later. Every world of the sacred heavens is actually just a fragment world. Lin Fei was shocked. With Wu Mingzhan's explanation, Lin Fei had a brand new understanding of the world of the 33 holy heavens, which he thought was extremely awesome. Only 33 fragments were formed. A long time ago, a place called the Savage World was the ruler of this place. The 33 holy heavens might seem huge, but in reality, it was far from the size of the Wildlands world. In fact, it was not even a third the size of the Wildlands world. Back then, in order to achieve eternal life, sect master-level experts fought each other. At that time, the experts could move mountains and fill the seas. They grasped terrifying sacred arts and were far stronger and more terrifying than they are now, Wu Mingzhan recalled. Later on, the battle spread to the entire savage world. The entire savage world was plunged into misery and suffering. Sect master-level experts fell continuously. Lin Fei had never imagined that there would be such a secret in this world of his. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the sealed world and the mysterious sky world were not ordinary. That feeling was indescribable. From the looks of it, it was indeed true. His intuition was still very reliable. Later on in the savage world, the war did not stop. Even ancient experts and unparalleled experts joined in. In the end, the savage world was blasted into fragments. Sect master-level experts were unparalleled experts and even top powerhouses. All of them were affected by the power of the savage world and fell one by one. Lin Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Would the power of a world being blasted into fragments be so great? Although he did not know how strong sect master-level experts were, Lin Fei could imagine that they were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the power produced by the destruction of a world? Wu Mingzhan sneered, "Oof, the savage world is not an ordinary world. If it was an ordinary world, even if they destroyed 100 or even 10,000 of them, it would not be a problem for those experts. However, the savage world is different. It was the first existence of this world. With it, other worlds appeared. We call the savage world by another name, the world ancestor." With the word ancestor added, Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying it was. Those sect master-level experts reaped what they sowed. If they did not fall, they were destroyed. Wu Mingzhan continued coldly. Later on, some weaker experts found fragments of the savage world in the violent and chaotic vortex. Finally, with their unparalleled divine powers, they condensed the world of the 33 sacred heavens, which is the world of the 33 sacred heavens that you see now. Lin Fei knew that this dwarf's background was not simple. Even if he was not an unparalleled expert of the past, he was at least a sect master-level existence. He knew more about what happened in the past than them. You said that they destroyed reincarnation. Could it be that they are still in the 33 sacred heavens world? Perhaps they will return one day? Lin Fei thought of the words Wu Mingzhan had left behind before he was destroyed. It seems you have thought of it. Zhan Wuming revealed a rare smile. In the end, they are still unrivaled powerhouses, sect master-level powerhouses. After a long period of reincarnation, it should be about time for them to return. Are you afraid? A trace of fear flashed in Lin Fei's heart, but it was crushed in an instant. Even if they returned, he still had the ability to contend with them. I reached this realm at such a young age. So what if they return? Besides, even if they return, they will not notice me. I have all the time in the world to slowly accumulate strength. Wu Mingzhan smiled again. What you said is correct. Unfortunately, you made a huge mistake. You fused the heart of the heavenly Tao with the blood sacrificial altar and refined a new treasure. This is the root of your misfortune. Lin Fei guessed some things, and his expression turned ugly. Chapter 2168. Secret. An earth-shattering secret. The news from Wu Mingzhan was absolutely shocking. Who would have known that the 33 sacred heavens world was actually formed from a fragment of the savage world? The savage world was even destroyed by the combined forces of the unparalleled experts. Any one of these pieces of news was enough to make one swallow an egg. What made Lin Fei even more unhappy was that the heart of Heaven Tao and blood sacrificial altar that he had refined were the treasures of the Heaven Tao old ancestor and the Yellow Springs cult leader. Demand? That was a little scary. These peerless experts who had died could be reborn through reincarnation. They could even snatch their treasures from your hands. Now that the treasure is in my hands, even if the original owner comes, he will have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei sneered. Even if they can return, it's not certain who will be the one to kill who. They were famous, but that did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid of them. He had the invincible system. As long as there were enough experts to kill, he could continuously increase his strength. The speed of his improvement was like sitting on a rocket. Wu Mingzhan had an inexplicable thought. Perhaps, this Di Tian would turn the world upside down in the future. From a long time ago, Wu Mingzhan had been paying attention to Di Tian. To be able to go from a small world to an overlord and become a peak expert of a sealed world, it was truly beyond imagination. At that time, Wu Mingzhan did not really pay attention to him. At that time, he was planning for the future. Regretfully, Di Tian was like a dark horse that appeared, suppressing all geniuses along the way. By the time Zhan Wuming reacted, Di Tian had already matured to the extent where he could stand against him. This was simply an unbelievable matter. Up until now, he still couldn't believe this ending. You are indeed the most confident person I have ever seen. If I had chosen you back then. Perhaps, Lin Fei snorted. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. You are destined to be disappointed. If it was really from the start, Lin Fei would not have had a chance to resist. God Emperor Mountain Space. What secrets are hidden? Lin Fei raised another question. This question had been on his mind for a while now. Heaven Yuan Spirit Fish, Heaven Yuan Spirit Fish, no matter which one it was priceless. Although it was worth fighting for among the 33 holy heavens, it was not as important as it seemed. Lin Fei did not believe that they would come down at all costs just for these things. Perhaps they really did have their own motives. Actually, you shouldn't know this secret. Zhan Wuming glanced at Di Tian. That will be a vortex that will devour people. Even I, who has grasped a portion of the heavenly Tao's heart, would not dare to step into the space of Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei sensed something. The God Emperor Mountain was indeed strange. A whirlpool is not a whirlpool. I don't mind, I just want to know the secrets behind it. I believe that the older generation won't be stingy with the inside information. Lin Fei was all smiles as he poured another cup of immortal wine. Zhan Wuming finished the immortal brew in one gulp. Since you want to know, I'll tell you what I know. The final decision is in your hands. Zhan Wuming took a deep breath and said slowly, God Emperor Mountain. The greatest secret over the years, I've slowly discovered this, according to my conjecture. The space of Mount God Emperor was formed from a piece of the desolate world. At the same time, it is also a part of the essence of the desolate world. That's why it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits and the heavenly Yuan spirit fish. It's the only place in the world. This was a piece of explosive news. Lin Fei had guessed it before, but it was far from what Zhan Wuming had said. It was on a completely different level. A piece of the desolate world. This was truly shocking news. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits, the heavenly Yuan spirit fish, and the heavenly Yuan dragon. Previously, he was curious as to why the space of Mount God Emperor would have such dense heavens will energy. Now, it seemed like it was because of the desolate world. Zhan Wuming chuckled when he saw Di Tian's expression. Back then, when I came to this conclusion, I was also extremely shocked. I initially thought that this secret would never be revealed. As for the masters of the 33 sacred heavens, their goal was also to obtain a trace of the origin energy of the mountain god emperor. At the mention of the origin energy, Zhan Wuming's expression changed. Back then, in order to break through to the final realm, the unparalleled experts crazily plundered the origin energy, resulting in the destruction of the desolate world. The origin energy could be said to be the main culprit. Lin Fei really didn't know the origin of the origin energy. But he had a thought in his mind. If he could refine the origin energy, he believed that his strength would increase very quickly. Starting from the strength of 300 billion, every increase became slower. Killing someone with a strength of over 1 billion would at most increase his strength by a few 100,000, or even less, maybe only a few tens of thousands. When his strength neared 300 billion, the speed of increase started to slow down. Lin Fei was very interested in the origin energy. Perhaps this thing could help him increase his strength by a lot. So it's for the origin energy. But why didn't I discover it before? Lin Fei was quite curious. Lin Fei searched the space of Mount God Emperor a few times, but in the end he didn't find anything. The origin energy, that is the strongest power in the world. And the profoundness of the origin energy, you can actually see it, unless your strength reaches an extremely high realm. Lin Fei frowned. Since I can't find it, then how can the master of the 33 holy heavens snatch the origin energy? If he didn't know, there was no need for Lin Fei to pretend to know. He had just asked the little devil, and the little devil said that the origin energy wasn't easy to find. At least for now, he couldn't do it. The invincible system didn't know everything. Alright. Lin Fei was speechless. The origin energy isn't easy to find, but the origin energy will give birth to a mysterious existence known as the origin tree. After a certain period of time, the origin tree will bear origin fruits. Every time, it will bear 9 origin fruits. Each fruit contains a portion of the origin energy. After refining, one's strength will increase by a lot, saving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei was really tempted. Now, Lin Fei finally understood their intentions. Everything else was fake. The origin fruit was what they really wanted. If Zhang Xian hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei might never have found out about the origin fruit. It could save tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei even suspected that consuming the origin fruit could increase his strength by hundreds of billions. There was no doubt about this. However, it's not good news for you. When the origin fruit is about to ripen, the space of Mount God Emperor will connect to the 33 holy heavens and open a door. They can send their clones into the space of Mount God Emperor. You have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 2169. Bad news. It was really bad news. With the appearance of the origin source fruit, Lin Fei was in a good mood. His chance to increase his strength had come. Damn it, I was only happy for a short while, and now you're giving me bad news. Do you want to continue chatting happily? If not for the fact that Zhan Wuming was extremely hard to kill, even if his physical body was sealed, Lin Fei wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. People like him were born with extraordinary constitutions. This is really bad news. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. If it was before, I could use the heart of the heavenly Tao to forcefully imitate the heavenly Tao and suppress their strength. Now that I don't have the heart of the heavenly Tao, they can send their clones down. Their battle prowess can reach 50% of their original strength. Other than them, there are also other forces coming in to snatch the resources of the God Emperor Mountain. If I were you, I would find a place to hide. A clone with 50% battle prowess is enough to make you suffer. Zhan Wuming said meaningfully. Zhan Wuming was very interested to know how Di Tian was going to deal with this danger. I wonder how long it will take for them to enter the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei asked as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Although Lin Fei had sealed Zhan Wuming, he had brought two pieces of bad news. The former was still fine. Who knew when those people would return? As for the latter, Lin Fei had to worry about. Lin Fei had offended every single one of the lords of the 33 holy heavens. He had even offended the lord of the 7th holy heavens. Once the space of the God Emperor Mountain connected to the fragment worlds of the ancient wilderness world, Lin Fei could imagine them hunting him down. The space of the God Emperor Mountain was just one of the worlds in the sealed world. There was a high possibility that they would kill their way out. 5 years. 5 years later, the power of the origin source will connect to the other fragments of the ancient wilderness world. You don't have much time left. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. 5 years. I have time to prepare. Some of the doubts in his heart were resolved. Lin Fei didn't relax. Instead, he felt a little pressured. There was a saying that knowing too much might not be a good thing. Lin Fei knew many secrets. In the entire Closer's world, only a handful of people knew about this secret. Whether it was the Heavenly Tao ancestor, the Yellow Spring sect leader, or the lords of the 33 sacred heavens who were about to enter the space of the Mount God Emperor, none of them were small matters. In 5 years, I swept through the entire Divine Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei was determined. He had an idea in his mind. Not only did Lin Fei learn about the origins of the Closer's world from Zhan Wuming, but he also learned about some long-lost secrets and the cause and effect of the Closer's world. At the same time, he also knew some of the latter's realms. For example, the Battle Emperor in reality had a total of 10 stars. The lowest was a 1-star Battle Emperor, and the strongest was a 10-star Battle Emperor. At this realm, the division of strength also began to change. No one knew exactly when the realms began to change, but it was passed down like this. Reaching the War Emperor realm. It was the division of power. After Lin Fei understood, he suddenly realized why the system used such a method to evaluate. It turned out that there was a reason, and it did not come out of nowhere. 1-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 100 million and 1 billion. 2-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 1 billion and 3 billion. 3-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 3 billion and 9 billion. 4-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 9 billion and 20 billion. 5-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 20 billion and 40 billion. 6-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 40 billion and 70 billion. 7-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 70 billion and 120 billion. 8-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 120 billion and 230 billion. 9 stars Battle Emperor. Battle power between 230 billion and 400 billion. 10-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 400 billion and 499. 9 billion. Above the 10-star Battle Emperor was the Giant Realm. Every Giant Realm expert's minimum strength was 500 billion. This kind of Giant Realm expert, any one of them could easily kill a Battle Emperor expert. Although the difference in strength was not big, no matter how outstanding a 10-star Battle Emperor's talent was, he was still unable to cross that threshold. The Giant Realm experts were also divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced Giant Realm experts. They were great perfection Giant Realm experts. Every realm, the strength was earth-shaking. The lords of the 33 holy heavens were all Giant Realm experts, and their strength was above 500 billion. Previously, although the projection's strength was not strong, it was suppressed by Zhan Wuming's heart of Heavenly Tao. Now, without the suppression of the Heavenly Tao, a clone with 50% of its strength was at least a 10-star Battle Emperor expert. The only fortunate thing was that the God Emperor Mountain space had the origin energy, which suppressed the Giant Realm experts to the 10-star Battle Emperor realm. This meant that Lin Fei still had a chance to fight. Lin Fei left with the pressure. Zhan Wuming was still suppressed, and the seal in his body was still there. Didan, who are you? This kind of strength has reached the level of a 9 stars Battle Emperor. Perhaps, it won't be long before you step into the 10-star Battle Emperor realm. In the future, you will be another giant realm expert. Lin Fei could not hear Zhan Wuming's voice. At this moment, Lin Fei felt the pressure. God Emperor Mountain Space. Lin Fei returned to the God Emperor Mountain Space immediately. Do you think what Zhan Wuming said is true? Lin Fei asked Little Demoness. It's true. No one can lie in front of the system. Little Demoness said with disdain. In 5 years, Master can completely wipe out the remaining Sky Yuan giant dragons and possibly reach the limit of a 9 stars Battle Emperor. With Master's 18 clones, as long as you have enough destiny points, you can even kill a 10-star Battle Emperor without any problems. Lin Fei nodded. The 18 clones in his trump card were already amazing. Although they had the bad habit of consuming destiny points, Lin Fei could still hold on for now. There were about 400 to 500 Sky Yuan spirit fish in total, and each one could last for a long time. Lin Fei did not eat the Sky Yuan spirit fish for the time being as the effects were average. Lin Fei planned to give it to his wives, Wushuang Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others, so that they could break through in one go. Lin Fei's battle power was close to 300 billion. The level of a 9 stars Battle Emperor wasn't something that the Sky Yuan spirit fish could increase. It was possible in the early stages, but not in the later stages. Lin Fei decided to take advantage of the 5 years to sweep the God Emperor Mountain Space clean. Everyone in the city moved out of the God Emperor Mountain Space. Chapter 2170. Rumble. Following a loud rumble, numerous divine senses locked onto the source of the sound. Especially in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the lords of the sacred heavens directed their powerful divine senses to a specific location. On this day, regardless of whether it was the sealed world or the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they could all sense a huge fluctuation coming from the heaven and earth. All the forces, big and small, knew that something big had happened. Some of the forces that had never appeared in the outside world started to move. An undercurrent started to flow. In a certain independent space. Father, I'm here. Within a splendid palace, be it the decorations on the pillars or any other aspect, everything was filled with an ancient aura. At the same time, there were a series of statues erected within the palace, each of them emanating a terrifying aura. Even though it was just a statue, it possessed an incomparably powerful battle intent. At this moment, there was a handsome young man with a domineering aura. The young man came to the end of the palace. At the end of the palace was a throne, on which sat a mysterious man wearing a golden mask. His body was surrounded by a black hole filled with destructive chi. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened. The experts of my clan have calculated that the origin fruit is about to ripen. As your father, I want you to go and snatch the origin fruit. Are you willing to go? The mysterious masked man said lightly. I am willing to go. The young man said domineeringly. This time, the lords of the 33 sacred heavens will all go, but their combat power will be greatly suppressed. This is the Ghost King sword that your father has refined for you. There is a 10-star Battle Emperor single-horned Ghost King sealed in this sword. With this sword, even the lords of the sacred heavens will not dare to underestimate you. A black sword that emitted a chilling aura floated in the air. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened, the origin fruit is about to appear. The future glory of our clan lies in this opportunity. In a chilly space, the entire space was filled with a desolate aura. In a gloomy cave abode. At this moment, there were more than 10 elders gathered. Each of them had a shriveled body. But their bodies were filled with a terrifying aura. The space of the mountain of God Emperor is formed by the essence of the wasteland world. It is born to suppress the strong. The limit of a 10-star Battle Emperor, we might as well let the Ping Hai Ghost King go. The Ping Hai Ghost King is part of our clan. Those who have the most opportunities are naturally sensitive to opportunities. Perhaps, we will have the opportunity to obtain the origin fruit. In the future, our clan will definitely have another powerful expert. After a round of discussion, the dozen or so old men decided on a candidate. Pacifying Sea Ghost King. This was a branch of the noble descendants. Their name was also Gui Clan, a hidden clan. In another space. Here, the rainbow pierced through space. A 7-colored rainbow bridge was gorgeous and dazzling. It was a unique existence in this space, and there was no other rainbow bridge in the world. Do you know about that sealed world? The corner of the young man's mouth rose. I've heard of it. That place has always been a desolate place. Why would Master mention the sealed world? Not far away from the young man was a rainbow bridge. A woman stood on the bridge, revealing only a white veil covering her back. Just her back view alone gave off a boundless charm. The space of the God Emperor Mountain in the sealed world has opened. The origin fruit will ripen soon. A matured origin fruit will have the chance to push you to the giant realm in one step. Disciple is willing to go to the God Emperor Mountain space. When you go to the God Emperor Mountain this time, you have to pay attention to a native expert in the sealed world. This person has a mysterious origin. I haven't been able to deduce his origin yet. He's just a native expert. I'm confident in dealing with him. No matter where it was. Every major faction would send their most capable disciples or those with great talent to participate. Every disciple was accompanied by an elder of a certain level of strength. In a mysterious place in the sealed world. The God Emperor Mountain has already communicated with the savage world. In a few days, various factions will gather in the God Emperor Mountain, and you still have the mood to drink. Wu Mingzhan put down his wine cup and said with a smile. Inside the palace, 2 people were sitting opposite each other. On the table, there was immortal wine and some side dishes. So what if he's here? It's useless for me to be nervous. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine. 5 years. Lin Fei was calmer than before, and his aura was getting heavier. The only one who knew the changes in Lin Fei's strength was Wu Mingzhan. Ever since he was suppressed and sealed, Wu Mingzhan had erupted a few times, but Lin Fei held him back. After 5 years, they had become enemies and friends at the same time. Lin Fei had also gained a lot from Wu Mingzhan. He had dug out many secrets from him, and every one of them was enough to shock everyone. You're the only one who dares to say such things. Wu Mingzhan was very clear about how fast Tion's strength had improved over the past 5 years. It was absolutely unbelievable. Normally, when an 8 or 9 stars combat emperor reached the 8 or 9 stars level, it would take at least a few hundred years to improve his combat strength. This was considered fast. Abnormal. Evildoer. This was the only word Wu Mingzhan could think of to describe Tion. For example, as the ruler of the sealed world, Wu Mingzhan didn't believe that anyone would dare to drink with him at this time. Tion had done it. Who asked me to be so daring? Lin Fei smiled happily. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei straightened his body slightly. The heavenly Tao was vast and mighty, and the heavenly might was displayed. In front of this heavenly might, everyone was an ant. If the heavens wanted you dead, you had to die. This was the heavenly might. Amazing! Wu Mingzhan's eyes lit up. You're stronger than me. In 5 years, you've used the heavenly might to such an extent. For a moment, I thought that you were the heavens. If I didn't have some ability, I wouldn't have dared to drink with you. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine and drank it in one gulp. It's been 5 years. I've finally understood your temper. I don't think that you have the leisure to come and drink with me. If I'm not wrong, you're here to find out about some inherited forces from me. Lin Fei smiled. Senior is indeed a senior. I can't hide anything from you. In fact, Lin Fei's visit this time was to understand some of the inherited forces in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. In 5 years, Lin Fei had swept away all the treasures in Mountain God Emperor. It could be said that even a mouse that entered would cry and leave. Unfortunately, in 5 years, Lin Fei still couldn't find any trace of the origin tree. Chapter 2171. In fact, Lin Fei was here to ask about the situation. In these 5 years, Lin Fei's improvement was huge. It could be said that he was riding on a rocket. It could also be said that he was unprecedented. Unparalleled cultivation speed. Even the sky origin dragons on Mount God Emperor were wiped out. No matter how big or small they were all wiped out. Mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei would not let them go. He would rather work harder than help others. Wasn't this helping others increase their strength? In these 5 years, with the heavenly blood seal, Lin Fei could suppress even the strongest sky origin dragons. It was just that it took a long time. Don't forget, Lin Fei could accelerate time and reverse time. She had taught them a lesson and made them obedient. Now, Lin Fei was only left with an understanding of his future opponents. Lin Fei believed that Wu Mingzhan would tell him the answer. Over the past 5 years, Lin Fei had come to understand some of Wu Mingzhan's character. If not for the fact that Wu Mingzhan was potentially dangerous, Lin Fei might have helped him break through the restrictions. But now it was impossible. Once such a person broke free, he would be like a tiger returning to the mountains, an eagle soaring in the sky. Unless, one day, Lin Fei's strength could completely suppress Wu Mingzhan. Although he could suppress Wu Mingzhan now, Lin Fei did not feel proud. Wu Mingzhan's strength was mostly restricted by the metal chain. When Wu Mingzhan was at his peak, he should be an unparalleled expert. At the very least, he would be a giant peak expert. Sigh, looks like I can't drink your wine in the future. Greed causes trouble. Wu Mingzhan shook his head. Lin Fei did not believe it was true. This was a complete excuse. Since he dared to come today, Lin Fei was confident. This can't be considered greed causes trouble. Moreover, this information is not a secret. Don't you think so? Lin Fei smiled. A secret is something that no one knows. That's a secret. Kid, you have a glib tongue. I'm convinced. Lin Fei was relieved. Senior, you flatter me. Wu Mingzhan shook his head. I now have reason to believe that the contest for the Mountain of God Emperor's space will be a success. You will make my eyes light up. I really hope that day will come soon. Good stuff. Although a lot of time has passed, I believe that most of the forces should still be here. Lin Fei left the secret place. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This trip was really worth it. I know everything I need to know. Lin Fei is very satisfied. His body moved continuously and arrived at the God Emperor Mountain space. At this moment, there was a unique aura in the God Emperor Mountain. At the center of the God Emperor Mountain, a vortex appeared. The vortex was black, and there was no movement. However, Lin Fei knew that there was a huge vortex in it. This whirlpool connected the worlds formed by the fragments of the wild world. Lin Fei stood on a mountain peak. In the past 5 years, Lin Fei had wiped out all the monarch beasts and other living beings in the God Emperor Mountain space. Hairball's combat strength had improved rapidly. She was now a 7-star battle emperor. With the innate talent of her race, she could resist an 8-star battle emperor for a while. As for the other resources, Lin Fei kept them. Looking at the God Emperor Mountain space now, there was a trace of desolation. At the same time, in the God Emperor Mountain space, Lin Fei had set up a large number of energy towers, and they were very densely packed. The amount of energy crystals he obtained every day was a huge number. After knowing that the God Emperor Mountain space was formed by the essence of the wild world, and that he had 5 years to prepare, Lin Fei did not hesitate to set up the densely packed energy towers. In less than a year's time, he had completely recovered his capital. In the next 4 years, the efficiency of plundering reached a terrifying number. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the invincible system, which could convert them into destiny points at any time. This was his biggest advantage. I'm sure you will be shocked when you arrive at the God Emperor Mountain space. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Finally, he came to the center of the God Emperor Mountain space. There was a giant whirlpool not far from him. According to Senior Zhan Wuming, this time, not only the Lord of Sagely Heaven of the world of 33 sacred heavens has come, other forces that are not inferior to them have also joined in. The 10-star battle emperors will be the top experts in this battle, and they will lead the development of the situation. Although Lin Fei felt pressured, it wasn't too much. His trump card, the 18 doppelgangers, was a super powerful force. When they were used, there would be no problems. In order to face this major event, Lin Fei did not hesitate to spend a large number of destiny points to create a set of formation tailored for the 18 doppelgangers. Once the 18 doppelgangers appeared, they would be considered as the invincible existence among the 9-star battle emperors. As for the 10-star battle emperors, once the formation was activated, the power of their joint attack would be enough to kill their opponents. Danger and riches coexisted. This sentence would be useful no matter where it was. The God Emperor Mountain Space also agreed to use it. If Lin Fei wanted to have a breakthrough in his combat power, he had to kill more experts to increase his combat power to a higher level. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let go of this opportunity? My main battlefield will start from here. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with determination as he stared at the vortex. Soon, there would be a large number of experts that he needed to appear in this vortex. The sky-piercing vortex remained the same. By now, 6 days had passed. On the 10th day, there was finally some movement in the vortex. Haha, is this the God Emperor Mountain Space? There were 7 people who came out first. All 7 of them were wearing the same uniform, as if they were from the same sect. The leader of the group was an old man. There was a trace of death chi on his body, which meant that this person's lifespan was about to end. Normally, in some dangerous places, experts who were nearing the end of their lifespan would usually act as the vanguard when they were unable to continue their breakthrough. They would make their last contribution to their sect or family. Without a doubt, this person was here to make his contribution. No, this aura is not right. The leader of the group furrowed his brows, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Blood Heaven Seal, endless devouring. All of a sudden, a chilling aura enveloped them. The moment the blood-colored vortex appeared, it was right above them. Although they were prepared, they still couldn't withstand the tearing force of the vortex. In less than a breath's time, they were turned into white skeletons without a trace of life. Mosquito meat is still meat. In the void, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was the one who attacked just now. Chapter 2173. Mount God Emperor, the sky-piercing whirlpool. My lord is mighty. Those fellows seem to have extraordinary combat strength. They are at least combat emperors. I didn't expect them to be killed by my lord in one move. My lord is indeed my lord. A few people were looking at the sky-piercing whirlpool from a mountain far away. They were Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign who were arranged by Lin Fei. Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign had advanced very quickly through the Sky Elemental Spirits and the Sky Elemental Spirit Fishes. They were now 1-star combat emperors. This was also because they had a strong foundation. With the help of the treasures, their cultivation speed would increase. Lin Fei had arranged for them to collect the treasures and deal with those who had slipped through the net. Bang! 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 Once the Endless Devour was activated, the sky-piercing whirlpool's terrifying devouring force was unleashed. As long as someone from another dimension appeared, their energy would be devoured immediately. Apart from energy, life force would also be devoured. Shriveled corpses fell down one by one. Lin Fei stood on top of the sky-piercing whirlpool with his hands behind his back. Once the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, it would devour everything that came towards it. No one could resist the tearing force of the Endless Devour. Lin Fei had killed more than 1,000 people. Lin Fei didn't know which faction they were from. From the beginning until now, no one was worthy enough for him to kill them personally. Master, there's a powerful aura coming. The system has determined that it's a 9-star combat emperor. Little Devil suddenly reminded. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Good. Finally, someone stronger has arrived. After connecting the sky-piercing whirlpool to the barbaric world fragment, the experts that came from the other dimension weren't very strong. The strongest among them was only a 4-star combat emperor. Now that a 9-star combat emperor had arrived, Lin Fei was interested. Mount God Emperor, here I come. Along with the vibration of the dimension, a powerful energy radiated. It came from the other side. The void around the sky-piercing whirlpool was constantly shattered. A giant leaped out. Giant clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He already knew the origin of this giant. In the 33 Holy Heavens, there was a powerful race that was born with divine power. They were extremely strong and could be said to be a race with talent. It was rumored that once some giants were born, they would be at the War Emperor level. From this, It could be seen how terrifying the potential of the giant tribe was. Humph! A mere native, die for me! The bronze giant's cold eyes swept across, and when it opened its eyes, two beams of light shot out, slashing towards Lin Fei from the left and right. Lin Fei's body trembled slightly. They are truly worthy of being part of the Titan race. Their attacks have an innate impact ability. For those who don't know, just a single impact from their attack can cause them to suffer a crushing defeat. Endless Devour, suck, suck, suck. The Blood Heaven Seal was fully activated, and a destructive devouring power enveloped the giants. Under the full power of the technique, the giant was shocked. The energy and life force in his body began to leak out crazily. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked dry. It was as if the giant clan had suffered a great loss. Those were all the giant clan's talented disciples, yet they were actually seriously injured in a place like God Emperor Mountain, their losses severe. How was he going to explain this to the elders when he returned? Native, you are dead meat. The bronze giant's combat strength was fully unleashed. He took out two golden hammers and struck the Blood Heaven Seal in the sky. Every strike was accompanied by a golden beam. The Blood Heaven Seal was on the verge of collapse. After fusing with two top-grade treasures, the Blood Heaven Seal was even more extraordinary. It was not something a 9-stars war emperor could withstand. No matter how the giant attacked the Blood Heaven Seal, most of its power was neutralized, and only a small portion of its power was left untouched. He is courting death. The fiercer the giant's attack, the faster his energy and life force were consumed. As the giant's attack speed slowed down, his entire body began to age rapidly, and his flesh and blood were being plundered. Boom! The giant roared, and a magical seal was shot out from his eyes. Native, even if I die, the giant tribe will not let you go. Lin Fei did not care. Lin Fei was not worried about a giant tribe. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to kill powerful warriors with all his might, and obtain more power. Good, not bad, I also have 2 billion energy points. Perhaps it was just the beginning. In the first half of the day, Lin Fei did not kill many warriors. Apart from the giant tribe that was relatively strong, some of the forces that followed seemed to be unaffiliated, and the strongest was only a 6 or 7-star battle emperor. Lin Fei also obtained more than 2 billion energy points. Warning, a 10-star battle emperor has been detected. In 10 seconds, the space of God Emperor Mountain will appear. The little devil warned again. This time, Lin Fei finally became spirited. Finally, a 10-star battle emperor is here. A giant warship with boundless power appeared in the middle of the vortex. This was an extraordinary warship. At first glance, Lin Fei could sense that this warship was different from the others. Good lord, this is a top-grade battle emperor level warship. This was what Lin Fei found out from Zhan Wuming. Compared to the space of God Emperor Mountain, the sealed world, and the level of the chakra wheel were far inferior to the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Such a warship was equivalent to a 10-star battle emperor. It had a terrifying impact, and a casual attack could destroy a world. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei activated the Blood Sky Seal. Endless Devour. What? There were many people standing on the warship, and each of them was of noble status. Once the Endless Devour was activated, many people on the warship bore the brunt of it. They screamed and vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and they looked at the Blood Sky Seal in the sky in disbelief. Be careful, there's an ambush. My life force is fading away. What the hell is this? These people revealed a trace of fear, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Open the defense. In the middle of the warship, there was a middle-aged man. He shouted, and the warship opened a layer of transparent light shield. His cold eyes shot over. You must be Tion. How dare you attack our sacred region family here? This middle-aged man came from a powerful family in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the sacred region family. The sacred region family was also a first-rate family, and it was very impressive that they had a giant in their family. You'd better think about whether you can leave this place alive. Lin Fei laughed, and the Blood Sky Seal was pushed to the limit. The powerful tearing force was unstoppable. Even if the warship's defense was activated, the sacred region disciples on the warship still died one by one. Some of the stronger ones took out their treasures to resist the devouring force. Crash! The middle-aged man saw that the situation was bad, and he was shocked. The warship of the sacred region family was refined by a giant, but it couldn't resist the tearing force. Chapter 2174. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the full power of the blood heaven seal, all the disciples on the warship were sucked dry and turned into pieces of human skin. Except for a few, the rest couldn't withstand the terrifying devouring power of the blood heaven seal. Crash, crash. The warship changed its direction and rammed into the blood heaven seal. Bang, bang, bang. Every time it crashed into the seal, most of its power was blocked. The remaining power couldn't cause any damage to the seal. What a powerful warship. It's as powerful as a 10-star battle emperor. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. No force in the 33 sacred heavens can be underestimated. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I have to use the third attack. Although the sacred warship was powerful, it could not threaten the blood sky seal. It was made from 2 top-grade treasures. Suppress. Lin Fei came to the blood heaven seal and activated the third attack. Boom. Boundless heavenly might descended. A blurry figure appeared and slammed down with a palm. Everyone on the warship sucked in a cold breath. Bang. The figure's palm slammed on the warship. The huge warship shook and a few people on board vomited blood. Bang, bang, bang. The illusionary figure continued to strike the warship, causing the warship to sway. The Saint Realm disciples who were barely holding on lost their composure, turning into human skins that floated down from the sky. My saint family will not rest until you are dead. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. Most of the disciples on the warship had died. Even if there were some left, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bang! The figure slammed down again. Each time, it attacked the same spot. The warship's defense was instantly broken. The last few disciples were sucked dry and turned into human skin. You won't have the chance. The blood heaven seal pressed down with boundless heavenly might. Even though the middle-aged man was a 10-star battle emperor, his combat power was greatly suppressed. Heavenly Tao, confine. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something. His body slowed down and the heavens mandate energy in his body was temporarily stagnant, unable to gather together. Kill! Lin Fei flashed in front of the middle-aged man and punched him, his terrifying battle prowess exploding forth. It landed on the middle-aged man. A mysterious light emerged from the middle-aged man's body. So you're just a 9-stars combat emperor. You're dead meat. No one can kill a disciple of the sanctuary. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up. His 18 doppelgangers charged out, ready to attack. 18 attacks landed on the middle-aged man's body. Rumble! The middle-aged man was heavily injured. Even a 10-star battle emperor wouldn't be able to block 18 attacks, especially when the difference in strength wasn't too great. The blood heaven seal plundered madly, and the middle-aged man's mind relaxed. His strength could no longer be maintained perfectly, and his life force and energy were constantly being plundered. In just a few breaths of time, the middle-aged man had aged considerably. Bang! The blood heaven seal smashed onto the middle-aged man's body, and his flesh and blood body were torn apart. The middle-aged man's flesh and blood were only half reconstructed when the endless devourer devoured all of it. Ding! Killed the first 10-star battle emperor. Ding! The first person to become a 10-star battle emperor is 1/10 of his combat power. Ding! Obtained 35 billion additional strength. Lin Fei had yet to smile. A sharp sword streaked across the sky, and a phantom image appeared on the sword. The dense and terrifying sword intent tore apart a large part of the vortex. Someone from the myriad swords villa. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and the blood heaven seal landed in the sky. The power of his blood was released, and the boundless sword intent was blocked. What a good DT on, you actually killed a 10-star battle emperor from a sacred region family. I never thought that a small sealed world could produce such a monstrous genius like you. Bai Wui carried a long sword on his back. His sword intent soared into the sky and kept slicing the void, leaving behind a terrifying sword intent. At the same time, every word he said contained sword intent. As soon as he spoke, the sword intent would kill. This was a 10-star Battle Emperor swordsman. Streaks of sword intent shot out in front of Lin Fei, and each of them had a certain impact on his body. This was a natural reaction to danger. This was the most powerful sword intent that Lin Fei had ever seen. The Myriad Swords Villa was one of the first-rate forces that Zhan Wuming had mentioned before. They were born with the cultivation of sword intent, and their combat power was extremely strong. This naturally made the people from the Myriad Swords Villa arrogant. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Villa. A 10-star Battle Emperor is just the beginning. This God Emperor Mountain is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven Seal and activated the Endless Devouring Technique. At the same time, boundless heavenly might came crashing down. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on an expert of this level. He went all out from the start, and an invisible aura crushed down. What a good treasure, I want it. Bai Wui was a 10-star Battle Emperor of the Myriad Swords Villa, and he was only a step away from becoming a giant. His sword art was sharp, and he could kill a Battle Emperor with a single strike. Sword intent, single strike kill. The long sword stabbed into Lin Fei's forehead, and the sword intent exploded. Damn, this is too fast. Lin Fei thought that he was fast enough. However, his opponent's sword art was unimaginably fast, and the sword landed on his forehead in one strike. Nothing happened. Bai Wui frowned slightly. His sword art specialized in speed, and it was rare to see someone block it. No matter how good the treasure is, it can't block my sword art. The sword intent in Bai Wui's eyes intensified, and numerous long swords condensed behind him. 10,000 swords attack. This was also a secret sword art of the Myriad Swords Villa, and it used the sword intent as the foundation to condense tens of thousands of swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei was glad that he had activated his invincible defense. Suppress. The energy in the Blood Heaven Seal burned crazily, and with a loud rumble, the void collapsed, and the tens of thousands of swords fell to the ground. The power of this attack was extraordinary. After blocking Bai Wui's attack, it was now Lin Fei's turn to attack. The Blood Heaven Seal crazily rushed forward, and at the same time, it engulfed Bai Wui's body. Even if his defense was perfect, and he didn't reveal his true body, he couldn't stop the loss of life force and energy. What treasure is this? It can actually steal my life force and energy. Bai Wui's sword intent landed on the Blood Heaven Seal, but it didn't move at all. How can there be such a terrifying treasure in this sealed world? This is equivalent to a magnate-grade treasure. With every collision, Bai Wui's expression became more serious, and his sword intent attacks became less effective. Against Di Tian, a terrifying domain appeared around him, and his sword art's element of surprise also lost its effect. Bai Wui started to retreat again and again. The Blood Heaven Seal's attacks were extremely tyrannical, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. Especially when he was touched, his life force would be stolen even faster. Haha, Bai Wui, I didn't think that there would be a time when you would be defeated. How rare. Another figure appeared in the vortex, and an even more tyrannical saber intent appeared. The saber intent tore through the air and slashed at the Blood Heaven Seal. Someone from the Holy Saber Gate. Chapter 2175. Both of these forces were a cut above the rest in terms of battle prowess, and they could fight those of a higher level than them. The moment Lin Fei saw the sword intent and saber intent, he knew which force they were from. Merciless Saber, don't be too happy. If you have the ability, go and deal with him yourself. Bai Wui shouted harshly. His sword intent protected his body, but he still couldn't stop his life force from flowing away. I'm afraid that you will only amount to this much when the time comes. Compared to Bai Wui's white robes, Saber Heartless formed a stark contrast. He was dressed entirely in black. A mere native of a sealed world can force you to this extent. You've really thrown the face of the 33 holy heavens all the way to your grandmother's house. Merciless Saber laughed coldly. As a genius of the Holy Saber Gate, he naturally viewed the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa as his enemy. He wanted to suppress the other party. Seeing Bai Wui's defeated appearance, Merciless Saber naturally had to mock him. As for that Tian native, he had never thought much of him. He came from the Holy Blade sect, which made him look down on a small native. Such a small native, he could kill him with a single slash. Go ahead and try. It wasn't that Bai Wui was afraid of Tian. It was just that the treasures in Tian's hands were too mysterious and bizarre. Even the treasures he had on him could not withstand the devouring power. This was a gigantic treasure. Only a giant treasure could unleash such power. Watch me kill this native. Merciless Dao glanced at Tian as he pulled out a black saber. One with the saber, slash. The black torrent of saber light burst forth. In an instant, Lin Fei felt as if he had fallen into a densely packed world of saber intense. Tens of thousands of saber intense attacks were transformed into mental and physical attacks. Open! In terms of saber technique, the other party's was not bad. It could trap people in a world of saber intent. However, compared to Lin Fei's basic energy saber technique, it was far inferior. In Lin Fei's eyes, the saber technique was full of flaws. The energy saber slashed at one of the positions, and the saber intent world collapsed. Your saber skills are no good. Lin Fei shook his head. He pointed with his saber. Try taking a saber strike from me. Lin Fei unleashed a very ordinary slash. This slash looked very easy to counter. However, when Merciless Blade saw it, he felt a chill run down his spine. A solemn expression appeared on his face. What the hell? His saber technique is very ordinary. Why does it give off such a chilling feeling? This was a peerless saber technique created by the system after much analysis and deduction. It was not something that the other party could break easily. 18 Dragon Saber. The sword's severance lover became even more serious. His saber technique changed accordingly, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Bai Wui no longer dared to treat this native lightly, especially after seeing this scene. The 18 Dragon Saber technique was a saber technique left behind by a powerhouse, and it was extremely domineering. Ordinary people would not be able to block its attacks. Who would have thought that Merciless Saber would be forced to use his full power in less than a single exchange? This was simply unbelievable. While even a tyrannical saber technique could not block this ordinary saber attack. A mysterious light appeared on Dao Merciless' chest. The saber light landed on his chest, leaving behind a terrifying saber intent. I actually failed to block this saber. Dao Merciless considered himself to be a genius in the saber Dao. He had even changed his name to Dao Merciless, wanting to become a powerhouse in the saber Dao and create his own glory. But now, in the sealed world, a native saber technique had already caused him to suffer a great loss. If it was not for the battle armor left behind by a powerhouse, he would have been severely injured. Dao Merciless, you are about the same as me. Why don't we work together and snatch this fellow's treasures? Bai Wui sent a voice transmission to Dao Merciless. The two of them were prepared to work together. I will not work together. Dao Merciless rejected. His saber intent was locked onto Lin Fei. I do not believe that there is someone in this sealed world whose saber technique is better than mine. Dao Merciless attacked again. It was still the 18 Dragon Saber technique. This was Dao Merciless' most powerful saber technique, and it was also the most domineering. The first saber technique, break. The second saber technique, break. The third saber technique, break. As long as Dao Merciless attacked, Lin Fei would only need one saber technique to break his opponent's attack. At the same time, he would leave marks on Dao Merciless' body. After the 18 saber techniques, Dao Merciless' body was left with 18 saber scars. You are not my match. With the invincibility system, no matter how domineering his opponent was, he was not as domineering as Lin Fei's saber technique. More importantly, Lin Fei's saber technique was the best at breaking all saber techniques. It was the bane of all saber techniques. You win. Dao Merciless' body was torn apart, He left behind a sentence. I will wait for you in the 33 Sage Heavens. It turned out that this was just a clone of Tao Merciless. It had a bit of the original's battle prowess, but it was killed by Lin Fei after 18 saber techniques. It's your turn now. Lin Fei pointed with his saber and sent a straight saber attack. Bai Wui was indeed prepared to take advantage of Tao Merciless. If he fought with Tao Merciless, his chances of winning were only 50-50. As long as Di Tian was injured, he might be able to kill Di Tian. The only thing he didn't expect was that Tao Merciless' tyrannical saber technique was no match for Di Tian. He was killed after 18 saber techniques. Bai Wui cursed Tao Merciless in his heart for being so useless. Now, he was killed by Di Tian and needed some time to recover his strength. You are not qualified. I don't believe that you still have the confidence to kill me after killing Tao Merciless. Bai Wui brandished his sword and charged forward. The sword intent and saber light clashed. The shockwaves spread out. With just one slash, Bai Wui realized that although his opponent was not as strong as him, his saber technique was more domineering. The worst part was that his life force would be plundered the moment they clashed. If Bai Wui knew that his opponent's attack came from his own life force and Heaven's Mandate energy, he would probably cry. One saber technique broke the first sword technique. A second saber technique followed by a third. One saber technique followed after another. The saber light was as vast as the sea. Bai Wui's battle prowess was very strong. It was just that he had encountered an extraordinary opponent like Lin Fei. Di Tian, if you have the ability, then don't use treasures to suppress me. After more than 10 saber techniques, Bai Wui was panting like a withered corpse. He couldn't hold on any longer. Shameless? Who's shameless? With a loud bang, the Blood Heaven Seal slammed into Bai Wui's body. Bai Wui's body was torn into pieces while the Blood Heaven Seal took the opportunity to devour his flesh. The Blood Heaven Seal came from a part of the blood sacrificial altar. It possessed a terrifying devouring ability. Once Bai Wui's body was destroyed, his flesh and blood became nourishment for the Blood Heaven Seal. Another 10-star combat emperor. Bai Wui's combat prowess was very strong. However, after being suppressed by the Blood Heaven Seal, his combat prowess was naturally at a disadvantage. Once Bai Wui died, the Blood Heaven Seal also devoured his opponent's sword. Lin Fei sent a notification from the system. The evolution of the Blood Heaven Seal had increased by a lot. Chapter 2176. Other than the experts from the Myriad Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Sect, which piqued Lin Fei's interest, none of the other forces were able to withstand the Blood Heaven Seal's endless devouring. As the amount of flesh and blood it devoured increased, the Blood Heaven Seal's power increased as well. Its quality surpassed the Battle Emperor level and reached the legendary level that only giants could possess. In just a moment, the endless devouring would be able to plunder everything. After that, Lin Fei learned from the little devil that the Blood Heaven Seal was a treasure that could grow. As long as it could plunder all living things and energy, the Blood Heaven Seal would continue to grow until it reached an unimaginable level. Most importantly, the Blood Heaven Seal was too domineering. This was something that Lin Fei had experienced personally. On the Blood Heaven Seal, Lin Fei sat cross-legged. Wave after wave of forces became experience points for the Blood Heaven Seal to level up. Master, you are now a 10-star Battle Emperor. At the same time, the system has obtained a 10-star Battle Emperor genetic map. Do you want to clone a 10-star Battle Emperor? While Lin Fei was pondering, the little devil's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Fei was startled at first. Is that possible? Ever since the Godhead lost its effect, the army in Lin Fei's hands became dispensable. Cannon fodder? Their power was no longer sufficient. They could only be placed in the Invincible Palace and do the most ordinary security work. Lin Fei was still very concerned about the affairs of the army. Upon hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei began to feel restless again. A 10-star Battle Emperor wasn't something that an ordinary God Emperor could compare to. Their combat power was extraordinary. Yes, this is another function of the Invincible system. It will only be activated in the advanced mode, the little devil said seriously. May I ask if Master is willing to activate this mode? I am willing. Lin Fei agreed to activate the new mode without hesitation. In the face of increasingly powerful enemies, Lin Fei had to make use of whatever power he had at hand to strengthen his own. Without a doubt, this new mode was very tempting to Lin Fei. Player Lin Fei agrees to activate the new mode. Ding! New mode activated. Ding! Initializing. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about now. Outside the vortex. Once the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, the power of space and time would envelop the area. Both of them would be able to catch the opponent off guard. Only 10-star Battle Emperors would be difficult to deal with. The rest of the experts couldn't stop the Blood Heaven Seal from devouring them. Lin Fei had never thought that the invincible system was an ordinary system. The more time passed, the more Lin Fei felt that the invincible system had some secrets that he did not know. Without a doubt, this time, Lin Fei would see a new secret of the invincible system. This made Lin Fei look forward to it even more. Cloning? It was probably even more impressive than the exchange for godhood back then. Right now, Lin Fei lacked capable subordinates. Although his 18 doppelgangers were very powerful. Especially after killing the doppelganger of the 10-star Battle Emperor, his combat power soared. He finally took the last step and reached the level of a 10-star Battle Emperor. It could be said that Lin Fei wouldn't even care about a few 10-star Battle Emperors. Ding! Initialization successful. Ding! Cloning mode begins. A piece of information regarding cloning immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind. With one look, Lin Fei was shocked. This cloning mode was too impressive. It was ridiculously impressive. This is too powerful. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. After understanding the information about cloning, Lin Fei didn't know what to say. This was even more impressive than the army he had exchanged for godhood. After all, at that time, the Divine Emperor army was an existence that could only be used once. However, the clone army was different. They were living humans. Once they were cloned, they would be able to grasp all the secret arts and abilities of their previous owners. At the same time, the clone could also devour flesh and blood to grow. Anyone could imagine how horrifying that would be. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was so shocked. That means, I can clone the two 10-star Battle Emperors from the Myriad Swords Villa and the Holy Blade sect? Lin Fei had witnessed Bai Wui and Dao merciless strength with his own eyes. The little devil nodded. In theory, there should be no problem. However, Master will need a large amount of materials and a certain amount of mysterious energy. Mysterious energy? What is that? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Where did this mysterious energy come from? Mysterious energy is actually a unit of energy that is converted from the heavens' will energy. Master, if you want to clone experts, you will need to convert the mysterious energy. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it's heaven's will energy, it doesn't make any difference. I wonder how much mysterious energy will I have after converting the heaven's will energy? Master, please wait a moment. Now that the entire God Emperor Mountain was under his control, the amount of heaven's will energy he could obtain every day was astronomical. Lin Fei wasn't worried that he wouldn't have enough heaven's will energy. Replying Master, after converting, Master will have a total of 500 million units of mysterious energy. Lin Fei blinked his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. F***CK, that's impossible. Why is it only 500 million units of mysterious energy? Isn't this too ridiculous? Did you make a mistake? The little devil shook his head. I didn't calculate wrongly. The conversion of mysterious energy will have a certain consumption rate. Lin Fei was speechless. Isn't this consumption rate too high? I can't imagine it. Lin Fei could only accept his fate. Then I wonder if the clone subordinates will have any changes in their fighting strength. Also, what materials are needed for the cloning? Now, Lin Fei couldn't wait to clone a batch of subordinates. All kinds of materials can be cloned with the mysterious energy. If Master wants to gain terrifying strength, he will need to plunder and plunder. Lin Fei thought of a question. I really want to know, the invincible system, am I the first master or the lucky one? This question, if it was any other time, Lin Fei wouldn't even think about it. But today was different. Master's question is within the authority to answer. You can answer. The little devil didn't reject this time. Master is not the first master, but the 9th lucky one. Then can I know what kind of existence is the invincible system? Lin Fei asked. Where is the end of the system? Master's question. Answer beyond the authority, the system won't answer. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. My question isn't that deep. It's better to clone a few subordinates. Lin Fei plundered most of the materials in the God Emperor Mountain and stored them in the system storage. A 3D image appeared in front of Lin Fei. Gene analysis diagrams appeared in front of him. The DNA that appeared in front of Lin Fei was analyzed to be the DNA of the War Emperor that had been killed earlier. These should be Bai Wui's genes. They are indeed powerful. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If Bai Wui knows that his genes have become my cloning target, his expression will be very ugly. His complexion must be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Gene analysis diagrams appeared one after another. Some were strong and some were weak. Let's clone 100 Bai Wui first. Oh right, can I change their appearance during the cloning? Lin Fei didn't want his cloned subordinates to look like Bai Wui. That would be very unpleasant. Yes, Master. The little devil said. Master can change them however you want. As long as it's set, all the cloned subordinates will look like this. That's great. Lin Fei pondered. Let's do it this way. As long as it's a male, he has to look fierce and fierce. At the same time, he has to be tall and sturdy. One look at him will make people shiver. The more terrifying, the better. Lin Fei didn't want to be surrounded by a group of handsome men. What would he be then? If he was ugly, he would definitely be a handsome man. Even Lin Fei felt a little proud of himself for coming up with this idea. Master, you better give this type of slave a name. Lin Fei didn't even think about it. Sword slave then. Ding! Cloning 100 sword slaves will consume 100,000 units of mysterious energy and a certain amount of materials. Do you want to clone? Ding! Cloning begins. Reminder, because Master is a 10-star combat emperor, the cloned sword slave can only be a 9-star combat emperor. The cloning will be completed in an hour. Soon, Lin Fei was sent out by the system. 9-star combat emperor will do as well. Lin Fei was very satisfied with 100 sword slaves. Their combat prowess could rival a 10-star combat emperor. What else could he be dissatisfied with? I don't have to worry about the mysterious energy, but the consumption of various materials is too high. Lin Fei was worried. Old Fu, Supreme Devil Emperor, go to the sealed world and collect all kinds of materials for me. Send them to me in the shortest time possible. Old Fu and the Supreme Devil Emperor were puzzled, but they immediately left the God Emperor Mountain and headed to the sealed world to collect materials. The destiny energy is still a weakness. Now, there was another cloning mode. This was equivalent to having another mouth to feed. Lin Fei couldn't help but worry about the collection of the destiny energy. Is there any large-scale collection mode? Lin Fei asked the little devil. If this problem wasn't solved, it would be a huge problem. It might not be a problem now, but once he created a large number of subordinates, the mysterious energy would be indispensable. Although there were still 500 million units of mysterious energy, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to last long. There is. Master can exchange for a high-grade energy tower. It can cover a certain range and increase the absorption rate by 50 times. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Increasing the absorption rate by 50 times was simply plundering. Master, you didn't ask. After hearing the price of the high-grade energy tower, Lin Fei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn it, this is too much. It turned out that the price of the high-grade energy tower wasn't the destiny energy, but the mysterious energy. Every high-grade energy tower required 10 million units of mysterious energy. 500 million units of mysterious energy wasn't a big deal anymore. After all, 10 high-grade energy towers required 100 million units of mysterious energy. This was indeed a headache. The only good thing was that the cloned sword slaves didn't need to consume the destiny energy from the system. They could absorb the destiny energy from heaven and earth. Boom! Chapter 2177. Lin Fei didn't have time to think. He pushed the Blood Heaven seal to its limit, and the power of space and time formed a strange space below him. 6 10-star battle emperors appeared in the sky-piercing whirlpool. Their tyrannical auras attacked the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the remaining power kept hitting the Blood Heaven seal. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure in the Mountain of God Emperor. It's comparable to a supreme treasure. Among the 6 10-star battle emperors, a skinny old man shot out a sharp light from his eyes. His skinny palm grabbed forward, and with a loud rumbling sound, the power of space and time was forcibly torn apart. The skinny palm turned, and Lin Fei, who was standing on the Blood Heaven seal, suddenly felt that the whole world was falling into his palm. This is a great divine ability that can capture the stars and the moon. It wasn't the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a divine ability, but this was the most powerful one he had ever seen. This didn't scare Lin Fei. From the moment his opponent displayed his divine ability, Lin Fei knew that his opponent was stronger than him. He opened the little devil to analyze his opponent's combat power. Bang! The Blood Heaven seal was of a high grade, and its divine ability was terrifying, but it still couldn't suppress it. Bang! Bang! The Blood Heaven seal collided with the palm, and a terrifying force spread out, sending the skinny palm flying. Cracks were left on the palm. 18 doppelgangers, move out. These 6 10-star battle emperors were stronger than him. After all, he had just entered this level, and his strength was inferior to them. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 doppelgangers rushed into the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the Blood Heaven seal's endless devouring ability was activated, plundering their life force and energy. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 10-star battle emperors had an additional armor on their bodies, and their faces were flickering with mysterious light. Leave this place quickly. He's Di Tian, and these are his 18 doppelgangers. With regards to this generation's God Emperor of the Sealed World, they had all understood him. After truly witnessing his prowess, they wanted to say something. What a scam! The news that circulated in the world of the 33 sacred heavens didn't take Di Tian seriously, so their evaluation of him naturally wasn't good. At this moment, they all wanted to curse those people. This was obviously a 10-star battle emperor. Who said that he was an ordinary battle emperor? Wasn't this a blatant lie? With the help of the Blood Sky seal, there were 6 10-star combat emperors. Those who weren't peak 10-star battle emperors naturally couldn't withstand the siege. After a round of siege, they were all killed and contributed 2 to 3 billion energy points to Lin Fei. This kind of speed was insignificant compared to the power boost of 100 billion points. If other combat emperors were to find out about this, they would probably cry their hearts out. Many a little makes a mickle, and it wouldn't take a long time. He would be able to break through to the peak of the 10-star battle emperor realm. The news of me killing a 10-star battle emperor should spread quickly. It will be much more difficult to kill them after that. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Killing 6 10-star battle emperors wasn't too difficult. If the next wave of 10-star battle emperors increased in number, or if they had some powerful treasures that could withstand the endless devouring power of the Blood Sky seal, Lin Fei believed that they would soon be able to withstand his attack. When that time came, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. The origin fruit still needs some time to ripen. Let me clone a batch of subordinates first. Lin Fei wasn't an idiot. He didn't want to act violently here. If he used tactics to attack, 9-star battle emperors would consume their energy, and then he could attack them. It would be much easier, and at the same time, he could preserve his energy. Lin Fei's biggest advantage now was that he had control over a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, this was also a big disadvantage. Once the destiny energy was consumed too much, it couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. He would be in danger. Cloning a batch of subordinates meant that he would have the power to resist. Lin Fei was very decisive. He kept the Blood Sky seal and left the Mountain of God Emperor. He believed that at this time, those fellows from the world of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't blindly rush in. It was time. After leaving the Mountain of God Emperor, Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. Is there a defensive energy tower to protect the invincible palace? The Mountain of God Emperor and the Sealed World were in two different locations, but Lin Fei believed that those people had the power to enter. Lin Fei had to prepare for a rainy day. For example, building a defense. Even though he had built it before, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't too safe. With the support of time and space, it would be easily destroyed by a 10-star battle emperor. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to strengthen it. Master can exchange for a defensive energy tower. This type of energy tower can withstand the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. Every defensive energy tower can automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth and convert it according to a certain ratio. Master need not worry. It can't be that every defensive energy tower also needs 10 million units of mysterious energy, right? It only needs 3 million. According to the size of the invincible palace, Master only needs to buy 6 of them, and you can set up a perfect defensive energy tower formation. 6. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This required 18 million units of mysterious energy. 6 it is. Help me exchange for them. Ding! Consumed 18 million units of mysterious energy. Within Lin Fei's system space, there were 6 marked defensive energy towers. At the same time, there was also a route for deployment. 6 defensive energy towers, each one was 1,000 zhang tall. Once they were set up, the black defensive energy towers began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. As the 6 towers were set up, the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, enveloping the entire city around the invincible palace. This is great. Through his divine sense, Lin Fei clearly found out that 3 million units of defensive energy towers was a good deal. After the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, they could use the energy of heaven and earth to defend in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the towering defensive energy towers, even though it cost more than 10 million units of mysterious energy. When the fight for the origin fruit is over, I must buy a high-grade energy tower and plunder all the heavens mandate energy in the Mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei now knew that the Mountain of God Emperor's space was formed from a fragment of the wildland world, and at the same time, it contained origin energy. Lin Fei was even more excited to see how much mysterious energy he could get from the origin fruit. Ding! Cloning complete. An hour wasn't long. Lin Fei heard the voice that he wanted to hear the most. At this moment, the cold voice of the system was no longer unpleasant to the ears, but pleasant to the ears instead. Release them all. 100 hideous and ferocious sword slaves appeared before Lin Fei, emitting a murderous aura. F***K, this is too scary. Lin Fei had no doubt that these sword slaves would give people quite a fright if they were to go outside. For those who were timid, a single glance from them would leave behind an indelible nightmare, and their cultivation would come to a halt. They would no longer have the chance to advance. Lin Fei didn't feel anything about this, but he felt that the system's modification of the sword slaves was far beyond his imagination. Who would know that these sword slaves were cloned from Bai Wui's genes? 100 sword slaves soared intense sword into the sky. 9-star combat emperors were extremely ferocious, and their sword intents interweave together, cutting through the void. 100 sword slaves are already so terrifying. If there are 10,000 or 100,000 sword slaves, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Let's clone 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves first. Lin Fei gave the order to clone. Let's clone 100,000 combat emperors first. Lin Fei also kept all the ores. In any case, these materials were useless to him, but they were extremely useful for cloning a war emperor powerhouse. The divine world also started to move. Lin Fei didn't let any of the ores go. Every ore mine was confiscated, and a steady stream of ores was sent over. Although 100,000 combat emperors wasn't a lot, it would consume 100 million units of mysterious energy. At the same time, it would require a huge amount of ores. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clone them. Lin Fei had no choice but to risk it. Since all the superpowers had yet to arrive, he had to clone enough underlings. At the same time, A piece of news spread across the world of the sage. The sacred clans, the Thousand Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Gate were some of the superpowers that were attacked by Tion in the Mountain of God Emperor. They were all annihilated. At the same time, there was another piece of shocking news. That Tion had a magnate-grade treasure that could absorb all life force and energy. At first, no one believed it. How could a mere Mountain of God Emperor have a magnate-grade treasure? Who didn't know that the sealed world was sealed by an unparalleled expert? Moreover, it was the strongest expert. One could imagine how strong the sealed world was. It was impossible for a magnate-grade treasure to be left behind in a place like this. Soon, news came back one after another. They were all images sent back by the clones before they died. They had seen the true appearance of the magnate-grade treasure, especially the Thousand Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Gate. The magnate experts in their sects had personally inspected the treasure and confirmed that it was indeed a magnate-grade treasure. No matter what, it was undoubtedly a magnate-grade treasure. This was going to be interesting. Giant-level treasures had appeared in the sealed world, and all the forces were tempted. Even the Lord of the Holy Heaven was tempted. In the entire world of the 33 Holy Heavens, any giant-level treasure was worth fighting over. It would set off a bloodbath. Wuxia, you have done a great job. This is a mixed energy pearl. It can help you recover the energy that your clones lost. Inside the Thousand Swords Villa, Wuxia was overjoyed. The mixed energy pearl was a special treasure. It contained a large amount of energy and could recover the energy that the clones lost. Thank you, ancestor. At the front, there was a blurry figure with a strong will that surpassed all the combat emperors. Everyone subconsciously retracted their aura in front of this blurry figure. This was a magnate-grade ancestor. Any magnate-grade ancestor had boundless power. The Thousand Swords Villa also had a magnate-grade expert. On top of that, the sword puppets were naturally strong. Their combat power could transcend levels. The magnate-grade ancestor of the Thousand Swords Villa also had a certain status among the magnate-grade experts. Chapter 2178. Boom Boom Boom. After confirming that there was a magnate-grade treasure in the sealed world, the various forces in the 33 sacred heavens started to deploy their strongest experts into the Mountain of God Emperors. On this day, a few powerful auras tore through the void and appeared in the Mountain of God Emperors. The auras of these figures were so powerful that the surrounding space was distorted. As soon as they appeared, beams of profound light burst forth, and a rare solemn look appeared on their faces. Why aren't there any attacks? Did we come to the wrong place? No, we must have come to the Mountain of God Emperors. This is different from what we expected. The few of them looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect this to happen. It was just a false alarm. The native of the sealed world had a magnate-grade treasure in his hands. Once the treasure appeared, it would plunder everything. The few vanguards were still wary of it. Search the surroundings. The few figures dispersed. After a short while, they gathered together again. No one. There are no living beings in the entire Mountain of God Emperors. We can report now. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei smiled. Vanguards? Interesting. Currently, Lin Fei had set up a large number of surveillance devices in the entire Mountain of God Emperors. As long as he wanted to see something, the system would immediately send it to the corresponding location. Even in the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei knew the situation of the Mountain of God Emperors like the back of his hand. Wait until I cloned 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves, then, hua hua hua. After confirming that there was no danger, waves of forces arrived in the Mountain of God Emperors. Powerful divine senses covered the entire Mountain of God Emperors. More than 10 powerful auras stood in the sky and covered the entire Mountain of God Emperors with their divine senses. When they saw the situation of the Mountain of God Emperors, their faces turned ugly. That bastard Tion is too shameless. An old man yelled. That bastard should die. He actually moved the monarch beasts in the Mountain of God Emperors and even the people in the cities away. He left a barren Mountain of God Emperors for us. All the Heaven Yuan spirits underground have been plundered. All the good stuff is gone. These experts felt that they were too shameless. Now, when compared to Tion, they simply paled into insignificance. I didn't expect the sealed world to produce such a bastard. Interesting. A woman dressed in black had a voluptuous figure. She was extremely hot, and a single glance from her was enough to turn the world upside down. He said with a smile, "Little slut, put away your great sky demon technique. Be careful that I don't get angry and kill you. Don't think that I will be polite to you just because you are from the Sky Demon Palace. The Sky Demon Palace is useless in front of me." The burly man, who had a stocky build and a stocky waist, wore an animal skin battle suit, coldly stared at the black-clothed woman not far away. "Barbarian bears. You're all brawn and no brains. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. I'd like to experience the secret techniques of your demon sect." The black-clothed woman continued to smile. Her chilling killing intent caused people to be secretly afraid. Some of the people at the side were silent, while others were gloating. Heavenly Devil Palace? I didn't expect them to come. Lin Fei was lying on the sofa with a pile of delicious food in front of him. They watched while eating. Everything was as expected. The detection device didn't carry any aura. Even if these people were 10-star battle emperors, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Such surveillance equipment was not cheap. Fortunately, Lin Fei could afford it. Senior Zhan Wuming once said that the Sky Demon Palace was the strongest force in the 9th Holy Heaven. Their Sky Demon Palace had one of the 10 great ultimate skills, the 18 heavens of the Sky Demon. It was rumored that the Sky Demon Palace once had an unparalleled genius who cultivated this technique to the 18th heaven and became the strongest person in the 33 Holy Heavens. I didn't expect the Heavenly Devil Palace's disciple to be a female. The other burly man should be an expert from the demon sect, one of the major forces in the world of the 11th Sage. Their true forms are all ferocious immortal beasts. They are not a simple force. Lin Fei had some understanding of them, so when he compared them one by one, he immediately had a vague outline. "Little bitch, you're courting death." Barbarian Bear bellowed. His voice was like a great bell. A few tall mountains not far away rumbled and split into pieces. Dust flew everywhere. With a slap of his thick palm, black tornadoes were set off. The wind howled violently. The surrounding people retreated one after another. Barbarian Bear is indeed the pride of the demon sect. I heard that not long ago, Barbarian Bear killed a 10-star battle emperor from the world of the 28th Sage. Although Barbarian Bear is powerful, he may not be a match for the Sky Demon Rainbow. After all, the Sky Demon Palace has the 10 great ultimate skills. Barbarian Bear's attack was very domineering. Tornadoes whistled through the air. Everywhere they passed, whether it was the space or the earth, everything was turned to dust. This was the combat power of a 10-star battle emperor. Your power is fierce, but it depends on who you're dealing with. The Sky Demon Rainbow snickered. Without any movement, it went straight for Barbarian Bear. Someone immediately exclaimed, "This is the Sky Demon Shadow." I didn't expect him to cultivate the Sky Demon Shadow to this level. The whistling tornadoes came one after another. With gentle steps, the black-clad Heavenly Demon Rainbow Dress dodged all of them. When she arrived before the Barbarian Bear, her slender fingers curled and shot out 3 gusts of wind. Sky Demon Finger. Barbarian Bear's face turned serious. He took out a mace and used it to block in front of him. The figure of a giant bear appeared behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The Sky Demon Rainbow landed on the mace 3 times. "Little bear, you can't do it." The Sky Demon Rainbow laughed. Barbarian Bear crashed into a huge mountain, causing it to split into pieces. There was a hint of fear on his fierce face. Only he knew how terrifying the Sky Demon Finger was. "Little bitch, you're the best today. Let's wait and see." Barbarian Bear turned and left. In a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. "Miss Sky Demon, you're still as elegant as ever." "They're just barbarians from the demon sect. Why bother with them?" Many people chimed in. The Sky Demon Rainbow still had a smile on her face. "I heard that the natives of the sealed world are quite interesting. I'll take my leave first and meet this native." Leaving behind a graceful figure, the sky demon Rainbow left the crowd. There were a few people who subconsciously swallowed their saliva. I'm afraid that this native has become their main target. Lin Fei was not interested in being labeled as a native. Of course, he was not interested in these city people either. Chapter 2179. This was not the only group of people that appeared under the spatial whirlpool. After confirming that there was no danger in the mountain of God Emperor, the forces of the 33 sacred heavens descended one after another. Even the master of sacred heaven arranged for his capable subordinates to enter the mountain of God Emperor. The forces that entered all cursed because the resources in the mountain of God Emperor had all been plundered. They were all angered to death after entering. There was nothing more despicable than this. Dition, this aboriginal, was truly outrageous. The mountain of God Emperor was formed from a fragment of the wasteland world. The quality of the resources that grew inside was extremely high. They had originally come for the origin fruit, but who didn't want to bring more back? After all, it was rare for the mountain of God Emperor to open. Who would have thought that the shameless aboriginal would plunder all the resources? Other than the useless trees, there was not a single living thing. For a moment, the crowd was filled with complaints. Lin Fei had attracted a lot of hatred. After confirming that there were no more resources, these forces prepared to head to the sealed world. Divine Realm. In reality, as the ruler of this unified place, Emperor Lin Fei did not really manage it. After all, Lin Fei had no interest in management. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Divine Realm was just a place to obtain resources. He really didn't care about population. What? A black figure landed in the Divine Realm. The sealed world is the sealed world. There is not a trace of destiny energy. No wonder no one is interested in this place. If not for the origin fruit's appearance, no one would be willing to come here. The demonic rainbow was dressed in black. She stood in the sky above the Divine Realm. She had an indescribable resistance towards this sealed world. The absence of destiny energy made her dislike it even more. What? The demonic rainbow headed towards the nearest city. From the big forces in the city, the demonic rainbow got the information she wanted and returned to the sky above the Divine Realm. She couldn't help but be interested in this Dition aboriginal. This Dition is really interesting. After conquering the Divine Realm, he cleaned up all the hostile forces. He actually didn't build a divine palace in the Divine Realm. To the demonic rainbow, this was extremely unbelievable. Especially after knowing that Dition lived in the profound sky world, the demonic rainbow became even more interested. He advanced to the Divine Lord realm with the body of a mortal, and then later on he grasped what was suspected to be a giant-level treasure, the War Emperor realm. This native exuded a mysterious aura. The demonic rainbow dress moved very quickly. In a few breaths' time, they traversed the void and arrived outside the profound sky world. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the profound sky world. Miss Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be here too. Not far away, a figure came to the side of the demonic rainbow dress and said politely, "Actually, I also didn't want to come, but it's a pity that I don't have that life." The heavenly devil Nikhang said pitifully. He couldn't help but want to protect her. Beside him was a white-robed young master who gave off a scholarly aura. He said with a smile, "Your great sky demon art is becoming more and more exquisite. Even I can't block it." "Is that so?" The demonic rainbow dress winked at him. The man in white smiled bitterly. "All right, what do you think of this Dition? Extremely shameless, and at the same time, his origins are extremely mysterious." The heavenly devil Rainbow said indifferently. It was a complete change from her previous flirtatious demeanor. "This is an interesting person. What do you think?" Ha! When a tyrannical aura descended upon the profound sky world, the people of the profound sky world were already used to it. In front of the invincible Lord God Emperor, no matter how powerful the outsiders were, they would still be defeated. Thus, everyone did what they had to do. They didn't panic. This also made those who came in click their tongues in wonder. The only thing that they couldn't understand was that these people's eyes were very strange. The invincible palace is in front. The profound sky world wasn't big. The invincible palace was easier to find. Thus, a group of people appeared outside the invincible palace, in groups of 3 to 5, staring at the invincible palace. Their eyes flickered. Through the information they obtained, they could confirm that the native god emperor was living in the invincible palace. Humph, such arrogance. Even in the 33 sacred heavens, no force would dare to call themselves invincible. A native of the sealed world dares to call himself the invincible palace. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man in a gray robe had a gloomy face, giving off a very cold feeling. His eyes flickered. I haven't seen any force that dares to call themselves invincible. Let me try. The middle-aged man in the gray robe was an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. At the same time, he was also a guest of a force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to appear in the space of the God Emperor Mountain, let alone the invincible palace. Heaven-shrouding seal. The middle-aged man in the gray robe flipped his hand, and a huge seal landed on the sky above the invincible palace. It expanded infinitely, like a tall mountain, at the same time emitting a terrifying aura that covered the sky. The rest of the people weren't in a hurry to act. It was just right for a guest to test the waters. After all, everyone had received the news that this native was suspected to have a magnate-level treasure. Because of this, they had to be careful. It would be best if they could confirm that the other party had a magnate-level treasure. The attack of an early-stage 10-star battle emperor isn't worth my time. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei still had a smile on his face. What? Just as the heaven-shrouding seal was about to land on the sky above the invincible palace, a transparent glass cover appeared below the heaven-shrouding seal. A few glass covers appeared and quickly linked together, blocking the attack of the heaven-shrouding seal. This black tower actually has such a function. Many people had a look of surprise on their faces. Soon they saw some clues. In the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to the black tower, thinking that it was something not worth mentioning. When streams of energy shot out and formed a protective shield, they came to a sudden realization. What kind of formation is this? It can actually block the attack of an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. This Tian isn't simple. Many people exclaimed. It was unbelievable for a sealed world to have a formation that could block the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. The middle-aged man in the gray robe's face turned gloomy. He couldn't even destroy a mere invincible palace. When he returned, he would definitely become a laughingstock. His hatred for Tian grew. Heaven-shrouding seal. The heaven-shrouding seal was activated once again. The treasure that was like a mountain kept bombarding the protective cover above the invincible palace. The power of each attack was enough to make one's soul tremble, but the transparent cover was able to block all the attacks. Something's wrong. It's very strange. The energy of heaven and earth is gathering rapidly. There's something wrong with the Black Tower. Everyone's eyes fell on the Black Tower. Chapter 2180. It's really incredible. There's actually such an incredible formation in the sealed world. This is definitely a magnate-level formation. Apart from a magnate-level formation, no other formation can withstand the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. A suspected magnate-level treasure is enough to make people go crazy. Now, another suspected magnate-level formation has appeared. Could it be that this indigenous Tian has obtained the inheritance treasure left behind by a magnate? In a short period of time, various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Most of them wanted to take the treasure for themselves. In the face of benefits, everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. Fellow Lian Qing, let me help you. A suspected magnate-level formation was enough to make people go crazy. Among the crowd, another middle-aged man came out and called out Tian's name. Without waiting for him to reply, he took out a treasure in his hand and blasted it at the Black Tower not far away. Let me help you too. A mere native dares to call himself an invincible force. In a short period of time, more than 10 experts attacked one after another. The Black Towers joined together and blocked wave after wave of attacks. They didn't show any signs of exhaustion from beginning to end, which made everyone quite angry. Miss Heavenly Demon, what do you think? The heavenly demon Rainbow felt that this Tian was very interesting. If others had good things, they would hide them in their hands and not take them out until the right time. On the other hand, this Tian seemed to be afraid that others did not know about it. Going against the flow? Even the intelligent heavenly demon Rainbow could not figure out what the other party was trying to do. This formation is not bad. It absorbs the power of heaven and earth to form a special defense. This level of formation can only be refined by a magnate-level expert. Yes, I think so too. The white-robed man smiled. This should be a magnate expert who is good at setting up formations, but I can't think of who it is. The heavenly demon Rainbow from the heavenly demon palace. His experience was extraordinary, so he could naturally tell that this black tower was the crux of the formation. If he wanted to break through the formation of a big shot level elite, he would have to be extremely powerful. If he wanted to break the formation, he must be a magnate level expert. The indigenous people of the sealed world may give us many surprises. The heavenly demon Rainbow laughed. This trip was not in vain. It was indeed not in vain. Not bad, not bad. The Black Tower's defense is really awesome. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Black Tower's defense. You really get what you pay for. The absorption of energy between heaven and earth can form a special defensive power. Unless it's a giant level elite, it's impossible to break through the Black Tower's defense. With a free test subject to test the Black Tower's defense, Lin Fei was more satisfied than anyone else. There was no worry in his heart. According to what Senior Zhan Wuming said, the sealed world was sealed by the joint efforts of peerless experts. The power that descended here was at most a 10-star battle emperor. The giant-level energy fluctuations were too great, and the sealed world was unable to withstand the energy fluctuations. In the end, the sealed world began to become unstable. The number of people besieging him kept increasing. In each of the 33 sacred heavens, there were powers that had entered. It was not difficult to come to the profound sky world from the mountain of God Emperor space. Furthermore, the treasure of the heavenly law ancestor had been refined, and the power restriction had been lifted, allowing the power of the war emperor to descend. Initially, there were more than 10 people fighting, but as time passed, more and more people joined in. The 10 people turned into 100 people, then 300 to 400 people. Each attack was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. However, the Black Tower's divine might was invincible, blocking all the power. We can't attack anymore. There's something strange about the Black Tower. It seems to be able to absorb the power of our attacks. What the hell? The sharp-eyed people exclaimed in shock. Logically, there was no formation that could block the joint attacks of hundreds of elites. But in the sealed world, it really appeared. No matter how everyone attacked, the Black Tower's defense was as stable as Mount Tai, immovable and stable. After the exclamations, some of them stopped and cursed loudly. It's a giant-level formation, there's no doubt about it. The native Tian must have obtained the inheritance of a giant-level elite. Charge in, kill this native, and seize the inheritance of the giant-level elite in his hands. After the torrential attacks were ineffective, everyone understood one thing. This native Tian undoubtedly had the treasure of a giant-level elite in his hands, and it was even more abundant than they had imagined. Anyone, including forces, would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step if they obtained the treasure. Their desires were endless. Especially when facing a sealed world and a native elite, their desires were magnified infinitely. No matter how big or small the forces were, they couldn't sit still. Everyone, attack the Black Tower together. As long as one of the Black Towers is broken, the defense will definitely be greatly reduced, and then we'll definitely be able to break through the invincible palace. A formation Grandmaster elite pointed at the Black Tower and shouted, summoning a set of formation flags. The formation flags landed in the void near the Black Tower, suppressing the void. Grandmaster Feng is making a move. Everyone, let's attack together. Little demon, are you alright? When Lin Fei saw a formation Grandmaster make a move, he subconsciously wanted to go out and kill him to avoid destroying the Black Tower. Master, don't worry. The Black Tower was exchanged for 10 million units of mysterious energy. This is a foundation that surpasses normal formations and belongs to a completely new type of defense tower. How can a few conceited formation grandmasters understand it? They're destined to work for nothing. The little demon said disdainfully. As long as their attacks are fierce, it'll be equivalent to providing energy to the Black Tower. The Black Tower can transform all kinds of attacks into special energy that can be used to support the Black Tower's defense. Lin Fei was completely relieved. As long as the Black Tower wouldn't be broken, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. I'll let you show off a little more. Since there was nothing to worry about, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go out and deal with them. Even a tycoon couldn't afford to waste his destiny points. Lin Fei had learned his lesson. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the invincible palace, the number of people gradually increased. More and more people joined in the attack. Especially after the news spread, especially after everyone saw the Black Tower's terrifying defense, they couldn't stop and all joined in the attack. This attack lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the Black Tower didn't move an inch. There were more than 3,000 people surrounding it, including almost all the top forces in the 33 holy heavens. At the start, everyone was aggressive, ready to break through the invincible palace. After a long period of time, all of the elites were quite tired. They consumed alchemical pills one after another, yet the Black Tower was still as stable as Mount Tai. However, everyone was greatly angered. The few formation masters who had been highly respected before were all dumbfounded and shook their heads vigorously. Sealing the void and isolating the energy fluctuations, was this still not enough? The formation grandmasters were so angry they wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 2181. The formation master was infuriated. The besieging battle emperors were also filled with anger. 3 days of attacks had no effect at all. The Black Tower was still the Black Tower without any damage. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, but it also made them want to break the Black Tower and capture that indigenous Dtion. Such a defensive treasure would make even first-rate forces jealous. If they had such a treasure, the sect would be as stable as Mount Tai. Of course, if they could decipher the manufacturing method, it could completely set off a new craze of refining weapons, especially for the formation masters, who could not wait to decipher the secret of the Black Tower. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, there had never been such a treasure worthy of their attention. 3 days until now, they still had very little understanding of the Black Tower. They had not even figured out the simplest structure, which was simply intolerable. A bunch of trash, can't even break a mere invincible palace, let me do it. A disdainful voice came from the mysterious sky world. In the distance, a stream of light sped over. Bastard who is trash. An 8-star battle emperor said sternly, extremely dissatisfied. Everyone saw the opponent's head explode, his whole body turning into a pool of blood. The killing method was unimaginable. This is a curse, everyone be careful. Immediately, someone cried out. Even some of the first-rate forces geniuses who had been watching from the sidelines revealed a trace of seriousness and fear. They knew this person. He was a direct disciple from the world of the 6th saintly heavens, Young Master Curse. No one knew Young Master Curse's specific name, but no one dared to look down on him. He was a direct disciple, and at the same time, his father was a giant expert, and a giant expert who made people tremble in fear. Because he cultivated the evil curse technique, although not as famous as the top 10 cultivation techniques, it was not far from the top 10 cultivation techniques. Some even said that if the top 10 cultivation techniques were not ranked early, the curse technique would very likely become one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Peng ping peng. More than 10 people in the crowd exploded one after another. Every death was very ugly, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Some were cursed to death by a mysterious force, and their bodies turned into a pool of blood. The rest were not much different. A bunch of reckless trash, even daring to curse me. Do you really think this young master doesn't know? The stream of light quickly appeared in front of everyone. It was a black-clothed young man with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He looked at everyone and said, "Miss Heavenly Demon, long time no see. You've become more and more beautiful." Young Master Chu really knows how to speak. I wonder how many girls' hearts you have deceived with these words. The heavenly devil Nikhang said with a smile. Every frown and every smile was filled with infinite charm. No matter how beautiful those girls are, how can they compare to Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse was also very good at talking. His gaze landed on the demonic rainbow dress and almost never moved away. There was even a trace of lust in his eyes. However, if you continue to stare at me, perhaps I won't be able to stop myself from making a move. The heavenly devil Nikhang laughed lightly and flicked her jade-like hand. It was the sky demon finger. He flicked it 3 times in a row. Bang bang bang. 3 figures exploded, and young Master Curse stopped not far away. Miss Heavenly Demon, I like your temperament. Young Master Curse said even though he had mastered the supreme incantation. However, he was also more afraid of the demonic rainbow dress. After all, every disciple of the demonic palace was not easy to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress in front of him was one of them. I believe that sooner or later, you will believe that I am the most powerful. The two of them exchanged blows. Everyone could see that young Master Curse's strength had increased a lot since the beginning. He had successfully cultivated the incantation doppelganger. He was even more difficult to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress was also very afraid of young Master Curse. After all, this was a cultivation technique that was cast with special energy. It was very difficult to defend against. Then I'll wait and see. Incantation. It should be the top force of the 5th sage that Wu Mingzhan mentioned. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Analyze the incantation for me. Lin Fei was very interested in this incantation. Although he was not far away, he did not see how young Master Curse killed his opponent. Analyzing incantation, the system immediately began to analyze. Lin Fei went to check the time of the cloning of the slaves. He found that it would not take too long before the cloning was completed. It was equivalent to having a group of powerful subordinates. Young Master Curse, anyone can brag. I heard that your incantation is a top-notch cultivation technique. I wonder if you can kill the indigenous Dtion? At this time, a young man in a brocade robe lightly waved his folding fan. He was not afraid of young Master Curse's gaze. So it's the saint of the 9th sage, Jianghu. I was wondering who had the guts to say that to me. Young Master Curse said coldly. Jianghu said calmly. I've long heard of young Master Curse's incantation techniques. I believe that it will not be difficult for young Master Curse to deal with a small indigenous. It's also good to let everyone see the power of the incantation Dao. Otherwise, don't brag in front of Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. Many people were amused. Jianghu and young Master Curse were both pursuing Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. One was the son of the Master of the Sage Sky, the other was the son of a powerful figure. They were about the same in terms of power. Both of them were publicly recognized as geniuses. Now that the two of them were facing each other, ordinary people did not dare to interrupt. Everyone knew that young Master Curse was narrow-minded and could kill without leaving a trace. No one was willing to offend him. Jianghu, don't think that you are great just because you have a powerful father. In my eyes, you are just SOS. Young Master Curse laughed. Since you want to see how powerful this young master is, this young master will fulfill your wish. If I kill this native Dtion, from now on, wherever this young master goes, you will have to stay far away. How about it? I agree. Jianghu said, unwilling to be outdone. As a saint, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Straightforward enough. Young Master Curse came to the sky above the invincible palace. A small indigenous, today I will let you see the power of the incantation Dao. Inside the invincible palace. Lin Fei was speechless. *CK, you guys are fighting over a girl. What has that got to do with me? This made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. However, this young Master Curse does not look simple. I better activate the invincible defense to prevent myself from getting hit. Lin Fei activated the invincible defense and used the Blood Sky Seal to protect himself. Actually, Lin Fei also wanted to see the power of the incantation Dao. Chapter 2182. Lin Fei was really looking forward to facing young Master Curse. This was a good target to capture. If he was cloned, he would definitely be a powerful long-range attack team. From the moment young Master Curse appeared, Lin Fei listed him as one of his targets to kill. Even if he couldn't kill him, as long as he obtained a drop of his blood essence, he could still use the system to clone him. It's time to go out and meet the geniuses. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, he arrived above the invincible palace. Immediately, divine senses shot over, but they were blocked by the Black Tower's defense. He's the indigenous D-Tion. D-Tion is out. What a young guy. Is he D-Tion? The strongest indigenous of this sealed world? The treasure is in his hands? The forces outside the invincible palace all stared at D-Tion. Greed flashed in their eyes. D-Tion was a guy with a giant-level treasure. Moreover, he was an indigenous from the sealed world. In their eyes, he was as insignificant as an ant. They could kill him with a finger. He was like a doll hugging a gold brick. Everyone, you came uninvited and attacked the invincible palace. I am very unhappy. Lin Fei was expressionless. His majestic gaze swept across everyone present. Bush, bush, bush. Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. At the same time, it emitted endless heavenly might. The geniuses and other forces outside the invincible palace trembled. A wave of heavenly might enveloped them. They even had a feeling that they couldn't resist it. What a heavenly might! The man in white shouted. A black tower appeared above his head, blocking the heavenly might outside. The other geniuses also used their basic treasures to block the attack of heavenly might. Just this one move alone made everyone secretly fearful of D-Tion, who was a native. They couldn't imagine that such heavenly might would appear on an indigenous person. It was simply unbelievable. You are D-Tion? You have a giant-level treasure? Young Master Curse was surrounded by black fog. Once the heavenly might entered, it was completely invaded. He stared at D-Tion not far away with a vicious gaze. Lin Fei's move established his dominance. My name is not something you can call out. Lin Fei's eyes widened, and two rays of light shot out. A sharp light flashed as the two sabers slashed out. The saber intent sliced through the boundless void, leaving behind saber scars. What big words! He's just a native. How dare you call yourself emperor? Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. It's good that you came out now. This young master will kill a little native like you in front of everyone. White Knight, between young Master Curse and D-Tion, who do you think will win? The demonic rainbow asked White Knight. The name of the man in white was Bai Yi, and he was a member of the Bai clan. As for the Bai clan, their background was even more illustrious. He was also one of the top existences. Bai's countenance grew heavier. Initially, I didn't think much of D-Tion. He's just a small country bumpkin from a sealed world. Even if he's strong, he can't be that strong. However, D-Tion's grasp of heavenly might to such an extent is truly impressive. It's rumored that there was an old ancestor of the heavenly Tao in the past. He condensed boundless heavenly might. Once the heavenly might was released, corpses were strewn everywhere. No one was a match for him. I'm wondering if this D-Tion native is related to that old ancestor of the heavenly Tao. The demonic rainbow frowned slightly. If it really is the old ancestor of the heavenly Tao, then the battle between young Master Curse and D-Tion will be a good show to watch. Her gaze landed on D-Tion with a complicated expression. At this moment, it wasn't just the two of them who were discussing young Master Curse and D-Tion. Curse Tao God Altar. Young Master Curse opened his mouth and spat out a black altar. The black altar swelled with the wind. In an instant, it became an existence that was 100 zhang in size. Boundless evil aura swept out, causing everyone to reveal a solemn expression on the spot. It's rumored that this is a treasure personally refined by a magnate-level expert. It contains supreme curse Tao techniques and can unleash extraordinary attributes. At the same time, it has a powerful defense. I didn't expect this treasure to be passed down to young Master Curse. Young Master Curse is indeed worthy of being one of the most beloved sons of an unparalleled expert. He even passed down such a treasure. Young Master Curse landed on the black altar. Curse Tao collapse. The black altar rotated, and the black mist turned into tornadoes, engulfing the two saber lights and destroying them completely. You dare to take out this kind of power and disgrace yourself. On the altar, young Master Curse's long hair fluttered as he laughed sinisterly. Now, I will let you experience a true Curse Tao killer move. Curse Tao corrosion. Lin Fei instantly felt a sense of danger enveloping him. Hua hua hua. System notification, an unknown power has descended on your body. Once the system notification ended, Lin Fei felt a terrifying cold aura on his body. The moment the cold aura landed on his body, the dark green poison wanted to drill into his body. What a terrifying poison. If it was an ordinary person, their body would have been corroded. Lin Fei could clearly see that his Heaven's Mandate points were being consumed at an extremely fast speed, constantly corroding his body. This was definitely a terrifying energy corrosion. I am the Son of Heaven. Even if this corrosion is my defense, you won't be able to break it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, allowing the dark green poison to invade his body back and forth. Young Master Curse's first move failed, so he activated the Curse Tao God Altar again. Curse Tao, Great Prophecy Technique. Young Master Curse once again cast a Curse Tao attack. I don't believe that you can withstand this double curse attack. Ding. Player has been paralyzed by a mysterious energy attack. Ding. Attacked by Great Prophecy Technique. The two terrifying energies came one after the other. Although Lin Fei had activated his invincible defense, the numbing effect still invaded his body. Half of his body was almost unable to move. Immediately, a deathly aura enveloped him. This was a power that Lin Fei had never encountered before. It was a formless killing move. Boom! When this power enveloped his body, Lin Fei felt as if everything was dissipating. It was extremely overbearing. Get rid of the mysterious energy. Lin Fei did not panic. He activated the mysterious energy. The moment the mysterious energy appeared, the death energy surrounding his body was cleansed. The mysterious energy was also Lin Fei's trump card. Although this kind of death energy was tyrannical and could kill all life cells, it was almost impossible to defend against it. That was why the Curse Tao was famous. Young Master Curse is truly ruthless. His first move was a numbing and Great Prophecy Technique attack. Even I don't dare to be careless. Bai Yi said solemnly, Dition, this country bumpkin, is probably going to be killed. The Great Prophecy Technique is indeed terrifying, especially when used in the form of a Curse Tao. The demonic rainbow nodded, it is truly impossible to defend against. Unless there is a Curse Tao treasure, only then can one block the Curse Tao attack. This Dition is probably very powerful. Chapter 2184. Whether it was the paralysis of the curse path or the Great Curse Prophecy Technique, they were all extremely domineering attacks. The curse path itself was beyond ordinary combat methods, and it was naturally very frightening to deal with it. Only the forces of the 33 sacred heavens would be afraid of this young Master Curse, especially when he had a giant expert who was infinitely close to being an unparalleled expert backing him. Young Master Curse was also very proud. To be able to kill the strongest native expert of the sealed world wasn't something to be proud of, but the other party had a magnate-level treasure in his hands. Dition, in front of my Great Curse Prophecy Technique, you will experience the true taste of death. As long as you are willing to hand over the magnate-level treasure and these defensive black towers, I am willing to spare your life and even allow you to become my servant. No one can blame you for anything. Young Master Curse was full of heroism and ignored all the forces around him. Young Master Curse had his own confidence. In front of his powerful father and the powerful forces created by him, ordinary forces would be prepared to be destroyed if they didn't lower their heads. As expected, when young Master Curse's words fell, many people revealed angry expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. At the same time, there was a trace of fear on their faces. How about it? You only have one chance. I'm not willing to be an ordinary person. Young Master Curse continued with an attitude as if he had the other party in his grasp. Swear loyalty to me, offer your treasure, and I'll guarantee your safety. Lin Fei's thoughts were all on the mysterious energy, and he was amazed at how magical this power was. The curse path combined with a treasure like the curse path divine altar can be said to be an invincible existence. Its power is indeed extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei even more determined to obtain young Master Curse's blood essence and clone a batch of curse path subordinates. Haha. Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter spread throughout the mysterious sky world, loud and clear. Servant? You are thinking too much. One step. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of young Master Curse and threw a punch. The power of time enveloped young Master Curse. 18 doppelgangers, kill! Boom boom boom. In an instant, the 18 doppelgangers moved out. Each of them was comparable to a 10-star battle emperor. The terrifying aura pierced through the clouds and shook the earth. Curse path, refraction. Young Master Curse shouted, and black fog curled up. A barrier appeared, and rays of profound light refracted the clones' attacks. None of the attacks managed to break through the black mist. The onlookers instantly suffered a calamity. The power of the counterattack did not diminish. Everyone hurriedly dodged. The experts who were slightly slower were heavily injured by the reflected force, and some were even killed on the spot, turning into clouds of blood mist. Blood Heaven Seal. Lin Fei had never thought of heavily injuring a 10-star battle emperor with his 18 clones. This was his trump card. The huge Blood Heaven Seal had been hidden in the void for a long time. It suddenly descended and collided with the Curse Dao Divine Altar. The huge impact sent the Curse Dao Divine Altar flying. A few experts nearby were smashed into blood mist. With a snort, young Master Cursed, who was on the altar, couldn't stand still. He stared at the treasure that had emerged. A giant-level treasure. I can feel it. Young Master Curse could see that this treasure was extraordinary. This young master wants this treasure. Young Master Curse's eyes became sharp and terrifying. As long as he could get his hands on this giant-level treasure, his strength would definitely improve. He might even have the chance to reach the giant level and look down on the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The onlookers' breathing quickened. They had finally seen a giant-level treasure. It was a treasure that was filled with an ancient aura. A giant-level treasure. The rumors are true. I must get my hands on it. This giant-level treasure must be mine. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, it was a giant-level treasure. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by bloody battles and massacres. It would be even more difficult to obtain a giant-level treasure. Now that a giant-level treasure had appeared in a sealed world, no one could sit still. It was definitely an existence that would make everyone's eyes red with envy. Snatch it? Greed could drive people crazy and cause them to lose their rationality. Not to mention that it was a giant-level treasure. After confirming that there was no doubt about it, some battle emperors immediately moved to snatch it. The sky-covering palm slammed down from the sky, causing the space to tremble. The entire world seemed to have turned black. Courting death. Young Master Curse coldly snorted. Curse Dao, raging flames burned the heavens. In the void, black flames appeared. The first Battle Emperor expert was burned into nothingness by the black flames. The moment he touched the black flames, he was also burned into nothingness. Everyone be careful. This is the curse fire. A sharp-eyed person immediately recognized it and was shocked. Countless experts from all sides had suddenly been attacked by the curse fire. All of them were burned into nothingness. Their eyes were filled with shock. A bunch of idiots. What a joke. The demonic Nikhang laughed delicately. Young Master Curse is famous for his narrow-mindedness. You dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. You're courting death. Even if you go to the Yellow Springs, you won't be wronged. Young Master Curse is indeed impressive. He has cultivated the curse Dao to such a level in such a short time and even cultivated the curse fire. No wonder that person values young Master Curse so much. Bai Yi said indifferently. I heard that the cultivation of the curse fire is extremely difficult. If you're not a genius, don't even think about cultivating it. Once you succeed, your battle power will increase greatly. Once the curse fire is released, it will burn all living things. In the sky, figures were burned into nothingness. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps go numb. It was a ghastly sight. Even if they used treasures, it would still be difficult to resist the attack of the curse fire. This young master curse was unbelievably cruel. Di Tian's treasures belong to me. Whoever dares to snatch them, I'll kill them. Young master curse coldly threw down a sentence. The coldness caused people to tremble. Inescapable net. A huge black net suddenly appeared in the sky. Once the net appeared, the whole world seemed to have fallen into it. Treasures belong to those who are fated. I'm that fated person. A tit-for-tat voice rang out. Chen Hao, how dare you? Young master curse glared at him. The one who attacked just now was Chen Hao, the son of a certain sacred sky master. He was also a saint's son. Curse Dao cut. The black mist turned into a blade aura and slashed at the black net. As the target of the attack, Lin Fei felt the gazes directed at him. His 18 clones were the first to be attacked by the curse fire, and a huge amount of destiny points were consumed. This also made Lin Fei want to get young Master Curse's essence blood even more. Return. Lin Fei recalled his 18 clones. He couldn't continue to waste destiny points. He activated the Blood Heaven seal and crashed into the inescapable net. The net was indeed powerful, but it still had a huge hole in it. Young Master Curse, take this. The Blood Heaven seal left an afterimage in the sky, crashing into young Master Curse's altar. Young Master Curse staggered on the spot, and the black mist in the sky disappeared. Again, the Blood Heaven seal was made from two kinds of treasures. Its power was not that simple. Bang, bang, bang. The whole space shook and shattered, forming invincible black holes. Astral winds howled, and all the attacks were destroyed in the void. Chapter 2185. You guys can't do it. The strength of the Blood Heaven seal was unimaginable. Wave after wave of collisions landed on the Curse Dao Divine altar every time. Young Master Curse's expression instantly turned ugly as he consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, it was not an ordinary treasure. Otherwise, he would have long been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Even so, he still could not endure it. Even though young Master Curse's face was ugly, he wanted to get his hands on this giant treasure. Young Master Curse wasn't the only one with an ugly expression. The others all had similar expressions. As Lin Fei attacked, he activated Endless Devour to plunder everything. Those who surrounded him were in trouble. Unless they were much stronger, they would all be devoured. Pieces of human skin fell off. Blood, flesh, and other life essences were all plundered. All that was left was a piece of human skin. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. This indigenous Di Tian was unbelievably cruel. Saint Chen Hao and young Master Curse quickly put down their grudges and attacked Di Tian together. Indigenous Di Tian, let me fight you too. In the air, another black figure appeared. His aura was exceptionally strong. A long saber slashed through the air. The saber light was like a torrent, surging and surging, containing endless tyrannical saber intent. The divine saber manners elder is here. On the Blood Heaven seal, Lin Fei didn't even frown. He continued to attack the Curse Dao God altar. He also activated his invincible defense, ignoring the tyrannical saber light behind him. Young Master Curse's treasure is really extraordinary. My Blood Heaven seal is made from 2 top-grade treasures. Even though its quality can't reach its former glory, it's still a giant-level existence. The world of the 33 sacred heavens isn't as simple as I thought. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had attacked. However, the opponent's Curse Dao God altar wasn't an ordinary treasure either. Lin Fei was confident that he could shatter the opponent's Curse Dao God altar and obtain young Master Curse's blood essence. What an arrogant Di Tian. He actually withstood divine saber manners' tyrannical saber intent. Chen Hao's eyes flashed coldly. Could it be that this treasure has an invincible defense? Chen Hao kept guessing at its profundities. His fist didn't stop, raising supreme fist intent. Each punch could destroy a world. Another strike landed on the Curse Dao Divine altar. Young Master Curse's face sank. He was crying bitterly in his heart. Damnable Di Tian, damnable native. There are so many of them. Why are you only attacking this young master? This isn't fair. Young Master Curse stubbornly held on to the Curse Tao God altar. Curse flames burned the heavens and a destructive aura pervaded the air. However, he was still able to block the attacks of the opponent's treasures. Although it looked fine on the surface, it was actually starting to suffer damage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Young Master Curse took out a pill and swallowed more than half of it in one gulp, turning it into Heaven's Will energy. His curse attacks didn't stop, but he couldn't stop the boundlessly ferocious attacks. Every strike consumed a terrifying amount of Heaven's Mandate energy. Young Master Cursed also realized how difficult it was to deal with the other party. This native was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder he could control a sealed world. Tian, you are very powerful. This young master still has something to do today. I won't spar with you. Young Master Curse made a feint and controlled the Curse Tao God altar to leave. You want to leave? I won't allow it. Lin Fei hollered. The Blood Sky Seal once again smashed onto the Curse Tao God altar. Aren't you very amazing? Continue being amazing. How could Lin Fei not know that the other party couldn't continue to exhaust him? The Blood Sky Seal plundered all energy. It was tyrannical and terrifying. The energy it converted was enough to support an attack. However, the other party wasn't so lucky. On the Curse Tao God altar, young Master Curse's body shook. This is the time. A flaw finally appeared in the Curse Tao God altar's defense. Open. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and used his hand to wield his blade. Space teleportation was activated. He suddenly appeared in front of the Curse Tao God altar and slashed at this flaw. This was the position that the system had calculated. Gotcha. The defense collapsed. Lin Fei's attacks were all for this flaw to appear so that he could seize a drop of essence blood from young Master Curse. The moment the defense collapsed, young Master Curse was shocked. Lin Fei punched over. His strength was pushed to the limit as it heavily landed on young Master Curse's body. Curse Tao, Curse Robe Protection. The black fog on the Curse Tao God altar transformed into incantations. They jumped in the air and formed a robe filled with incantations. An ancient aura also spread out. When Lin Fei's punch landed on young Master Curse's body, the densely packed incantations shattered. It actually blocked all the power of this attack. Even he himself was shocked. Curse Tao Seal. Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. You actually dared to barge in. This time, no one can save you. 18 clones. Lin Fei's first attack failed. His second punch blasted out. The 18 clones also charged out. They had long prepared their attacks. They turned into a terrifying aura of destruction that blasted on young Master Curse. Bang! The Blood Sky Seal followed up. More than half of the curse robe on young Master Curse's body was destroyed. His defense was greatly reduced. The 18 clones took the opportunity to attack. 18 attacks blasted on young Master Curse's body, destroying most of the runes on the curse robe. Cough cough cough. Young Master Curse finally vomited blood. The key was that the Blood Sky Seal followed up. In addition, his defense was not fully activated. This gave young Master Curse a chance to attack. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, and young Master Curse's blood droplets landed on his hand. Thank you. Voila. Lin Fei left the Curse Tao God altar. When he appeared again, he was in the Invincible Palace. Young Master Curse stared. A thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that he kept attacking me for the essence blood? This was definitely something that he could not accept. Saint Chen Hao and some other geniuses also stared with their eyes wide open. Tian left too quickly. They couldn't help but have different thoughts. What's going on? Damn it, I don't have the mood to continue fighting with you guys. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. He started nagging in his heart. Who would be willing to waste their destiny points? Did they really think that he was a fool? Analyze young Master Curse's essence blood for me. Lin Fei was very jealous of such a long-range attack with attribute support. If he could clone it, it would be like a magic army. Discovered essence blood. Initiating analysis. I've seen many geniuses and many famous people. But this Tian, This is the first time I feel like I can't see through him. The demonic rainbow frowned and shook her head. White Knight had a strange look on his face. He couldn't guess what this indigenous D-Tion was trying to do. I only know one thing. The more outstanding D-Tion's performance is, the faster his death will come. White Knight smiled. It's a pity that I didn't make a move just now. Now I have the urge to make a move. That's rare. The demonic rainbow knew that this young Master White Knight was a famous battle maniac in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. He just didn't have such thoughts about ordinary people. She didn't expect to meet someone worthy of making a move here. If a battle maniac like you makes a move, D-Tion won't have it easy. Haha. Chapter 2186. P.S. I'm finally married. Updates will resume today. Roar roar. Everyone was confused by D-Tion's actions. What was D-Tion trying to do? Young Master Curse coughed out blood as he stared at the invincible palace. At the same time, he took out a large number of elixirs and swallowed them. As for D-Tion's ridiculous idea of taking his blood essence, he had long suppressed it. Ladies and gentlemen, D-Tion is just a country bumpkin. He owns a magnate-grade treasure and doesn't respect us at all. This is unacceptable. I'm willing to join hands with all of you to blast open the gates of the invincible palace. Is everyone willing? Young Master Curse was also a smart person. After suffering a loss once, he immediately had an idea. Everyone had clearly seen the battle between Lin Fei and young Master Curse. They had witnessed the dominance of a magnate-level treasure. They already had the idea of taking it for themselves. Everyone agreed with young Master Curse's suggestion. With young Master Curse taking the lead, we are naturally willing. D-Tion is a native of the sealed world. How can he possess the treasure? The treasure should belong to us. We are willing. It had to be said that young Master Curse was very capable. With just a few words, he had convinced everyone. Saint Chen Hao, are you interested in trying together? Saint Chen Hao was the son of the Master of Sacred Sky. Although he was unhappy with young Master Curse's overbearing attitude, he knew that D-Tion was not easy to deal with. How can I reject young Master Curse's invitation? Saint Chen Hao laughed. Let's compete to see who can capture D-Tion first. With two prodigies taking the lead, the rest did not have any other thoughts and joined in. Where's Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse turned his head again, not at all embarrassed about losing. A small sealed world actually produced such a prodigy. I am very interested to try too. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang smiled. Miss Heavenly Demon has joined in. How can I not? Bai Yi also smiled. Once everyone joined forces, they could not be underestimated. Curse Tao Great Seal. Young Master Curse wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. The Great Seal of the Curse Tao surrounded the invincible palace from top to bottom. I have already used a secret technique to completely seal the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone attack together, and we can break through the defense of invincible palace. Young Master Curse shouted, and the black fog on the Curse Tao Divine altar surged. Disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa, attack with me. Once the Great Seal sealed the entire invincible palace, the elders of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa immediately responded. He led the disciples to attack one of the positions. Sacred Fist Technique. Saint Child Chen Hao bellowed. His aura rose to a peak, and a flickering phantom of a Jingguang appeared behind him. The phantom was majestic and invincible, and it couldn't be seen clearly. As soon as this phantom appeared, everyone revealed a look of dread. What a saint, Chen Hao. I can't believe he's cultivated the holiness fist art to such a level. He's already condensed the shadow of the Lord of the Holiness. With the help of this shadow, his fist art has reached a terrifying level. No wonder he was able to stand out among all the saints and occupy a spot. He cannot be underestimated. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim. Saint Chen Hao was quite pleased with himself. There were many prodigies present, and in terms of status, they were not inferior to him. He had used his most powerful saintly fist technique right from the start, suppressing everyone and taking the lead. A mere invincible palace. Brick. Boom boom boom. The three streaks of light shot out in a wide and open manner. The huge invincible palace began to tremble unknowingly. The saintly fist technique had reached such a terrifying level. What a group of prodigies. Their battle prowess is not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. Especially young Master Cursed, who had been attacked by the 18 doppelgangers. His injuries were not light, and he had recovered in such a short time. This young Master Cursed had become even more extraordinary. This is Miss Heavenly Demon Nikhang. She actually came in. In the sky above the Invincible Palace, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang stepped forward and entered the Invincible Palace. Your defense is not bad, but in front of the Sky Demon Palace's Sky Demon Dance, it is still full of flaws. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's eyes wandered, and she laughed delicately. And I'm here. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed delicately and went straight for one of the positions. The disciples of the Invincible Palace did not make a move. In front of such a powerful cultivator, it was useless to block. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's mysterious footwork broke through layers of space, came to the depths of the Invincible Palace, and saw Di Tian sitting on the throne. What a great successor of the Heavenly Demonic Palace. This ability is really shocking. No wonder everyone says that none of the disciples of the Heavenly Demonic Palace are simple. Lin Fei said proudly. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed lightly. Thank you for your praise, Taoist Di Tian. If you say too much, I will become arrogant. Actually, I would like to experience Taoist Di Tian's skills. Young Master Cursed is an elite among the prodigies, but he also suffered a loss in your hands. I am just a weak woman, please show mercy. As the last word fell, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang moved, flicked her jade-like hand, and the Heavenly Demon Finger attacked. The Heavenly Demon Finger was a cultivation technique of the Sky Demon Palace. The seemingly weak finger actually contained a domineering power. The Heavenly Demon Raiment also began to dance. Her movements were graceful, and she created many afterimages. This was the other ultimate technique of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Heavenly Demon Dance. It was specially used to charm the enemy, and they fell for it unknowingly. Lin Fei sat on the throne, his mind slightly rippling, and immediately recovered. Heavenly Demon Dance is indeed powerful, I unknowingly fell for it. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's jade-like finger was in front of him, almost touching the center of his eyebrows. Killing intent exploded, and the temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped. This was another auxiliary effect of the Heavenly Demon Finger. Girls, it is better to learn embroidery. Fighting and killing are not suitable for you. Facing this finger, Lin Fei laughed. Two fingers clamped up, clamping on the Heavenly Demon Nichang's jade-like finger. The explosive power was suppressed. If you want to kill me with this strength, it is still too light. This little girl still feels that this is suitable for me. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed again. No need for you to worry. The jade-like finger was clamped. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang did not panic. The power of the Heavenly Demon burst out, and an even thicker jade-like finger shot over, its power not decreasing, as if it wanted to force Lin Fei to let go. I feel that you are not bad. Why not be my personal maid? Lin Fei borrowed the momentum. The huge force attacked, and his entire body was stuck to the Heavenly Demon Nikhang, forcibly crashing into the Heavenly Demon Nichang's bosom. With a single hand, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang fell into Lin Fei's embrace. Your figure is really not bad, I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei took a deep breath, beaming. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's beautiful eyes revealed killing intent. Then I will have to ask you if you have the ability. In reality, in her heart, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang had killing intent towards this frivolous Di Tian. She was one of the candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Sky Demon Palace. When did she let a man get close to her? Chapter 2187. Facing Di Tian's teasing, the Heavenly Fiend Rainbow was completely enraged. Although it was infuriated, there wasn't much anger on the Sky Demon Raiment's body. Instead, it was replaced by boundless killing intent. The killing intent was released along with the Sky Demon art. The surrounding temperature became cold, and this cold was formed by the killing intent. The demonic rainbow had never seen such a shameless person before. In the world of the 33 holy heavens, the influence of the heavenly devil palace resounded throughout the entire world of the 33 holy heavens. No one had ever dared to say such things to her, but Di Tian had. Demonic finger, demonic dance. The heavenly devil raiment changed its attack methods several times, but it was still unable to leave a mark on the opponent's body. There was a formless energy on Di Tian's body that blocked the attacks of the Sky Devil raiment. He couldn't find a way to break through it, and he ended up expending a large amount of energy. This Di Tian is quite mysterious. To be able to cultivate such a defense, no wonder he dares to fight against all the geniuses. The heavenly devil rainbow pointed out again. You fell for it. The sky demon raiment changed its position, and a sky demon blade appeared in its hand. A cold light flashed, and it slashed towards the other party's neck. The sky demon blade was a magnate-grade treasure. Once the sky devil blade appeared, the sky devil raiment became extremely confident. No matter how good Di Tian's defense was, it would be impossible for him to block the sharpness of the sky devil blade. It would definitely leave an injury, and at that time, it would be able to break through Di Tian's undefeatable defense. In terms of strength, the sky devil raiment was much stronger than Di Tian. It was only Di Tian's undefeatable defense that could not be broken. This was the first time it had encountered such a defense. You have a magnate-level treasure, but so do I. Lin Fei didn't dodge or evade. The blood sky seal pressed down, and the blood mist whistled. The heavenly devil raiment naturally wouldn't take it head-on. She knew how powerful this treasure was, so she helplessly retracted her attack. I have to admit, it's not easy for you to have such achievements in the sealed world. The demonic rainbow held the demonic blade in her hand. However, he was unable to leave a single wound on the other party's body. This was the first time the heavenly devil rainbow had encountered someone that it had no idea where to start. Beautiful lady, praising me like this, I'm embarrassed. Lin Fei said with a smile, standing with his hands behind his back. If you don't have any other abilities, I'm going to make a move. The Sky Devil raiment didn't think much of it. No matter how powerful Di Tian was, there was still a gap between him and her in terms of strength. She was not afraid because she was from the heavenly devil palace. I really want to see how powerful fellow Taoist Di Tian is. Just as the demonic rainbow finished speaking, a stream of light rushed in. It was Bai Yi, dressed in white. And this young master. In an instant, a few more people appeared in the palace. All of them were geniuses, and all of them were battle emperors. Lin Fei did not think that he could block them out. It would be enough if he could block most of them out. As for these geniuses, they would definitely have some special methods. Entering the invincible palace was not a difficult task. He knew this better than anyone else. These few heavens prides were the strongest people here. At the same time, their backgrounds were shocking. They could be said to be extremely talented people. Their combined strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Since the few of you were able to barge in from the outside, you must have some pretty good treasures on you. If I like them, hand them over obediently. Lin Fei waved his hand. The saber intent on the left spread out and sliced the void open. It was the cloned Dao slave. The Dao slave, dressed in black armor, had a ferocious look on his face. His saber intent soared into the sky. If there was only one of them, it might not be a big deal. However, there were too many of them. When they gathered together, it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. On the other side, there was the sword slave. He was also ferocious. He carried a long sword on his back and his sword intent soared into the sky. He was not inferior to the Dao slave at the side. Now that he had gathered together, it was quite a terrifying scene. The Dao slave and the sword slave appeared on the left and right respectively. The expressions of the geniuses on the opposite side changed. These ferocious-looking Dao slaves and sword slaves were all battle emperors. At the same time, they were also the strongest swordsmen and swordsmen in combat. They were the most difficult opponents to deal with. This is my gift to all of you. Enjoy. Lin Fei sat on the throne again. The Dao slave pulled out his long sword. The saber intent exploded and covered the sky. The entire invincible palace was covered in the saber intent, especially when it had reached the battle emperor level. Swish, swish, swish. 50,000 Dao slaves attacked at the same time. What a scene it was. Damn it. Why are the saber techniques of these swordsmen so similar to those of the divine saber manner? Young Master Curse cast a curse technique and put on the curse Dao divine robe. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The saber techniques of the divine saber manner. Could they have colluded with Tian? Yes, that must be it. They did not have time to think. They each took out their treasures to block the domineering saber intent. 50,000 Dao slaves. How terrifying was that? Any attack would not be able to block the attack of the Dao slaves. Although they were geniuses, they had no choice but to go all out against so many Dao slaves. They did not hide any of their ultimate techniques. Kill! The sword slaves shouted in unison. They also joined the battle with a terrifying sword intent. The few geniuses felt a headache coming on. 50,000 Dao slaves and 50,000 sword slaves. They really could not block them. The most terrifying thing was that the Dao slaves and sword slaves were using extremely powerful saber and sword techniques. At the same time, they were not afraid of death. They did not dare to be surrounded. Be careful. This is the Myriad Swords Manner's sword technique. The Sky Devil robe stepped on the Sky Devil dance. The Sky Devil blades turned into streaks of afterimages that landed on the Dao slaves and sword slaves. They were unable to block the attacks. The cloned Dao slaves and sword slaves are indeed not just for show. Now, I just need to clone a batch of cursed Dao slaves. With their cooperation, I can attack from both inside and outside. Whatever T Dao slaves are going to be eliminated. The more Lin Fei watched, the more satisfied he was. He had forced the few geniuses into a dangerous situation. They did not have Lin Fei's invincible defense. At the same time, they had a large number of destiny points to spend. It was reasonable for them to be in a dangerous situation. My gift is not bad, right? You are the first to enjoy it. Ordinary people do not have this kind of treatment. Lin Fei looked at the wind and clouds with a smile. The Dao slaves and sword slaves surrounded the battle circle. The number of enemies they killed was not very high. Tian, you actually joined forces with the Divine Saber Manor and the Myriad Swords Manor. Everyone has underestimated you. Bai Yi was also quite surprised. The pressure of 100,000 enemies was very taxing on him. His treasured clothes were left with many scars, which would normally not appear. The cannon fodder that he had exchanged godheads for was too different from the Dao slaves and sword slaves. It was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison. I am in a good mood today. If you don't want to die, it is better for you to surrender. In the entire palace, the power of space and time shrouded the heads of the geniuses, limiting their speed. Dense Dao slaves and sword chi attacked. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Chapter 2188. Invincible Palace. None of the powerhouses had expected Tian to have another trick up his sleeve. He had secretly colluded with the Divine Knife Sect and the 10,000 Swords Villa. There are too many people from Tian. I can't hold them back anymore. I'll retreat first. Young Master Curse was very unwilling, but he couldn't handle so many people. Even the cursed Dao God Altar couldn't handle it. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have another chance. Curse Gate, open. Now that young Master Curse couldn't hang on to his teammates, he decided to retreat first. A black door opened, and young Master Curse pushed away the sword and saber slaves before diving in. Lin Fei had never thought of killing off these heaven's favorites with powerful backgrounds. After all, these fellows all had treasures in their hands. It wouldn't be difficult for them to escape from the encirclement. Miss Heavenly Demon, let's go. This was the first time White Knight had met such an opponent. Even though the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Saber Gate weren't top-tier forces, they weren't forces that could be underestimated. Tian's capabilities weren't simple to be able to hide this from everyone. All right. The demonic rainbow also had a headache. Tian had hidden himself too deeply, and she had almost fallen for his trap. Young Master Bai called out, and the demonic blade brought out streaks of silver light, sending more than 10 enemies flying. Eternal Divine Boat. Bai Yi released a battleship, and they boarded it one after another. The battleship erupted with boundless might, smashing the enemies into pieces. There's no need to chase. From young Master Curse's departure to Bai Ye's breaking out of the encirclement, all happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the saber slave and the sword slave stopped. However, the sword and saber intents on their bodies continued to soar into the sky, continuously slicing the void and forming a land of death. This curse warship is also a giant treasure. I won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei secretly held back against these disciples with powerful backgrounds. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Fei didn't want to go against those veteran forces for the time being. You may have left, but the people outside won't be so lucky. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly. He had to kill a portion of them to intimidate the rest. Outside the invincible palace, the defense formed by the Black Tower was still not something that could be broken by everyone, apart from a limited number of prodigies who used secret techniques to enter. The rest could only resort to violence. After young Master Curse killed his way in, everyone was full of confidence. As long as they killed or captured DTon alive, their defenses were nothing to be afraid of. It's opening. Ha, great. The invincible palace's defenses have been breached. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. So the defense was gone. Xiao xiao xiao. Before they could celebrate for too long, a sword will shot over and hit the forehead of a combat emperor. His eyes were wide open as he fell from the sky. In an instant, everyone's scalp went numb. The sword intent and the saber intent continued to attack, covering the sky and covering the earth. The entire world seemed to have darkened. Pu. The densely packed attacks had become a nightmare for the combat emperors present. No matter what power it was, no one was able to withstand the continuous attacks. Damn it, why are there so many experts in the invincible palace? A 7-star combat emperor said sternly. The long sword in his hand danced in an airtight manner, and his expression became extraordinarily serious. Before anyone appeared, everyone felt an endless sense of danger shrouding them. This was definitely not normal. The first wave of sword intent and saber intent severely injured the group of people at the front. One by one, the combat emperors were shot dead on the spot. At this moment, at the place closest to the invincible palace, there was no one. They're out. Everyone was on guard, their eyes fixed on the invincible palace. Hua hua hua. Sounds of breaking air could be heard. Everyone saw figures appearing in the sky above the invincible palace. All of them were ferocious, with sharp sword intent and saber intent. How is this possible? How can a small invincible palace have such domineering sword intent and saber intent? This must be fake. Everyone was completely unable to remain calm. The densely packed black figures emitted an imposing aura. Even the 10-star battle emperors felt a chill run down their spines. Isn't this the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Villa? Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily. Yes, it's the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Back then, I fought with the people of the 10,000 Swords Villa. They had the same sword intent. It's definitely the same. And this saber intent, it's obviously from the Godly Knife sect. There were constant exclamations of shock. At the same time, angry gazes were shot at the elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. The leader of the 10,000 Swords Villa was at a loss and couldn't speak. The elder of the Godly Knife sect had the same expression as the elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Why would the saber intent of our Godly Knife sect appear here? Moreover, all of them are of the same realm. This is unbelievable. The most unacceptable thing was that the number of combat emperors in the entire Godly Knife sect and the 10,000 Swords Villa couldn't be compared to the number of people in front of them. Listen to our explanation. These aren't people from the 10,000 Swords Villa. There must be a mistake. Seeing the angry gazes of everyone, the elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa quickly explained. If this was true, The 10,000 Swords Villa wouldn't be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. At this moment, everyone couldn't believe it. If there was only one person, it would still be fine. However, the auras they sensed clearly belonged to the sword and saber intents of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. How could this be fake? 10,000 Swords Villa, Godly Knife sect, thank you for attracting them here. Now leave the rest to me. Lin Fei appeared in front of everyone, surrounded by the saber slaves and the sword slaves. Deedon, you are talking nonsense. The elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The rest of the people's expressions changed. You are slandering us. You are just a small country bumpkin. You are nothing in the 10,000-year villa. Lin Fei smiled and said, how dare you besiege my sleeping quarters? Kill without mercy. Explanation? Lin Fei wouldn't bother to explain himself. I am slandering you all. The moment the saber slaves and the sword slaves attacked, they used the saber art and sword art of the two great forces. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. A saber slave rushed to the front of a combat emperor and slashed at his body. The combat emperor forcefully resisted the attack, and a few sword slaves took advantage of the situation and killed the combat emperor. 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves. How terrifying was that? In this sealed world, they were like a meat grinder. No matter how many of them came, they would be killed. Lin Fei needed them to increase his strength so that he could break through the combat emperor realm and become a powerhouse. Elder, our 10,000 Swords Villa is finished. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa were dumbfounded. Even the heavens chosen at this moment didn't know what to say. Those gazes of death were not something that could be ignored by anyone. The hatred and resentment in those gazes were deeply etched into their hearts. It wasn't something that could be erased so easily. The black mass of saber slaves and sword slaves didn't attack them. In fact, they didn't have the intention to attack. Each of them was a 9-star combat emperor realm expert. At the same time, they weren't afraid of death. How terrifying was that? They saw with their own eyes that a saber slave didn't retreat even half a step when half of his body was destroyed. Instead, he charged forward and severely injured his opponent. After witnessing this scene, they didn't have the confidence to attack. Chapter 2189. The sword and saber slaves had inherited the saber and sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect. Their battle prowess was extraordinary, and at the same time, they were combat emperors. When they attacked together, their aura was shocking, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Sword intent and saber intent filled the air. Coupled with the fearlessness of the sword and saber slaves, the combat emperors fell one after another. Those low-level combat emperors who came out to see the world were instantly turned into beehives by the sword intent and saber intent. Run! We can't hold them anymore. 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Blade sect betrayed us. The murderous experts of the 33 sacred heavens were swept away by Lin Fei's subordinates in less than a moment. Almost none of the combat emperors could withstand the attacks. Only Lin Fei could use such a brutal method of attack. Cloned subordinates could do it. They were more death warriors than death warriors, without any changes in their thinking. Human wave tactics are really terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. From the start to the end, Lin Fei did not make a move. After a battle, Lin Fei's sword and saber slaves were less than 5% lost. No one was willing to be entangled with such a fearless method of attack. It would mean death. In order to clone 50,000 sword and saber slaves, I plundered a large amount of ores and materials. Finally, it was worth it. When the cursed slaves are cloned, almost no one will be able to leave. Lin Fei observed. The sword and saber slaves were strong, but they still had some flaws. The cursed slaves would form a special support, and their lethality would increase. Di Tian, what are you trying to do to us? 10,000 Swords Villa's elder Wansheng tried his best to suppress his anger. Today's matter could not be washed clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Right now, he wanted to know what Di Tian wanted to do to them. Yes, you slandered us. And killed the forces of the 33 sacred heavens. They will flatten your invincible palace sooner or later. Godly Blade Sect's elder Dao Wufeng said coldly. Right now, the ones who hated Di Tian the most were the two elders in front of him. When this matter spread back to the 33 sacred heavens, it would be hard for them to defend themselves. That was the sword will and blade will that belonged to the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They were the real deal. Aside from them, no one else could master them. They would never know that Lin Fei had a system in his hands. Through a drop of blood analysis, the clone was exactly the same, and no one could see through the mystery behind it. Keeping you here was actually for the sake of acting. Now I can send you to hell. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and snapped his fingers. The saber intent and sword intent that filled the sky blasted towards the people from the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Saber faction. Without any struggle, these people were all killed in the blink of an eye. Even if there were peak-level War Emperor rankers among them, they would not be able to withstand the familiar attack method. The increase in power is too little. Lin Fei shook his head. After becoming a 10-star combat queen, the increase in strength began to decrease. Although he had killed over 1,000 experts, the increase in strength he had obtained was still not enough to satisfy Lin Fei. For others, this little bit of strength was enough to make them laugh. I believe they won't come after killing such a huge wave of enemies. I can also clone a batch of cursed mages first. In front of the Invincible Palace, the news of the heavy casualties of the various forces spread. The demonic rainbow opened a screen in the sky and reported the news to a phantom. Master, the situation is like this. We were caught off guard. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction have collaborated with Di Tian. All of us have underestimated this Di Tian. After the demonic rainbow left, it first sent the news back. This was a huge matter. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were not top forces. But with their strong attack power, they were very popular in the 33 sacred heavens. But who would have thought that Di Tian, who was in the sealed world, would secretly collude with these two forces? What was even more terrifying was that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction had hidden themselves deeper than expected. In that case, we have really underestimated this Di Tian and the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They want to snatch the biggest share of the origin fruit this time. The phantom's voice was emotionless, as if it was above the mortal world. Master, then what should I do? You don't have to do anything for now. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction actually plotted against our demonic palace. Master will definitely avenge you. Moreover, the two forces have hidden themselves so deeply. I believe that the other forces will not allow them to rise to the next level. The demonic rainbow was not satisfied. But I am not satisfied. The demonic rainbow, who had always been competitive, really could not accept that it had suffered a loss at the hands of an aboriginal. Wait a few days. This young man Di Tian has shown off his abilities. The other forces will definitely see him as their #1 competitor. At that time, someone will naturally come out to suppress him. Young Master Curse, Bai Yi, Chen Hao, and other prodigies all sent the news back. This concerned the situation in the 33 sacred heavens. And this aboriginal Di Tian had once again displayed terrifying strength, becoming the strongest opponent in the fight for the origin fruit. The tens of thousands of sword and saber slaves were definitely a force that could not be ignored. And if they wanted to send experts down from above, without a certain number, they would definitely not be able to contend with Di Tian's people. At the same time, they bore a grudge against the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They were now certain that the two forces were working with Di Tian. No wonder the news had spread so quickly. Perhaps the two forces had secretly manipulated it. After the 33 sacred heavens received the news, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Saber Gate, which did not seem to be very threatening on the surface, had actually secretly cultivated such a group of experts. Who knew how many more experts they had in their sects? This was very displeasing. In particular, the two masters of the sacred sky of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were both infuriated. Who would want to have two more ticking time bombs in their control? If they could work with Di Tian, who knew if they would have any thoughts about their own forces? They had to be taught a lesson. The two masters of the sacred sky met secretly to discuss how to teach the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction a lesson. The other forces that had been destroyed in the Invincible Palace also placed their hatred on the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. If not for them, would their people have died? What kind of trouble could a mere aboriginal like Di Tian cause? Among them, the biggest culprits were these two forces. When the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction received the news, the Master of the Sacred Sky personally paid them a visit and demanded that the two sects confess and be lenient. The two sects were dumbfounded. Someone recorded the saber intent and sword intent at the scene, including the sword techniques and saber techniques of the two sections. They were exactly the same, causing people to insist that the two sects were the ones who did it. Chapter 2190. The two masters of the Sacred Sky personally came to the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. This was definitely a big deal. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect did not receive the news. After all, even the Master of the Sagely Sky was dissatisfied. Who would dare to inform them? The two forces were being suppressed by the Lord of the Sacred Sky. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect were dumbfounded. Many of their experts were killed on the spot. No one wanted to have an uncontrollable force under their command. The scariest thing was that the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Knife sect had such strength in secret. If he didn't know, he wouldn't even know when his lower part would be flipped over. This is unforgivable. The arrival of the two masters of the Elysium had resulted in the deaths of many experts from the two superpowers. Even the sect leader was heavily injured by the Master of the Elysium. Colluding with Di Tian, a native of the lower realm, is unforgivable. With just one sentence, the Lord of the Sacred Sky had pushed the blame onto the two sect masters. The Master of the Sacred Sky was a powerful figure. The patriarchs of the two factions had no choice but to show themselves. However, they were no match for the Lord of Holiski's strength. After a fierce battle, they were completely defeated, and their patriarchs were injured. Since they won, it was naturally time to split the spoils. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Blade sect were so angry that they spat out blood, especially after hearing the news. They cried out that they were innocent, but in front of the evidence, they were speechless, not knowing how to explain themselves. It was hard to explain. The saber art and the sword art were the secrets of the two factions. Only those with a certain status could learn them. How could outsiders learn them? The two grandmasters wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even their old master did not know how to explain this. It was obvious that the Lord of the Sacred Sky wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take a bite out of the two forces. At the same time, the disciples of the forces that were killed also vented their anger on the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. These forces might not be afraid in a one-on-one fight, but once they joined forces, that was definitely a powerful force that could not be ignored. Even they would not be able to withstand it. Under the threat of the Lord of the Sacred Sky, he had to explain what was going on. Otherwise, they would be surrounded and attacked. The Lord of the Sacred Sky would definitely not interfere and would allow them to attack. This was the same as placing them on the stage and placing them in a dead end. Helpless. After the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber sect suffered great losses, they could only compromise. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei did not know that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were being suppressed by the Master of the Sagely Heaven, who was a powerhouse. Invincible Palace quietened down after a round of cleaning. The prodigy had also disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei wasn't interested in where they were going as long as they didn't come up to harass him for the time being. In fact, after the Dao slaves and sword slaves were dispatched, the various factions stopped their actions and did not dare to act recklessly. The Dao slaves and sword slaves were extremely powerful. Once trapped, it would be a nightmare. Success. Under Lin Fei's anticipation, the Curse Mage was finally born. The first batch of Spellcaster was cloned. Lin Fei felt that the word wizard sounded better than slave, so he changed his name to Wizard of Incantations, which sounded more superior. The materials are too little. 5,000 curse mages, if used well, can be a deterrent. 5,000 spellcasters. This was the first batch that Lin Fei had cloned. Initially, he thought that cloning a curse mage wouldn't require too many materials. Later, he found out that it was much more deceptive than cloning a Dao slave or sword slave. Apart from the large amount of materials, the mysterious energy was also 3 times that of the Dao slave. Let me try the curse mage's attack. Lin Fei pointed at one of the curse mages. Although without young Master Curse's curse god altar, the power of the curse was limited. However, it was not something that an ordinary combat emperor could withstand. Curse mage num. Curse mage, great prophecy technique. Curse mage. The curse cast by the curse mage was almost the same as the one cast by young Master Curse. The only difference was the power. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. To be able to clone such a perfect curse mage, Lin Fei had to thank young Master Curse. If it was an ordinary curse mage, they would not have mastered many curse mage attacks. However, young Master Curse was different. His status was different and he had mastered many curse mage attacks. This time, Lin Fei was lucky. Alright, now that the first batch of curse mages has been cloned, with the help of the curse mage and the powerful Dao slave and sword slave, I should head to the Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. There was a large amount of power waiting for him to reap. Mountain God Emperor. This place was now occupied by various forces. After the various forces suffered losses, no one went to the profound sky world. Now, no one knew what Di Tian's trump card was. Di Tian is a shameless bastard. He caused our Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect to become the target of everyone. At a remote location in Mountain God Emperor, the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect gathered together and scolded. Whenever Di Tian was mentioned, their resentment would soar and their killing intent would be revealed. Ever since Di Tian killed all the forces that surrounded them, once the news reached the Mountain God Emperor, Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect were immediately besieged. It was their fault for not being able to explain the origins of those combat emperors. More than half of the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect were killed on the spot. The remaining ones fled in panic and hid in all directions. We can't continue to hide. Everyone, we have to think of a way. An elder of Myriad Swords Villa said with a frown. The remaining 4 elders all had a trace of exhaustion between their brows. Being chased here and there with their lives hanging by a thread was not an easy task. This is all because of that Di Tian. An elder of the godly Saber Gate said sternly with a lot of resentment in his tone. If I see him, I'll torture him until he's hovering between life and death. I'll teach him the methods of the godly Saber Gate. Now, they only knew that Di Tian had set them up and turned them into stray dogs. Those people were complimenting them before, but who would have thought that they would attack them from all directions? Is that so? As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. From the void, a man in black appeared and swaggered in front of them. Everyone be careful. He's Di Tian. The remaining people stood up and stared at him angrily. Everyone knew that they had become stray dogs because of Di Tian, and they had almost died in the pursuit of Huo Hao. Didan, come and die. The elder of the Divine Blade sect's eyes flickered coldly. He took out a black long saber and swung it. A saber radiance swept towards Lin Fei's family. It was the hand-swing saber of the Divine Blade sect. Why are you so angry? You need to calm down. Lin Fei shook his head. The muscular elder of the Divine Blade sect screamed in pain. His entire body was set ablaze. In an instant, not even his bones were left. This is the curse fire. Impossible. Chapter 2191. This time, Lin Fei did not come to the Mountain God Emperor alone. He brought an army with him. With the system, it was effortless for Lin Fei to find people in the Mountain God Emperor. It could be said that everything was under Lin Fei's control. Curse fire, this is the curse fire. The elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the godly Saber Gate were terrified. The curse fire was something that could only be mastered after one had cultivated the curse Dao to a certain level. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to defend against. Those who were hit by it would die for sure. Rumor had it that a magnate could kill a magnate of the same level. They had no idea how the curse fire landed on them. This kind of unknown death was unbearable. In a short period of time, fear filled the air. If you don't want to die, shut up. I don't mind killing all of you. Lin Fei laughed. As soon as the curse fire appeared, they lost the will to fight back. Who could defend against the curse fire? Even the 3 combat emperors were helpless. They were afraid that the curse fire would land on them and cause them to follow in the footsteps of their opponent. That's the way. Lin Fei was shocked. The curse fire attack of a dozen spellmasters was able to kill an elder without anyone noticing. This was too cruel. The sword slaves and saber slaves were powerful, but compared to the spellmasters, the difference was huge. The attack of the spellmasters was even more unpredictable. Lin Fei used the system to analyze the attack and came to a conclusion. The attack of the curse fire was another way of using energy. It was more unpredictable. It was impossible to defend against. Deaton, what are you trying to do? An elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa asked. As long as one was not an idiot, they could tell that this Deaton was very mysterious. He might even be working with someone else. This was too scary. It's nothing much. I just need something recently. I heard that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate are powerful forces with deep foundations. I don't think I would mind using something to exchange for you. What do you think? If Lin Fei could kill them, it couldn't be any easier. However, the benefits were too little. Right now, Lin Fei lacked all sorts of resources to create his own army. There were plenty of resources in the immortal world. However, this was only temporary. Lin Fei had to accumulate strength for himself, and the best way to do so was to plunder from others. Limiting himself to his own territory was not a long-term solution. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. Plundering resources was the most suitable method. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were undoubtedly good choices. That's impossible. The 10,000 Swords Villa elder shouted angrily. This is extortion. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder's body was also engulfed by the curse fire, and he instantly lost all signs of life. I don't want to say it a second time. Send the news back now. Lin Fei wasn't willing to give them time to consider. If you don't pass it on, all of you will die. 2 elders had died consecutively, both of whom were war emperor rankers. The rest of the people lost their temper and looked at Lin Fei with even more fear. We are willing. We are willing, don't kill us. He resolved the issue between the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife Gate. Lin Fei placed his gaze on the other powers. With the elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction here, Lin Fei could begin the next step. For example, capturing people. In a valley within the mountain of God Emperor. That native is too shameless. He plundered the entire mountain of God Emperor, causing us to come here for nothing. He plundered everything. I really can't accept this. Of course, when I came down, it was to plunder the prophets. Rumor has it that the mountain of God Emperor's space is a fragment of the essence of the Nishti savage world, which contains a large amount of treasures. Even the treasures of heaven and earth. But now, this place has become barren. It's all that Deaton's fault. How can a native be so powerful? In the valley, a few young people dressed in brocade clothes gathered together. They were all disciples from several forces, and their statuses were not low. This time, they could only watch helplessly. They could only curse Deaton for not being a good person. Now, they knew that Deaton was not to be trifled with. Even if he was a genius, he would return in failure. Even if they were capable, they would not dare to find trouble with Deaton. It's not good to speak ill of me behind my back. A cold voice enveloped the valley. There were more than 100 people in the valley, and all of them were furious. Their background was not something that ordinary people could go against. Hua hua hua! Flames shot out from the bodies of the disciples in the valley, and in an instant, they turned into flaming people and disappeared from this world. Curse fire, this is curse fire. You people from the Cursed Tao Sacred Palace, how dare you? Do you know who we are? Stop it. Experts died one after another. In a short period of time, there were only 10 young people left in the valley, and their eyes were filled with fear. Lord, this is Feng Yunsha. The one in yellow is Nangong Xiao. His father is a half-step magnate expert. And this is the deputy sect leader of a first-rate sect. He has great authority. At this moment, a fluctuation came from the void, and Lin Fei quietly appeared with 2 elders standing beside him. They were the elders from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect. The elders from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect had helpless expressions on their faces. If they did not want to live, they would not be willing to help Tion by pointing out the direct descendants of the major forces. Great, the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect are indeed not good people. Someone recognized the 2 at a glance. After all, they were one of the leaders this time, who did not know them. Long-winded. That person let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was green, and large pieces of flesh were corroded, revealing his white bones. It was a tragic sight, and he died in despair and pain. Instantly it became quiet. You should know who I am. Now, you only need to do one thing. Of course, you can choose not to do it. The choice is in your hands. Of course, the outcome of not doing it is death. Lin Fei said indifferently, the God Emperor Mountain is beautiful, and it is the most suitable place for you to be buried. Who knows, after hundreds or thousands of years, you might have a chance to be resurrected. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Just now, they had seen someone die in front of them, and they did not have the confidence to defend against Tion. Lin Fei gestured to the 2 elders, and the 2 elders had sullen expressions. They passed the list to them and briefly explained the situation. Everyone's faces were filled with anger. This was robbery. You can choose not to do it, and I will send you to hell immediately. Everyone shuddered again. My father is a half-step magnate, and you dare to rob and extort? You are courting death. A stubborn person glared at Tion and brought out his background. Lin Fei was very simple with these idiots. He would kill them all and turn them into a part of his strength. Threat? Chapter 2192. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. The Thousand Swords Villa and the Godly Blade faction received a message from their elders. After seeing the message, his face darkened on the spot. The other elders also had the same expression. Shameless bastard. Ancestor, please let us go down and kill this shameless bastard. The Thousand Swords Villa and the Godly Blade faction had just been suppressed by the Master of the Sacred Sky and suffered great losses. If they had not paid a huge price, the entire sect would have been massacred. His hatred for Tion was so deep that he couldn't even fill up his 5 lakes and 4 seas. Now, they were extorting him. This was clearly bullying. The current sect master was also filled with hatred. An indifferent native had caused their Myriad Swords mountain villa to suffer a great loss. He wanted nothing more than to cut him into 8 pieces to vent the anger in his heart. The elders looked at Ancestor Thousand Swords. He was the strongest ancestor of the Thousand Swords Villa and also their strongest trump card. Like Ancestor Divine Blade of the Godly Blade faction, he was also a half-step magnate and was very close to the final step. Half-step magnate was powerful, but there was still a gap between them and a magnate. For example, the right to speak. It was the difference between heaven and earth. You're all muddle-headed. Ancestor Thousand Swords harumphed and glanced at everyone. It's not suitable for the Thousand Swords Villa to make any more enemies. It's just some materials. So what if we give them to him? Furthermore, can you deal with Tion in the Mountain God Emperor? Don't forget the tens of thousands of sword slaves and saber slaves around him. All the elders fell silent. Tomorrow, I will go into seclusion to become a magnate. Before I come out, the Thousand Swords Villa will not receive any guests. On this day, Ancestor Divine Blade went into seclusion. The next day, Ancestor Divine Blade went into seclusion too. In the Mountain God Emperor. With the guidance of a specialist, Lin Fei captured the disciples of the major forces. As for having no background, I'm sorry, you'll have to provide me with a portion of your strength. 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves passed by. A black torrent crushed everything in its path. Lin Fei made up for the loss of the saber slave and the sword slave, making up the numbers again. Now, he had another 100,000 combat emperor slaves. The spellmaster was another trump card. In the space of Mount God Emperor, there were enough saber slaves and sword slaves for the time being. Once they appeared, they were successful in every endeavor. The world of sword intent and the world of sword intent formed by light. This was enough to make people feel unprecedented terror. Lin Fei caught more and more people. They extorted large amounts of resources according to the size of their forces. The God Emperor Mountain's forces were thoroughly enraged, especially after the news spread. Preposterous. That Di Tian is clearly looking down on us. We haven't gone to look for him, but he has come to act violently. We can't let this go. If outsiders see this, they will really think that we are afraid of him. Thousands of people were gathered on one of the peaks of Mount God Emperor. Dozens of people clustered around one person. It could be seen that these people were not ordinary people. Young Master Cursed was the one who shouted the most fiercely. Back then, young Master Curse wanted to show off, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. He hated Di Tian very much, and once he heard that he had come, he bewitched the geniuses present. There were also some old acquaintances on the mountain peak. For example, the demonic raiment. For example, Lord White Knight. For example, Chen Hao. There were quite a few other geniuses as well. Those who could stand here were all geniuses of the same level, and they all had strong backgrounds and forces behind them. The crowd did not have much of a reaction to young Master Curse's words. Young Master Curse, it's your problem that you suffered in the hands of Di Tian. Don't drag us down with you. Someone on the opposite side retorted. Now, who doesn't know that Di Tian is ruthless? He has a group of saber slaves and a group of sword slaves by his side. Whoever dares to go will die. Young Master Curse was used to being arrogant. Naturally, there were some people who were unhappy. Han Fei was one of them. He was also the son of a half-step giant. At the same time, he was also a powerful genius. He brought over 30 experts from his clan with him, and he was very confident in the space of Mount God Emperor. That's right. Why should we listen to you? Anyway, we have no enmity with Di Tian. He won't look for us. Many people chimed in. Young Master Curse's face turned gloomy, and a cold light flickered. He thought to himself, a bunch of idiots. I will kill all of you sooner or later. A bunch of cowards. Young Master Curse mocked them. I don't think you can say that. Chen Hao also had a lot of resentment towards Di Tian. His father was the master of sacred heaven, but he was forced to retreat by a native. This was simply a humiliation. Di Tian isn't a simple native. He is a native who has obtained a great opportunity. He even has a great treasure in his hands. Now, he even has a sword slave and saber slave. All of them are comparable to 9 stars combat emperors. Who knows what other trump cards that native Di Tian has? If Di Tian obtains the origin fruit and advances to the realm of a giant, us geniuses will have to live under his shadow in the future. Are you all willing to do that? One had to admit that Chen Hao still had some prestige. As one of the geniuses present here, they didn't wish for anyone to stand above them. It was already so difficult to deal with someone who wasn't a giant. Moreover, they couldn't think of any way to deal with Di Tian when they advanced to the realm of a giant. I also feel that this Di Tian must be eliminated. We can't let him live. Otherwise, he will definitely become a strong enemy for us geniuses. The demonic Nikhang also chimed in with a cold expression. Chen Hao's words weren't a threat. In the future, things would really develop in this direction, so they had to be careful. I also agree with Child Chin. Miss Demonic and Child Chin are both right. We have to work together to deal with Di Tian. There's strength in numbers. A few of the sons of the Lord of Holiness agreed. None of the sons of the Lord of Holiness's sons were easy to deal with. They all knew to work together to deal with Di Tian. Child Curse was powerful, but he still ran away in panic. We still have a lot of people now. We have to work together with others. Chen Hao invisibly gained prestige. As the initiator, he received everyone's support. Everyone, there's no need to work together. I'm coming. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, a storm of sword will and a storm of saber will crushed towards the crowd. Oh no, Tian is here. The thousands of people who gathered all took out their treasures to protect themselves. The storm of sword will and the storm of saber will were extremely domineering. As soon as they came crashing down, the sky darkened, and all they could see was a black torrent. Swords and sabers were everywhere, turning the crowd into beehives. Corpses were everywhere, and there were countless casualties. Before they even worked together, only about a third of the thousands of people were left. Lin Fei, surrounded by a group of sword and saber slaves, watched coldly from the side. Chapter 2193. A total of 100,000 war emperors came crashing down like a torrent. There were more than 1,000 experts gathered at the scene. In the first round of attacks, there were heavy casualties. A wave of sword intent and blade intent had killed at least 100 experts, and the number of casualties was still rising. In the face of the black torrent, they were simply too weak. Apart from a limited number of prodigies, no one else could withstand such an attack. Everyone come to me. Let's activate our treasures together and block Tian's attack. Bai Yi had suffered a small loss last time, so he was still shocked when he saw the sword slaves and saber slaves again. Especially in terms of numbers, they were exactly the same as last time. It was definitely uncomfortable. Among the prodigies, Bai Yi had a strong background and a certain amount of prestige. Dozens of figures flew over. Bai Yi waved his hand and took out a battleship. The battleship was pitch black and gave off a terrifying aura. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Blood Heaven Seal, it wasn't too far off. This was a treasure of a pseudo-magnate. Great, this is young Master Bai's eternal warship. With the eternal warship, we'll be able to block the attacks and even kill Tian's subordinates. Everyone was delighted to see the warship. Bai Yi was a member of the Eternal God Palace, a force that had existed for a long time. No one knew exactly how strong it was, but it was known that there were several giant experts guarding it. The power of the Eternal Divine Palace was unimaginable. The Eternal Warship was one of the most famous treasures of the Eternal Divine Art. It possessed a powerful defense and combat strength. A single Eternal Warship was enough to crush a battle emperor. Even a 10-star battle emperor would have to be wary of it. Everyone boarded the warship. At this moment, no one had any objections. After boarding the warship, they followed White Knight's instructions and placed their energy into the Eternal Warship. The huge Eternal Warship shone brightly. It was like a blazing sun. The saber slaves and sword slaves that surrounded Jiangchen were shot to death by the splendor as soon as they got close, and they fell from the sky. What a great warship! Its quality has actually reached the level of a pseudo-giant treasure, and the power it emits has also reached such a level. This White Knight has a mysterious background. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated the foundation of the geniuses. This was definitely something that could only be taken out by those inherited forces with deep foundations. Tian, you want to kill us all in one go, but you're still one step behind. Yes. We're not that easy to bully. As long as you kneel down and hand over all your treasures, we will spare your worthless life. The Eternal Warship displayed its might, killing hundreds of saber slaves and sword slaves. All the outstanding talents saw hope. He shouted angrily at Tian. Bai Yi was not as optimistic as them. His eyes were flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. No one has the right to take my life, not even you sky prides. Lin Fei shook his head and laughed. It's just a warship. If I want it to be destroyed, it will be destroyed. Lin Fei strode over. The Blood Heaven Seal descended from the sky, and a faint blood color spread out. With a loud bang, it landed on the Eternal Warship. This emperor wants to see how long you can last. It's merely a treasure of a giant. You don't have the qualifications to act fiercely before this emperor. The Blood Heaven Seal came with a fierce momentum. The bodies of the people on the Eternal Warship shook violently, and their blood chi surged. Those who were slightly weaker began to vomit blood. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was like a supreme emperor. With the Blood Heaven Seal in his hand, he unleashed the most domineering attack. Every time he attacked, the Eternal Warship would flip up and down, and cracks would appear on the body of the warship. The people on the Eternal warship were also struggling. Not good. The Blood Heaven seal was indestructible. After landing on the Eternal warship again, Bai Yi cursed inwardly. The Eternal warship's defense began to show flaws under the relentless and tyrannical attacks. It was broken in one go. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged in with covetous eyes. Dozens of saber slaves attacked Bai Yi. Bai Yi's expression turned grave. A bright armor appeared on his body, and he released his aura to send his enemies flying. Time slow. Lin Fei executed time slow. It enveloped the heads of the outstanding talents. Spatial compression. The Eternal warship became a battlefield. Countless saber slaves and sword slaves charged in, forcing the outstanding talents to retreat. Although Lin Fei's time slow and spatial compression couldn't suppress them completely, it could at least affect them by 20 to 30%. Curse Dao, Great Prophecy. After young Master Curse suffered a loss previously, he still couldn't accept it. He looked for an opportunity and launched another attack when the other party was unprepared. It was a fatal attack. Lin Fei had long since disregarded this. The system's mysterious energy could completely disintegrate such attacks. It could be said that no matter how many such attacks came, they would all be disintegrated. After cloning the Curse Dao Mage, the system analyzed the Curse Dao attacks and studied them in detail. The mysterious Curse Dao in the eyes of others was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. You know the Great Prophecy, so do I. After the system finished analyzing the Curse Dao, it wasn't impossible for Lin Fei to execute it. Boasting shamelessly. Young Master Curse sneered. The Curse Dao was a peak existence that had disappeared for an era. Now, only a few people grasped it, and no one else had the chance to see it. Watch carefully then. Lin Fei allowed the Great Prophecy to land on him. Great Prophecy. Lin Fei's voice became especially sacred. It was different from the way young Master Curse cast it. It was simpler. Go! Young Master Curse originally wanted to mock him. How could a native like him learn the Curse Dao of their Curse Palace? He was too presumptuous. The other prodigies split a trace of their divine sense to pay attention to the movements here. They also didn't believe that Di Tian knew the Curse Dao. The moment the mystic seal appeared, the sneer on young Master Curse's face suddenly disappeared. His pupils constricted, and from his feet up, half of his body instantly turned into nothingness. Cough, cough, cough. This Curse Dao, impossible. Young Master Curse wanted to say why Di Tian's Great Prophecy was more terrifying than his, and he didn't even know when he was hit. The prodigies on the Eternal warship who were still fighting were all dumbfounded. This was because they saw young Master Curse's body turn into nothingness under the corrosion of the Great Prophecy. He disappeared in front of them without even a moment of support. Is young Master Curse dead? Doubt, confusion. All kinds of emotions could be seen on everyone's faces. F***CK, the strengthened version of the Great Prophecy is so powerful. He killed young Master Curse with a curse? Lin Fei looked at the strength bonus. Indeed, it was more than usual. System, you're really awesome. What Lin Fei had cast previously was the strengthened version, which was the most suitable to be used. He underestimated its power and killed young Master Curse with a curse. This was too domineering. Lin Fei originally thought that it would be good if he could severely injure young Master Curse. Now, it was completely beyond his expectations. Everyone, if you don't want to die like young Master Curse, the best choice is to surrender. Chapter 2194. The Great Prophecy spell itself was strange, and its power was exceptionally strong and terrifying. The enhanced version of the Curse Dao was still more than 10 times stronger than expected. A single Curse Dao killed young Master Curse mercilessly. As the person who did it, Lin Fei was also shocked. The system was too awesome. Most terrifying of it all was that this ultimate attack of the Curse Dao was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was impossible to guard against. It was like a sharp sword above one's head that would descend at any moment. Young Master Curse is dead. The frown on Bai Yi's face was so deep that it almost formed a Chuan character. Mr. Cursed was killed, and he was killed in one move. What is Di Tian's background? How can he master such a terrifying curse like the Great Prophecy spell? Bai Ye's mind raced, but he couldn't figure out the connection. Could Di Tian be from the Cursed Palace? This is important news. In the beginning, the appearance of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect by Di Tian's side made everyone feel uneasy. No one knew when Di Tian had colluded with them. If that was all, no one would feel much about it. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Knife sect were not weak, but in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens, they were at most first-rate forces. In front of the super forces, they could not withstand a single blow. Any one of the major powerhouses was enough to wipe out the two forces. Now it's getting troublesome. Ever since Di Tian used the curse technique, everyone had a headache. Not only was it difficult to deal with, but it also involved the 33 Holy Heavens. Bai Yi, the demonic Nikhang, Chen Hao, and the other chosen saints all revealed grave expressions after young Master Curse was killed. Especially the last sentence, coupled with the encirclement of tens of thousands of battle emperors, they gradually felt powerless. We've underestimated Di Tian. Heavenly Devil Rainbow said with a bitter smile, Di Tian has grasped a curse technique, and it's a killer move like Great Prophecy technique. No one knows if he also has curse techniques? Damn it. Damn it, an unremarkable sealed world. How did such a freak appear? Chen Hao was a holy son, but he had to admit that Di Tian had become even more terrifying after mastering curse techniques. Breakthrough? They were no longer confident. The Curse Palace was a force that struck fear in the hearts of others. Even a powerhouse would not be willing to offend any disciple of the Curse Palace. That was because the Curse Palace was famous for shielding their own. 100,000 War Emperor rankers, and they were still at the 9 Stars realm. This was undoubtedly a chasm that could not be crossed. They could easily trap them to death. You want us to surrender? Who do you think you are? One of the heavens chosen let out a cold snort. His fist technique shook the heavens and sent more than 10 combat emperors flying. At the same time, he waved his hand and released several puppets to shield his back. His silhouette turned illusory, creating layers of afterimages. They were about to break out of the encirclement. Bang! The sky was filled with afterimages as the prodigy fell out of the void. The curse fire wrapped around his body, and he screamed miserably as he turned into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Everyone, feel free to break out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. After the previous incident, Lin Fei was prepared. He could not wait for them to break out of the encirclement. He would kill as many as they broke out of the encirclement. He did not believe that they could escape from the spellcaster. Putting everything else aside, just the various curses and attacks were enough to give everyone a hard time. Cursed fire. The rest of the prodigies who wanted to break out of the encirclement shuddered. The cursed fire was a terrifying attack that was not inferior to the Great Prophecy spell. Other than the treasures that were specially refined for curses. Outsiders could not withstand the attack of the cursed fire and would be burned into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. 2 types of curses had appeared consecutively, and they were both top-notch existences. It was no different from dropping a heavy bomb. Don't act rashly. Bai Yi did not want to send everyone to their deaths. This time, they are already prepared. It will be difficult for us to break out of the encirclement. Chen Hao said dryly. With the Great Prophecy spell and the cursed fire, I believe that there are people from the Curse Palace hiding in the void. It will be even more difficult to break out. Everyone give up resisting. Even Bai Yi. There was no way to break out of the encirclement. This Di Tian was too terrifying. When the rest saw that Prince Bai Yi had given up resisting, they also gave up. Instead of dying in vain, they might as well see what Di Tian wanted to see. With their background, Di Tian should not dare to kill them. They were also skeptical about the latter's idea. Even Prince Bai had killed Bai Yi, let alone them. Prince Bai, you have made a good choice. Lin Fei smiled. I will not kill you. I am only making a deal with the forces behind you. I am a very easy person to talk to. Easy to talk to? Everyone did not believe this. It was easy to talk to 100,000 battle emperors surrounding them. This is a small toy that I have refined. If you stay here peacefully, it will naturally protect your lives. If you have other thoughts, this small toy will give you a perfect gift. You will definitely be satisfied. Many small toys were sealed on the bodies of the geniuses. It was a blooming flower. The color of the flower was pitch black, but it gave off a dangerous aura that made one's heart palpitate. Everyone, don't move. This flower should be augmented with the cursed fire and other cursed secret techniques. Once it explodes, our bodies will definitely not be able to withstand it. Bai Yi was experienced and knowledgeable, so he was aware of the danger. Prince Bai, you have good eyesight to be able to recognize it at a glance. This emperor is impressed. Lin Fei clapped his hands. Since you know, this emperor will not say any more. The geniuses who had given up resisting were all guarded by the Dao slaves and sword slaves. The eternal warship, a pseudo-giant level treasure, was also taken away by Lin Fei. It could provide some help for the Blood Sky Seal's advancement. Prince Bai, where are the other people from the 33 sacred heavens? Please tell me. This will save me the trouble of looking for them. Lin Fei smiled at Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled bitterly. I don't have a choice. What do you think? Bai Yi had become a prisoner. Coupled with the fact that he had not figured out Chu Ditian's background, he naturally would not offend him at this time. A treasure that could combine the cursed fire and other secret techniques to form a unique threat was not something an ordinary person could create. Before the danger was resolved, no one was willing to offend Di Tian. No matter what, they had to survive first. They could not wait for Di Tian to offend all the 33 sacred heavens forces. When that happened, even if they had countless battle emperors, they would not be able to withstand the fury of the giants. Di Tian, this native, was now walking on the path of death. He had captured the geniuses. Lin Fei led the Dao slaves and sword slaves straight to the camps of the various forces. On a plain, several forces had joined together to form a base camp. A black torrent rushed in and broke open the camp. The Dao slaves and sword slaves rushed in like a flood and started a massacre. The plain was filled with the stench of blood. Lin Fei did not need to do anything. The Dao slaves and sword slaves had become the most terrifying warriors on the battlefield. Bai Yi and the other geniuses were being held at the back. Unless a giant expert comes, these people will not be able to withstand Di Tian's power. Bai Yi sighed softly. This is too terrifying, especially since they have mastered the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the top-notch saber techniques of the Divine Saber Sect. Their killing power is too terrifying. They are not afraid of death. They could clearly see the battle on the battlefield. Chapter 2195. Mountain of God Emperor. This is bad. But this is too scary. His cultivation level is so high, and he has mastered high-level blade and sword skills. We can't stop him. Don't kill us. We surrender. Following the invasion of the Black Torrent, even the 10-star battle emperors felt their scalps go numb. No one wanted to experience the feeling of being surrounded by waves of enemies. One by one, the forces were wiped out. They're finished. Prince Bai Yi, who was being watched by the battle emperors, sighed. Along the way, Bai Yi experienced the terror that Di Tian's subordinates brought. I didn't expect Di Tian to be so ruthless. He killed everyone except the genius disciples. Saint Chenhao said coldly. Their group was expanding. Being watched by the battle emperors and the treasures they had, they didn't have the heart to resist. You've been caught too. Sai, who knew Di Tian's underlings would be so powerful. They're like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is too scary. The geniuses who were familiar with Di Tian were captured one by one. It was inevitable that someone would point out the culprit. In the group, the geniuses were dejected. The prodigies who were usually arrogant about their strength and could kick the various major forces around were all defeated in front of Di Tian and captured alive one after another. If they wanted to die, Lin Fei didn't mind sending them on their way. In fact, there were only a few geniuses who wanted to die. They chose to surrender when there was no hope. Bai Yi and the rest were the best proof. At least they didn't kill the geniuses. After wiping out one force after another, all the major forces in the Mountain of God Emperor were wiped out. Only a few powerful top forces were left. No one could stop Lin Fei's human wave attack. Most importantly, They were battle emperors, 9-star battle emperors. There were more than 100,000 of them. No matter how many came, they would die. It's time to attack the other top forces. Lin Fei squinted his eyes as he looked at the captives behind him. With a wave of his hand, the mighty army of battle emperors headed towards a direction in the mountain of God Emperor. Ditan, if I were you, I wouldn't look for trouble with them. Bai Yi suddenly said. You don't know how terrifying they are. This is my territory. No matter how powerful you are not as powerful as me. Lin Fei didn't even turn his head as he threw out a domineering statement. In the mountain God Emperor space, there were only 4 top forces left. These 4 top forces. In the world of the 33 holy heavens, without exception, they were all top-notch existences. There were powerhouses at the level of giants, and at the same time, there were even stronger existences. Unlike the others, they didn't attack Tian from the start. They disdained such behavior. Therefore, no matter what happened, they still occupied a spot in the mountain of God Emperor and waited for the origin fruit to appear. This was also a display of their confidence in their own strength. Boom boom boom. Tens of thousands of soldiers gathered their spirit, energy, and spirit together, breaking through the clouds, domineering and invincible. Interesting that Tian is here. Within a mountain valley, at the peak sat an elder with a head of white hair. His gaze was like lightning as he passed through layers of space and saw the mighty flood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several prodigies came up from the foot of the mountain and appeared beside the old man. Elder Qin. This should be that Tian. Rumor has it that he has tens of thousands of 9-star battle emperors by his side. A prodigy with black and white eyebrows stared coldly in front of him. What a good aboriginal, thinking that he is invincible after destroying other forces. He thinks too highly of himself. Does he really think that our ocean god city is easy to bully? Elder Qin, let us teach Tian a lesson. It would be best if we can capture him alive. At that time, we can see what treasures he has on him. By then, whatever treasures he has will belong to our ocean god city. Another prodigy requested to fight. Ocean God City was one of the top forces in the world of the 33 holy heavens. You are not allowed to fight. The old man stood up. This Tian is not easy to deal with. If anyone underestimates him, they might die here. Several prodigies had unnatural expressions on their faces. Elder Qin, you are helping others' morale and diminishing your own. He is just an aboriginal. If not for the opportunity, how could he be our opponent? A prodigy was unconvinced. They were born into nobility. How could someone from the sealed world compare to them? Elder Chen's words were undoubtedly a provocation to them. Chen Wanyan shook his head in disappointment. Can't you see how powerful Tian is? Tens of thousands of 9-star battle emperors. How many forces could do that? Can you do it? Of course, Chen Wanyan would not say these words out loud. Your Majesty Tian, what is the meaning of you bringing so many people here? A loud rumbling sound spread. The entire mountain god emperor was spread out. Everyone heard the sound. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What a great ocean god city elder. He is indeed not simple. Sea god city, from what he heard from others, was a top-notch power. If he was in the world of the 33 sage heavens, Lin Fei might have some reservations. But now that he was in the mountain of God Emperor's space, where powerful experts could not come down, he had nothing to worry about. The mountain God Emperor is my territory. Where can I not go? Elder Qin, don't you think so? Lin Fei took the initiative and emphasized the ownership of the mountain God Emperor space. In fact, he gave him a reason to attack. Let's see if you are convinced. Lin Fei did not want to offend such a top force for the time being. Chen Wanyan realized that Tian did not come with good intentions. Tian, the mountain god emperor space is yours just because you said it's yours. Who do you think you are? A prodigy sneered. I also said that the mountain god emperor space is mine. In front of me, a junior like you is not qualified to speak. Lin Fei glared at the prodigy. The prodigy let out a miserable cry. The curse fire burned fiercely and instantly turned him into ashes. Curse fire? Chen Wanyan was shocked. What relationship do you have with the Cursed Palace? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Elder Qin, your prodigy is too unruly. It's best if you take care of him. I don't like people who talk nonsense. Chen Wanyan thought that Di Tian was cunning. The prodigy's death was in vain. He turned back and glared at them. All of you shut up. A single curse fire made the prodigy fearful. After being reprimanded, he could only glare at Di Tian angrily. This was the hardest attack to defend against. Your Majesty Lin Fei, the prodigy is insensible. You have already vented your anger by killing him. Chen Wanyan looked at Lin Fei. Can you tell me why you are here? Chapter 2196. Kill without mercy. The last 3 words resounded in the sky above Mount God Emperor. So domineering. A bumpkin dares to say such words to an elder of Sea God City. I'm in a illegal invasion? How dare he say that? Although Di Tian has more than 90,000 battle emperors, Sea God City is not a force to be trifled with. Di Tian is seeking his own death. The captured prodigies clapped their hands in their hearts, hoping that Di Tian would suffer a huge setback at Sea God City. Everyone knew the strength of Sea God City in the 33 sacred heavens. Now, Di Tian was not afraid of anything. Provoking Sea God City was equivalent to finding trouble for himself. At the same time, several powerful divine senses swept across the entire space of Mount God Emperor. They were the elders of the other 3 factions. The divine senses transformed into a clear figure that appeared in the sky. Their appearance immediately drew gasps of surprise from the prodigies. They're here. I've seen the one on the left before. That's Elder Fong from Horizon Mountain. He was a powerful prodigy 1,000 years ago. The one at the top, I've seen him once from afar. He's an extremely shrewd and calculative elder, Elder Lin from Flame City. The one in black is known as the Blade of Death. He's an expert in saber techniques, Elder Yu from Sky City. In the sky, 3 figures exuded an invincible aura. Kill without mercy? You're that arrogant Di Tian? Fong Wang, a middle-aged man in embroidered robes, said coldly. They all say that there's an arrogant guy in the sealed world. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. What do you think, Elder Yu? Lin Yijian from Flame Mountain squinted his eyes. His gaze flickered as if he was calculating something. Yulin did not like this Elder Yijian. This guy was too calculative. Who knew what he was calculating? He liked to use force to destroy everything. I don't know if he's arrogant or not, Yulin said. I only know that this Di Tian is interesting. This Di Tian is interesting. I wonder how many strikes he can take from me. Chen Wanyan's expression darkened. No one dared to say such words, especially in front of him. That would be a provocation to Sea God City. Chen Wanyan narrowed his eyes when the elders from the other 3 factions appeared. That's impossible. Lin Fei was not surprised by the appearance of the elders of the 3 factions. He had been monitoring the space of the Mountain God Emperor ever since he came here, so he would be notified immediately if anything happened. You're just 3 divine sense afterimages. How dare you put on an act here? Lin Fei snorted coldly, which was like a bolt from the blue. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The saber slaves and sword slaves formed a sword formation and charged over without any warning. 3 divine senses materialized. Evidently, they hadn't expected Di Tian to be so violent. He didn't even give them a chance to display their strength. Instead, he pressed down on them with his army and attacked them from all directions. Dian, how dare you? You're rebelling. How dare a native like you attack us? The army pressed on, drowning the 3 shadows in the sea of people. Even though the 3 divine sense shadows had extraordinary combat power, they were instantly destroyed by the sea of people. He couldn't even hold on for a little longer. Even if it's me, I will still kill him without hesitation. Lin Fei was very calm about the situation before him. Elder Qin, don't you think that's reasonable? Chen Wanyan decided to wait and see. It would be best to let them test Di Tian so that he could figure out something. After all, tens of thousands of 9 stars battle emperors who were not afraid of death were extremely terrifying. If it was a giant powerhouse, there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Chen Wanyan wasn't one. He was merely a 10-star battle emperor. Even if he had treasures in his hands, he didn't have much confidence. This Di Tian really doesn't play by the rules. Chen Wanyan was also shocked. Di Tian had destroyed the divine senses of the three elders just because of a few words. Is he going to attack me? Chen Wanyan wasn't sure what Lin Fei was thinking. Even though Chen Wanyan had a trump card, if he really went all out, the other three factions would benefit from it. If he couldn't get the origin fruit, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Then how much does your Majesty Di Tian want for this entrance fee? Chen Wanyan thought for a while and immediately came up with an idea. Based on Chen Wanyan's understanding of the other three, even though it wouldn't affect them much after their divine senses were destroyed, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. They would definitely find trouble with Di Tian. This was something that Chen Wanyan could think of even if he closed his eyes. Elder Chen is really straightforward. This is the entrance fee, you can take a look. A jade slip flew over. Chen Wanyan grabbed it in his hand. He didn't think that the other party would ask for too much. As soon as his divine sense entered the jade slip, his expression instantly changed and his whole face darkened. The origin fruit is formed from the essence of the wasteland world. One origin fruit can create a powerhouse. No matter what, it will be a giant realm. In the eyes of a top force like Sea God City, this entrance fee is not worth mentioning at all. Lin Fei smiled. Chen Wanyan's words were rebutted by Lin Fei. His heart was filled with anger. This damn guy, a backward country bumpkin, how dare he ask for such a condition? This is blatant robbery. Some of the materials on the jade slip were ordinary, but some were priceless. This was an exorbitant demand. This put Chen Wanyan in a difficult position. How should he answer? The Black Army gradually closed in. As an elder of the Sea God City, Chen Wanyan had never encountered such a situation. It was really displeasing. This is impossible. You are asking for an exorbitant demand. After some thought, Chen Wanyan still rejected. He didn't want to be perfunctory anymore. At most, he would just fight. Moreover, the experts of the other three factions had appeared. Together with him, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy Di Tian. Giant-level treasure? What was that? All four major factions had it. It was just a small toy. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Why do you have to do this? Actually, I really don't want to kill you. Chen Wanyan thought that Di Tian was afraid. In the next second, the surrounding disciples, deacons, and prodigy elders of the Sea God City were all attacked by curse techniques. Elder, not good, I've been hit by the weakening technique. I've been poisoned. This is too terrifying. The Tao slave and sword slave charged over and slashed at the disciples and prodigies present. Almost none of them had the ability to fight back. Your opponent is me. Lin Fei took out the blood sky seal and suppressed it with a rumble. Time and space enveloped them, and everyone's speed slowed down. They were instantly killed. Heart of the Ocean. A torrential ocean pressed against Chen Wanyan's head. Chapter 2197. As soon as the heart of the ocean appeared, monstrous waves formed a barrier. This was only one of the treasures of Ocean God City's elder Zhang Wanyan. Ocean God City was the epitome of wealth. In the eyes of others, it was impossible to obtain a magnate-level treasure. However, in the eyes of Ocean God City, a magnate-level treasure was nothing at all. This was the difference between them. Didan, you will regret ignoring our Ocean God City like this. Zhang Wanyan activated the crystal blue heart of the ocean, raising monstrous waves that crushed over. Half of the sky was filled with water. Elder Zhang is right. He's just a native. How dare he threaten us? In the distance, Yu Lin of Sky City came alone with a black spear in his hand. With a shake of the spear, the void collapsed. A total of 18 dragons roared and shot towards Lin Fei in the sky. Flame Divine Pearl, burn 10,000 miles. Lin Yijian of Flame City was not willing to be outdone. With such a good opportunity, he had to kill Di Tian. If he did not kill this kind of person, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. With this thought in mind, his killing intent became even stronger. Lin Yijian was born with a kind of intuition. As long as someone was dangerous, he would be able to see through it with a single glance. He had never made a mistake before. From the first glance, Lin Yijin felt that this Di Tian would be a strong enemy in the future. If he did not kill him now, when would he? Not to mention that there were 4 top forces involved. The monstrous flames instantly engulfed all the enemies in the sky. The entire world became a sea of red flames. Even from afar, everyone could feel the heat waves surging towards the sky. The red flames burned their bodies and they all circulated their energy to resist. What a good treasure! I'm afraid Di Tian is in trouble. Bai Yi said indifferently. Flame City's flame divine pearl can burn 10,000 miles. Even a war emperor expert will be burned to death. Di Tian's subordinates probably won't be able to resist this kind of red flames for long. Flame City was known as the Grandmaster level of fire. This flame was naturally powerful beyond imagination, especially now that it was a magnate-level treasure that was used. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the red flames appeared, hundreds and thousands of blade and sword slaves were instantly burned into nothingness. There was basically nothing that could resist it. Even though Flame City's Lin Yijin was not a magnate, he could still kill a war emperor expert with this pearl in his hand. He could still kill war emperors. Within these flames, he was an omnipotent existence. You will definitely die today. Lin Yijin laughed and pushed the divine flame bead to the limit. Your flames are indeed powerful. This emperor's flames are stronger than yours. Lin Fei's lips curled up as he lightly spat out 2 words. Cursed flames. Without warning, Lin Yijin's body soared into the air and a ball of cursed fire appeared. Not far away, Yu Lin and even Zhang Wanyan were the same. Cursed flames emerged from their bodies. Once the cursed flames appeared, they were unparalleled under the heavens. Tao of spells weaken. Tao of spells, paralysis. Lin Fei continued to cast curse techniques. His entire person became incomparably mysterious. They all cried out in alarm. As the curse flames burned, Lin Yijin's expression changed greatly. One of his arms was burned off, and the divine flame orb fell to the ground. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the curse attack came again, and he was out of strength. How do you know how to cast spells? You are from the Spell Palace. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yijin. With a single grab, the divine flame bead fell into his hand. This thing is not bad. I will gladly accept it. Whoosh. Lin Yijin was entangled by the curse flames. Coupled with the paralysis effect, he could only watch as the divine flame bead was snatched away. As soon as the treasure fell into his hand, the flames that filled the sky were retracted. Dao Nu and Sword Nu besieged him. There were more than 20,000 of them, drowning Lin Yijin. To Lin Fei's subordinates, other than the threat of the flames, there was no threat to them. After losing the treasure, the divine flame bead, Lin Yijin did not hold on for long before he was killed. In fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Yu Lin did not have a good ending. His combat strength was not bad, and the treasure was not a large-scale treasure. A dense number of war emperors surrounded him and closed in on him. Wave after wave, they paid the price of 8,000 to kill him in one fell swoop. The black spear also fell into Lin Fei's hands. Kill all the people from Blazing Mountain and Sky City. Since he had killed them, Lin Fei might as well go all out and kill them all first. 50,000 subordinates went straight to 2 places to kill. Fong Wang of Sky Cliff Mountain, how long are you going to hide? Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning as he shot towards the void. Your Majesty Di Tian, don't attack. Fong Wang came out from the void. He couldn't help but be shocked. Zhang Wanyan watched as 2 experts were killed one after another, and he became uneasy. The divine flame bead was a powerful treasure, but it was still defeated by Di Tian. His mind quickly turned. I am willing to pay the entrance fee. Fong Wang added, afraid that Di Tian would attack. From the beginning, Lin Fei was prepared to kill 1 or 2 to show them who was the boss. Only then would he be able to continue his act. Now, everything was under control. Our sea god city is also willing. Zhang Wanyan put away the ocean's heart. The unstoppable cursed flames were too terrifying, and they were even more powerful than the cursed palaces. Lin Fei's face darkened. I was polite to you before, but you didn't know what was good for you. I even dared to kill people from Sky City and Blazing Mountain, let alone the two of you. The two of them could hear the cold, killing intent in Di Tian's voice. He was really going to make a move on them. At this moment, the two of them could only smile bitterly and helplessly. They had planned to work together to kill Di Tian, but who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Once the cursed flames were released, he killed the two of them. The scariest thing was that this Di Tian had some kind of relationship with the Curse Palace. That was the scariest thing. If they knew that the Curse Palace's terrifying cursed flames were here, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They didn't have such a hobby. We are willing to pay double the price. The two of them didn't dare to fight Di Tian now, and they would rather pay the price. Lin Fei said coldly, even double the price is not enough. I feel that it is better to kill you first and end everything once and for all. Bush, bush, bush. The saber slave and sword slave who had left earlier quickly returned. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and at the same time, they reeked of blood. Your Majesty, Sky City and Blazing Mountain have been killed. A saber slave covered in blood walked in front of Lin Fei. Not bad, well done. Feng Wang and Zhang Wanyan's heart sank. Sky City and Blazing Mountain were completely finished. The two of them knew their strength very well, and they had lost too quickly in front of Di Tian. It was a complete defeat. The saber slave and sword slave surrounded Di Tian. The pressure on the two of them multiplied. At this moment, they had no confidence. So what if they had a magnate-level treasure? They couldn't block the curse technique. Once they were hit by the curse technique, it would be fatal. We will pay triple the price. The saber slave and sword slave continued to advance. A sky full of killing intent welcomed them. 4 times. 5 times. The two of them could only tempt Di Tian with this. As long as they kept their lives, they would have plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. Lin Fei didn't relent. You want to let you go with 5 or 6 times. Dream on. 6 times. 7 times. Sweat appeared on the two of their foreheads. If these people rushed over, they would be killed. Times. Don't kill us. This was a huge price to pay. The two of them gritted their teeth. Lin Fei's system was also analyzing the two of them. It would be best if he could take a big bite out of them. That way, he wouldn't have killed the people of Sky City and Blazing Mountain in vain. Chapter 2198. 8 times the price. Both Feng Wang and Zhang Wanyan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Lin Fei said. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They had never been afraid before, but this was the first time they were afraid in front of Di Tian. They were afraid that the curse technique was too powerful. Hand over your treasures and stand aside obediently. Some saber slaves came out and demanded them to hand over their treasures. Lin Fei would not be merciful to his enemies. If he did not control the system and had the ability to convert the mysterious energy into secret techniques, he would have become a dead soul in their hands. The surrender of Tianya Mountain and Oceanic God City announced that the Mountain God Emperor space was once again in Lin Fei's hands. Even though some of them were not convinced, Lin Fei's method was simple: kill them on the spot. After killing some of them, the rest became obedient. In their eyes, Lin Fei had become a demon king. The forces of the Mountain God Emperor were soon wiped out. Lin Fei did not capture any captives and chose to kill them all. He was a step closer to becoming a giant, and the forces of the Mountain God Emperor were wiped out. Some forces also escaped into the immortal world. Lin Fei did not go and deal with them for now. The most important thing now was to occupy the Mountain God Emperor space. The origin fruit was very important. The Mountain God Emperor was also heavily guarded, and the system started to monitor it. If any forces tried to invade, the saber slaves and sword slaves would kill them on the spot. For a moment, no one dared to enter the Mountain God Emperor space. Lin Fei arranged for the soldiers to stay at the important positions. They would be killed as soon as they showed themselves. When the news spread, the world of the 33 sacred heavens was in an uproar. Everyone was silent. So many powers were sent down, yet they all fell to Di Tian's hands. What was going on? When did such an expert appear in a sealed world? The four top forces were defeated one after another. There were even rumors that the four top forces would roar from time to time. The news came back one after another. All the forces were dumbfounded again. The first time, the interference of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect had already made everyone unhappy. Then, the two sacred masters brought people to settle the scores with the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. He bit off a large piece of flesh from their mouths and barely let them go. Before they could figure out why the people from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect would appear next to Tion, they received even more unacceptable news. Tion seemed to be from the Curse Palace. As soon as the news spread, no one could remain calm. Who didn't know how powerful the Curse Palace was? Even their cultivation art was ranked among the top 10 cultivation arts. Compared to the 10 great cultivation arts, incantations were even more bizarre and impossible to guard against. There had never been anyone who dared to offend the Curse Palace because the Curse Palace's vengeance was extremely crazy. Now that such a piece of news had come out, it was definitely not good news. Soon, all kinds of rumors spread. Tion is from the Curse Palace. Tion is the illegitimate son of a giant of the Curse Palace. Tion is a pawn of the Curse Palace. The news spread like wildfire. As for those who wanted to find out the truth, not a single one of them dared to do so. The leader of the Elysium was extremely anxious. Could it be that Tion was really a pawn of the Curse Palace? No one was sure. However, Tion had used the curse fire within his curse arts to heavily injure Blazing City's lineage in a single exchange. How could that be explained? Pressure? If it was any other power, it would be fine. However, this was the Curse Palace. That was not something they could easily pressure. Other than that, Tion's exorbitant demand had shocked everyone. When they saw that there were precious and ordinary materials on the list, they were all confused. What was this Tion trying to do? The news about Tion continued to spread in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In a dark abyss without any daylight. There were huge cities floating in this place. Endless black winds whistled, and huge flying beasts flew across the sky. They swallowed the howling black winds. At the same time, a huge black river surrounded the city. This black river had a terrifying name. It was called the Curse River. The Curse River was a river where incantations gathered. It was a mysterious thing that was born in the world. Every once in a while, a secret technique would be born. The secret techniques of the entire Curse Palace originated from this Curse River. Today, all the giants of the Curse Palace were gathered together. There was no choice. Something big had happened in the Curse Palace. The security of the Curse Palace had also been strengthened. In the Eerie Palace, many shadows landed on the thrones. Every one of them was a giant expert. These giants had not been feeling well recently. It was because of Tion's Curse Palace. Now, all the disciples in the Curse Palace were guessing which giant's illegitimate son Tion was. The Curse Palace had always been very strict with incantations. Normally, incantations would not be leaked out. If they were leaked out, outsiders would not be able to successfully cultivate them. Which one of you has admitted that Tion is the illegitimate son of one of you? The one sitting at the head of the table was the Curse Palace's palace master. He was dressed in white and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. It would be a lie if he wasn't angry. As the palace master, he actually didn't know about such a big thing. Whenever this matter was brought up, the palace master was filled with anger. He really wanted to catch the culprit. The Curse Palace was swept into the center of the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. Everyone thought that this was done on the orders of the Curse Palace. Even the Lord of the Sagely Sky was unhappy. The Curse Palace was taking everything for itself. Wasn't it too overbearing? Weren't they afraid of burying themselves? In fact, the Lord of the Sagely Sky had even told the Curse Palace to release the slots so that they wouldn't take everything for themselves. This made the palace master of the Curse Palace speechless. Even though the Curse Palace was very powerful, they didn't dare to offend the Lord of the Sagely Sky and the other major powers. After all, the Curse Palace wasn't as glorious as it had been in the past. Right now, they had to find out whose subordinate D. Tian was. The giants all remained silent. They really didn't have an illegitimate son. Palace Master, they're deliberately slandering us, a giant said. Don't fall for it. The Palace Master's expression darkened. He roared, Bullsh**T. What's slandering? Then who can explain why D. Tian has cursed flames and why he is paralyzed? These are all secrets. If anyone tries to explain it, I will think that they're bullsh**ting. Everyone fell silent again. This matter was extremely vexing. The giants all cursed D. Tian in secret. They had just been laughing at the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect, but in the blink of an eye, the Curse Palace had become the scapegoat. The scariest thing of all was that D. Tian had killed all the people from Flame City and Sky City. This was the start of a feud. This was something that was going to be a huge headache. What? You have nothing to say? Chapter 2199. And D. Tian had appeared in the Mountain of God Emperors. Hence, the entire 33 Sage Heavens were unhappy. Many of their disciples and prodigies were in D. Tian's hands. This was no small matter. They had to redeem them. Take revenge again? Send experts down? They weren't confident. If they lost more experts, it would be a slap to their faces. Everyone could only choose the second option. They had to pay a price to redeem their disciples. They couldn't allow their disciples to remain in D. Tian's hands forever. If D. Tian was unhappy and killed all their disciples, they would be the ones to suffer losses in the end. Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei's temporary residence was on the highest mountain peak. You can leave now. After receiving another gift, a saber slave would immediately take the prodigy out and release the seal on his body. The prodigy would then run away without looking back. This was a painful time for this prodigy in the Mount God Emperor. Apart from that, he would have to face his senior and junior brothers when he returned. This wasn't a matter of pride. He would have to learn how to conceal himself for a period of time. Master, this is the 20th prodigy. In the palace, Lin Fei sat on the throne and played with the storage ring on his hand as he listened to his subordinates' reports. They are quite obedient. Ever since he destroyed Sky City and Flame City, no one dared to come down from above. Mount God Emperor was also in a state of panic. Various forces sent over ransoms to redeem the prodigies. Lin Fei was a man of his word. He would release the prodigies as soon as the ransom was paid. In less than 2 days, he released over 20 prodigies. However, Lin Fei still had over 100 prodigies. As for the worthless prodigies, he killed them all. Lin Fei let the system absorb all the ransom money that was delivered. This was his future strength. If they knew about this, they would be supporting the enemy. This is an act of supporting the enemy. I believe that their faces will definitely be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed. This is just the beginning. Those people will not be able to sit still. The day of the origin fruit was getting closer. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. Just as the Curse Palace was explaining to the outside world about D. Tian, another group of people brought ransom money to redeem the disciples of their sections. This was because the Sea God City and the Horizon Mountain had both reacted, paying 8 times the price. Redeem all of their people. Even though the two families were sneakily coming here. How could Lin Fei miss out on such an opportunity? He spread the news that the two factions had come to redeem their people. In reality, he was telling those factions that even top-tier factions were willing to redeem their people, let alone them. With them taking the lead, the other forces could no longer sit still. He was willing to pay any price to redeem her. Lin Fei had a smile on his face every day. He was overjoyed. In secret, the Saber Slave and the Sword Slave were being cloned. At the same time, there were also Curse Mages, which would play an important role in the future. In just 2 days, Lin Fei had cloned over 20,000 Sword Slaves and Saber Slaves through the system. This was already very fast. In less than 5 days, Lin Fei released all the captives he had captured. Bai Yi, Chen Hao, Demonic Nikhang, and the other geniuses were all brought back. The God Emperor Mountain was temporarily quiet. The system is not doing well. With a large amount of resources in hand, the speed of cloning did not increase. He only had 50,000 more subordinates, 20,000 of which were Curse Mages, and 30,000 were left. The other half were sword slaves and saber slaves. For the time being, Lin Fei cloned these 3 types of subordinates. Master, actually, you can build a cloning base. At that time, the production will increase, and you won't have to worry anymore. Little Evil Demon gave a good suggestion. You're forcing me to spend money. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. A cloning base was not cheap. This was also the reason why Lin Fei had not started yet. He did not have a lot of mysterious energy on hand. I can only wait for a while more. Lin Fei did not leave the God Emperor Mountain. According to the system's analysis, the origin fruit would be ready soon. There was another reason why he did not leave. In fact, it was to plunder the destiny energy. The God Emperor Mountain was much stronger than the outside world. This place was formed by an essence fragment. Lin Fei had to make use of the time to plunder the destiny energy. Now, Lin Fei's goal was to create an army of 400,000 to 500,000. At that time, even if he had to use the human wave tactic, he would not be afraid of exhaustion. Hua! Suddenly, in the palace, a light screen fell down and formed a human figure, appearing in front of Lin Fei. Your Majesty Ditan, you're so relaxed. As soon as the figure appeared, it spoke in a mocking tone. People from the Curse Palace, what's your purpose? Just say it. Lin Fei said. Don't beat around the bush in front of me. I don't like it. Impressive, impressive. You can even see through this. Lin Fei laughed. I have the system. What can't I analyze? Even if you're a projection, I can still calculate it. What's the point of acting mysterious in front of me? With the system around, nothing could escape Lin Fei's eyes. Although the person had expected Tion to be extraordinary, he didn't expect him to be so direct. He didn't seem like a scheming person at all. Could he be someone from the Curse Palace? Moreover, he was in existence with an extremely high status. Everyone in the Curse Palace was speculating about this. They didn't believe that Tion's mastery of cultivation techniques would be leaked out. In that case, it must have been leaked by a certain powerhouse. If he wasn't powerful, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lin Fei smiled. You came earlier than I expected. If you don't tell me the purpose of your visit today, my guards won't mind tearing you into pieces. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Curse flames filled the sky, followed by endless killing intent. Facing someone from the Curse Palace, Lin Fei had to show his toughness. Wait! The person revealed a look of shock. Once the curse flames were unleashed, experts would be able to tell if it was real or not. What a powerful curse flame! It's clearly the same curse flame, so why is its power increased so much? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that a powerhouse had a new breakthrough in his research? Of course, this expert from the Curse Palace wouldn't know that the curse flames had been enhanced by the system. Fortunately, I'm here. Even a powerhouse wouldn't dare to underestimate a curse flame of this level. I'm here on behalf of the Curse Palace to discuss a cooperation with His Majesty. With this understanding, the other party restrained his attitude. What kind of cooperation? Tell me. Lin Fei didn't kill the projection directly. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment he unleashed the curse flames, Lin Fei believed that someone from the Curse Palace would come. If they didn't, they wouldn't be the Curse Palace. Our Curse Palace would like to purchase the origin fruit from His Majesty. Chapter 2200. By the origin fruit. The meaning behind this was completely different. Lin Fei had a certain amount of influence in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. Even the Curse Palace, which had obtained the inheritance of the era, started to pay attention to Lin Fei. They even mentioned the word, buy. Actually, Lin Fei had a rough idea of why he had come. It was because they didn't know his background. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel proud. He finally had some influence. Although the methods he used were too bloody, at least it was effective. You guys want this origin fruit? That's easy. Lin Fei smiled. However, you guys have to pay a deposit. That means you guys have the right to bid for the origin fruit in the future. After killing the prodigies of several factions, Lin Fei treated the Mountain of God Emperor as his territory. The origin fruit would be his. Lin Fei didn't have the intention to eat it all in one go. He wanted to fool these people first. For example, the representative of the Cursed Palace. The person who came did not say much. Unexpectedly, he chose to agree and took the deposit slip back. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As long as I have a large amount of resources, I can create an endless human army. No matter what schemes you guys have, don't think of using them on me. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Cursed Palace would be so kind. Little devil, how's the analysis of the origin fruit? When will it appear? Lin Fei asked. According to my calculations and the system's analysis, it should be in 3 days. As for the exact location, I still need to calculate. 3 days? There's still time. World of the 33 Sage Heavens. Cursed Palace. In a secret chamber. Giants gathered. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The overall strength of the Cursed Palace was indeed very strong. Any of the giants here would be an invincible existence among those of the same level. Everyone was waiting for news. In the past few days, the Cursed Palace was having a hard time. The Cursed Palace's palace master, Zhou Wuhuan, was under a lot of pressure. He cursed Di Tian countless times. All the major factions were eyeing them. If not for the fact that the Cursed Palace had a strong foundation, some of the other factions would have joined forces to attack them. After all, this was a perfectly justifiable excuse. How is it? One of the leaders sitting in the middle opened his eyes. The surrounding magnates became spirited. Should we kill that Di Tian? This trip. All of them knew their goal. Firstly, they wanted to test Di Tian. If they could kill him, that would be for the best. But even if they couldn't kill him, they had to at least achieve some sort of objective. Everyone had the thought that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Di Tian is very mysterious. At the same time, he grasped an even more terrifying curse technique. I suspect that this Di Tian might have inherited the essence of the curse path. As soon as this big shot's words came out, everyone could no longer remain calm. Impossible. The legacy of our Cursed Palace is the most complete. That's right. He's just Di Tian, and he's in the sealed world. How could he have obtained the legacy of the Cursed Tao? Moreover, it's even more powerful than the curse techniques of our Cursed Palace. One by one, the magnates asked. This was something that would affect the future of the Cursed Palace. Everyone, quiet down and wait for Elder Mu to speak. Chu Wuhuan shouted, and everyone quieted down. Elder Mu, one of the magnates, projected himself. He was more experienced and reliable. He wasn't an impatient person. Everyone, please take a look. A light screen shot out from Elder Mu's eyes. The light screen showed the scene of Di Tian unleashing the curse fire. It was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The secret chamber was instantly in an uproar. The laymen watched the show, while the experts saw the artistry. Everyone understood what was going on when they saw it. Even the palace lord, Chu Wuhuan, had a solemn expression as he stared at the light screen. It was a deep sense of helplessness. The others were also dumbfounded. Even they could feel the power of the curse fire. But why was it stronger than their cursed palace? This didn't make sense at all. Inside the mountain of God Emperor, the Tao slave and the sword slave were patrolling nonstop. However, everyone in the 33 sacred heavens would be killed without mercy. They would all be turned into a part of Lin Fei's power. It was unknown if everyone knew that the origin fruit was going to appear, or if they were frightened. For a moment, no one appeared in the mountain of God Emperor. Apart from the patrolling guards, there was no one else. Have you calculated the exact location? In the blink of an eye, it was time for the origin fruit to appear. Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down for even a moment. There was a limited number of origin fruits. Lin Fei wasn't willing to lose the origin fruit. The origin fruit, which was born from absorbing the fragments of the wilderness world, contained unimaginable power. Perhaps, with the help of the origin fruit and the system, Lin Fei could create even more powerful slaves. Almost there, almost there. The mysterious energy was also being consumed. This was also the reason why Lin Fei didn't want to make a mistake. He could use the mysterious energy to analyze the situation. 2 hours later, Lin Fei finally heard a beautiful voice. Master, I have already calculated the location. You can rush over now, the little devil said. Moreover, I have also detected that there were countless energies that covered the mountain of God Emperor. Although the traces were hidden, they couldn't escape my detection. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. Good job. The last 3 days were peaceful. Lin Fei didn't believe that they would give up. They were waiting for the origin fruit to appear. When the time comes, they would fight for it in the mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei immediately obtained the exact location. When he found out, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's actually here. Interesting. At the same time, all the major powers in the 33 Sage Heavens had their eyes on the mountain of God Emperor. Who asked the origin fruit to be so important? All the powers that had reached a certain level knew one thing, and that was that the origin fruit brought great benefits. Now that the origin fruit was about to mature, everyone was staring at it. The ancestor has calculated that the origin fruit will appear after midnight. All the elders, stay alert. Don't let anyone beat you to it. As soon as the origin fruit appears, make your move. In the void, a treasure opened up, hiding a person inside. This was a wave of forces. What about Tian? He has 100,000 combat emperors with him. They are all 9 stars. They are extremely powerful. If you are trapped, your life will be in danger. The appearance of Tian in the mountain of God Emperor was very worrying, especially the combat emperor army. Until now, they still couldn't figure out how this Tian was related to a force like the Curse Palace. Everyone felt quite pressured to go to the mountain of God Emperor. After all, the mountain of God Emperor was formed from a piece of desolate world fragment. The stronger one was, the greater the suppression. However, in order to get one origin fruit, everyone used all their trump cards. Chapter 2202. It's actually here. Mountain God Emperor. There was a sinkhole in the center. This was also the only sinkhole in the mountain God Emperor. The sinkhole was unfathomably deep. Someone had tried to enter it before. There was a mysterious energy in the sinkhole that was constantly whistling. Anyone who came into contact with it would die. After knowing the location, Lin Fei was dumbfounded for a moment. For example, Lin Fei was standing at the edge of the sinkhole at this moment. He looked into the sinkhole. It was pitch black inside, and at the same time, there was a dangerous aura. Even Lin Fei felt an inexplicable sense of fear. What a sinkhole! I'm afraid no one would have thought that the origin fruit would appear inside the sinkhole. Lin Fei would never doubt the system's words. Little devil, check the energy in the sinkhole and see what it is. Lin Fei had checked this sinkhole before. At that time, the sinkhole did not have this kind of pressure. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just an ordinary sinkhole. There was nothing special about it and no one would remember it. Analyze it immediately. It will consume a certain amount of mysterious energy. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Allow. The analysis was quick. Lin Fei did not have to wait for long before the system had a result. Congratulations, Master. There is a mysterious energy in the sinkhole. It is one of the origin fruits of the wilderness world. Although it is very thin, it is a good thing for Master. You can smoothly transform it into mysterious energy. Lin Fei suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. So it is the origin fruit. No wonder I felt a terrifying aura of death. Those who did not know the truth might have died because of the origin fruit. Go in. Lin Fei summoned a Dao slave. Without saying a word, the Dao slave jumped into the sinkhole. The originally peaceful sinkhole was suddenly filled with a black astral wind. The Dao slave, whose strength was at the level of a 9-star combat emperor, was torn into pieces by the black astral wind. It was torn into pieces by the black astral winds, leaving not a single trace behind. It was extremely terrifying. My Dao slave is a 9-star combat emperor, but he did not even have the slightest ability to resist. He was killed just like that. I wonder how long this invincible defense of mine can last. Master, if you jump down from here, even if you activate your invincible defense, you won't be able to withstand the power of the origin. It won't last more than 10 breaths of time before disappearing from this world without a trace. Lin Fei shuddered. That was close. If not for the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really wanted to try it out. But now, he had completely lost the mood. He didn't want to disappear from this world. In that case, hurry up and help me get rid of the essence power. I am still waiting to go down. Although the space of the mountain god emperor looked calm, Lin Fei knew that many pairs of eyes were staring at the space of the mountain god emperor. You can consume the mysterious energy and activate the invincible defense to reach the bottom of the sinkhole. So simple. Help me isolate my divine sense. I'm going down. Divine sense barrier, activating, consuming energy at every moment. Lin Fei took a deep breath and jumped into the sinkhole. Activate invincible defense. As soon as he entered the sinkhole, the aura of death enveloped him. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that he was going to die. The power of the origin was actually this terrifying. The black astral wind whistled over. Lin Fei's body had an additional layer of power, and this layer of power was constantly changing. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless ocean, and at any moment he would be thrown to the ground by the huge waves. F*CK. This is too terrifying. Seeing the incoming black astral wind, the energy on Lin Fei's body kept changing, reaching a shocking speed. The moment it was about to land on his body, the energy on his body changed into the same quality as the black astral wind. The violent and terrifying astral wind turned into a warm spring breeze. It blew past his body. This is possible? Imitating the power of the origin? Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. As long as it's energy, the system can analyze it. This is nothing, the little devil said in disdain. Lin Fei wiped off his sweat. The astral wind is so powerful, it can kill everything in an instant. Without the instant kill from the astral wind, the origin fruit will still belong to me. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Fei allowed himself to fall. The terrifying astral wind was like a good friend, passing through him. The moment Lin Fei disappeared, the powerhouses of the 33 sacred heavens were all dumbfounded. Although the space of Mountain God Emperor was formed by a barren world fragment, and the powerhouses couldn't come down, their powerful consciousness could still spy on the space of Mountain God Emperor. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was also in the surveillance, just that he didn't show it so clearly. After all, having someone like Di Tian in the space of Mountain God Emperor was not a good thing. Instead, it was a bad thing. Subordinates that had grasped the sword techniques of 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Blade Gate were not easy to deal with. Di Tian had to be monitored. Just as everyone looked away, Di Tian disappeared from the space of Mountain God Emperor. Xiao. Divine consciousnesses pierced through the space of Mountain God Emperor. Where is he? Why is he gone? Why is he gone? Almost all the powerhouses had the same thought. Hence, the entire space of Mountain God Emperor was covered by powerful divine consciousnesses. They didn't miss a single spot, hoping to find Di Tian. The powerhouse's divine consciousnesses searched back and forth, but they couldn't find Di Tian. Did they feel unwell? Master, we just discovered a powerful divine consciousness covering the space of Mountain God Emperor from the 33 sacred heavens. According to the system's analysis, they should be searching for you. Lin Fei fell for tens of thousands of feet, but he still hadn't reached the end. There shouldn't be any problem with the divine consciousness barrier, right? Lin Fei asked worriedly. It's fine. Unless the powerhouses themselves come down, they can't see through the divine consciousness barrier. Lin Fei was completely relieved. Just how deep is the sinkhole? It's not the bottom yet. Inside the sinkhole, Lin Fei was still falling. The black astral wind kept howling. Lin Fei didn't dare to move. Any gust of astral wind in the sinkhole could easily kill him. Yes, the kind that could kill him instantly. 100,000 feet. 500,000 feet. 700,000 feet. The sinkhole seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Lin Fei had the invincible defense. Although it consumed mysterious energy, at least it prevented him from being killed instantly. After reaching 900,000 feet, Lin Fei looked down and his pupils constricted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The sinkhole wasn't considered narrow to begin with. After reaching 900,000 feet, the space below suddenly widened. At the same time, A towering tree opened up like a giant umbrella. A terrifying and dangerous aura spread out from this giant tree. Lin Fei was like an ant in front of this pitch-black giant tree. Origin fruit. Lin Fei looked down again. Under the towering tree, on the pitch-black branches, there were 9 fist-sized black fruits that were devouring the black mist. This was the origin fruit that Lin Fei was looking for. Chapter 2203. The fist-sized origin fruit hung on the origin tree, appearing in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Before seeing the origin tree, one would never be able to imagine how tall it was. Lin Fei was also shocked. However, the most eye-catching thing was the origin fruit on the origin tree. The origin fruit constantly absorbed origin energy. Before it even got close, Lin Fei could already feel the power of the origin fruit. No wonder everyone is interested in the origin fruit. Lin Fei muttered to himself, "This really is a unique existence in the world. If I casually digest one, my battle strength will increase explosively." Lin Fei did not approach the origin tree. A powerful aura appeared near the origin tree. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, not daring to approach for a moment, afraid of being torn apart by the terrifying origin energy. Before the wild world shattered, the strength of the entire wild world can be imagined. After so many years, the origin energy of the fragmented world can still give birth to unique existences in the world. The world is really full of wonders. Lin Fei stared at the origin fruit. There were only 9 origin fruits on the huge origin tree. Master, the origin fruit contains endless energy. If Master's Blood Sky Seal can absorb the origin fruit, it will evolve into a hegemon-level treasure, the little devil reminded. There's such a use. Lin Fei thought. Looks like the holy lords and hegemon-level experts of the 33 holy heavens might have such thoughts. The little devil's words made Lin Fei think even further. What are the effects of picking the origin fruit now? Do we have to wait until it ripens? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei completely believed that the moment the origin fruit ripened, the experts of the 33 holy heavens would descend to fight for the 9 origin fruits. There were so many forces in the 33 holy heavens. Any one of them could form a nest here. Lin Fei had some thoughts about the origin fruit. But if he gave it to them, they definitely wouldn't have such good intentions. Letting the enemy become stronger for no reason would be stupid. System analyzing. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Master, according to our analysis, origin fruits grow by absorbing origin energy. The origin tree before us is the pillar of the origin fruit. If we pluck it now, we'll only be able to unleash around 50% of the origin fruit's effects. 50%, not bad. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Master, there's more. Although the origin fruit is pretty good, after the system analyzed it, we discovered a shocking piece of information. This origin tree is even more valuable. It is a fragment of the savage world. Lin Fei was startled, and then he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "No way, the source tree is more valuable?" Originally, he was still worried about whether he should draw it now. Suddenly, he heard a piece of news. Lin Fei couldn't be more excited. "Yes, very valuable." Little Fiend said, "It isn't easy for a big shot to absorb origin energy. The system has the ability to absorb and devour. As long as one absorbs this origin tree, the benefits will be much greater than the 9 origin fruits." Well done, they are eyeing the God Emperor Mountain space, isn't it, for the origin fruit? This time, I will make you happy for nothing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Time passed by minute. The powerful divine sense of the God Emperor Mountain space. After searching the inside and outside of the God Emperor Mountain space, there was still no trace of D-Tion. The major forces were all dumbfounded. Where did this D-Tion run off to? No one guessed that D-Tion had found the location of the origin tree, let alone that he was very close. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be able to calmly search with their divine sense. Instead, they put down their clones and went to the God Emperor Mountain space. Now, Lin Fei released the Dao and Sword slaves. The Dao and Sword slaves approached the origin tree as instructed. As soon as they approached the origin tree, They were instantly decomposed by the origin energy, leaving not even their bones behind. After sacrificing dozens of Dao slaves, Lin Fei confirmed the situation. The origin energy is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. With such terrifying power, picking the origin fruit won't be easy. Even a big shot would have a headache. The origin energy had the ability to decompose, and Lin Fei wasn't willing to send the Dao and sword slaves to their deaths. In the face of such a powerful force, even millions of powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand the decomposition of the origin energy. No matter how many went, they would die. Master, it's easy to pick the origin fruit. Little Fiend said, although the origin energy is powerful, there will always be things that counteract it. As long as there is something that counteracts it, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. The other method is to devour the origin energy. As long as you weaken a portion of the origin energy, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and rejected the first method. It wasn't that there weren't things that counteracted each other, but it definitely wouldn't be that easy to find. Although the second method was stupid, it was a good one for him. All right, I'll devour the origin energy then. Inside the heaven pit, the massive blood heaven seal was taken out, and Lin Fei activated Endless Devour. He would devour as much as he could. As soon as the blood heaven seal's Endless Devour was activated, traces of the origin energy were absorbed into the blood heaven seal. The huge blood heaven seal also began to change slightly. Lin Fei deliberately controlled the speed of the devouring to prevent the blood heaven seal from being unable to hold on. He did not want this treasure to be overloaded by the origin energy. Devour. The system was also activated. Lin Fei's entire body turned into a huge vortex. The terrifying origin energy surged, enough to disintegrate any existence. Initially, he was worried that the system would not be able to hold on. It would be a huge loss if it was disintegrated. Fortunately, this did not happen. System number 2 became an invincible existence, and once the origin energy came, it was all absorbed into the system. Lin Fei's uneasy heart was finally at ease. Once the origin energy was absorbed by the system, it did not turn into an energy unit as Lin Fei had imagined, nor did it turn into a mysterious energy. Instead, there was another energy beside it, the origin energy unit. That works. Lin Fei was stunned and could not help but ask, then what's the use of this origin energy unit? The number of the origin energy unit was constantly increasing. The origin energy unit is very useful. The little devil explained, it's also Master's good luck. There are remnants of world fragments in this alternate space, and it has evolved into a space that can preserve the origin energy. With the origin energy unit, Master can create high-level puppets. As long as there's a suitable body, coupled with the origin energy, you can create a powerful existence that is comparable to a giant existence. That awesome? Lin Fei was very surprised. Then can the current sword and sword slaves be promoted? Lin Fei's mind turned quickly as he thought of his own subordinates.